Hello and welcome everyone to the commentary for the play-ins of the AI Cup. The AI Cup starts next week. It's going to be the sixth leg of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, and we couldn't be more excited as the season draws to a close. I'm Grandmaster David Howell, and I'm joined by Mr. Chess himself, the amazing Robert Hess. Robert, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
David, we always have a blast covering events together, and this one will not be an exception. It's the final event of the sixth leg Champions Chess Tour. We know the players are going to give it their all.
Yeah, the players are going to give their all, and the stakes are high. It's been a long season, and let's check out that schedule as we build towards that big finale in December. And here we see 5 tournaments down already. Magnus Carlsen has won 3 of them. Hikaru Nakamura taking a victory as well, as has Abdusatorov. But the AI Cup, it starts next week. This is the play-in, and it all builds up, Robert, to Toronto in December. Not long now.
It looks just like a copy and paste job. We see Magnus's face there in both the top row and 2 out of 3 on the right-hand side. So all the rest of the players, they're looking to stamp their own face on that exact graphic. But David, when Magnus plays, he's often the favorite. It's hard to argue against him, but the players that compete today, they want to make their mark.
That's right. Magnus just greedy for tournament victories, but let's check out the standings because, of course, other players will have their say. And it's not clear yet whether Magnus will be involved today, as he has already qualified for the next event. And here we see the overall tour standings after 5 events. This 2023 season, they've been fighting it out. We see those top 5 players, Magnus Carlsen, Nodibek Abdustorov, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Wesley So have already banked their place in Toronto in December via tournament victories or tour points. And Robert, below them, still points matter, everything to play for.
Yeah, points are up for grabs here in the 6th and final event. And while Denis Lazovic and Alireza, they're already cemented their place in Division 1 for the final event. Someone like Levon Aronian or Vladimir Fedoseev, Jordan Van Forest. You see the left-hand side of your screen here. All of these players have legitimate chances because, David, if any of the top 5 players win, that leaves another leaderboard spot open for somebody to cling on to and make their way to Toronto.
That's right. Some of those players lower down in the leaderboards will be hoping maybe for a Magnus Carlsen victory or one of those top guys to take it. It really will open up the field. But okay, let's talk about what to expect from today. It's going to be a long one. We're in for the long haul, Robert. It's going to start with a Swiss stage, this play-in, as usual. 9 rounds of rapid chess, where the top 72 will advance to match play. Match play meaning a knockout, and it will be 2 games of 10 minutes at that point. So we're potentially in for at least 11 rounds of chess, maybe at Armageddon as well. If we get there, there's going to be dozens and dozens of grandmasters in action with a lot to play for. And what are you expecting for today, Robert?
Well, I'm definitely going to expect some tired players at the end of the day, just because that's a lot of chess games, especially considering the rapid time control. But David, what I'm expecting for today is just full-on fights. There's no more peaceful draws because this is the final event. If you win Division 1, you stamp that ticket to Toronto. The players, they need to fight just to get into Division 1, and that's all or nothing at this stage.
Yeah, tired players guaranteed, tired commentators guaranteed. I hope the fans stick with us to the end because it does get dramatic. And Robert, you've commentated on these play-ins before. What kind of strategy would you advise for those players? It's a bit of a marathon today.
And they have to bank those wins early because as the competition continues, you're going to see Fabiano Caruana play against Hikaru, and then you're going to see Levon Aronian step foot into that mess. So you need to get those wins early because then you can play it a little bit safer down the stretch, make a couple draws. But there are no guarantees when the entire field is made up of grandmasters.
Yeah, no guarantees. We've seen shocks before. We've seen some big names fall at the early hurdles. And let's check out the format of the day. The play-in is open to all grandmasters, anyone with that grandmaster title, plus the top 3 from Monday qualifiers, which have been going on in recent weeks. As mentioned, it will be rapid chess, fast and furious, with just 10 minutes and a 2-second increment. And across the first 9 rounds of the Swiss section, it will be 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. It gets really tight, really bunched up towards the end, Robert, there. And what's been the highlight for you throughout the season? For me, it's been the play-ins.
I was going to say definitely the Berlin draws. Of course, those are everybody's favorite with the players. They just move their queen from d4 to e4 and d6 to e6, and that's that. But in all seriousness, David, the play-ins are a lot of fun. They're grueling for the players, but you get so many different names in the field. And I think that's what's great about the Champions Chess Tour in general is that we see Eduardo Iturrizaga make Division One and land some upsets. Denis Lazovic, he's somebody that wouldn't normally get invited to Super GM field just because his classical rating hasn't caught up with his actual skill set. So I feel like this event as a whole has been great to see more and more names in the chess world. It's giving an opportunity to so many people.
Yeah, just please no Berlin draws, at least not in the early rounds. We need to get into it, and I totally agree. Just these kind of surprise names who kind of really making themselves known now to chess fans around the world. Iturrizaga, Denis Lazovic, Alexei Sorona. It's been a huge opportunity, and I love the Champions Chess Tour format in terms of kind of giving players access to the elite levels. And I don't know what to predict today. I think predictions, all bets are off in these early stages. And I see some of the names trickling in now, a lot of players entering at the last moment, Robert. If you had to pick some names to get those coveted spots in Division 1, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who are you going to be watching out for today?
Such a difficult call just because of how strong the event is. But Fabiano Caruana, I think he does very well in these types of formats because he's extremely consistent. His level of preparation is through the roof. And I just think he doesn't lose very often. And Hikaru, whenever Hikaru plays, you have to anticipate he's one of the favorites. But I'm just never surprised when a top dog is eliminated or thrown down to Division 2 because we've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi go through D2, win that, get to Division 1. You never know, David. So I'm going to throw it back to you. Who is one of your maybe underdogs, maybe dark horses for this field?
Yeah, I threw you a tough question, Robert, and to help myself out here, I'm going to call up for those tall standings because there are some names to watch. Remember, those top 5 have already qualified for the finals in December, but just below them, Denis Lazovic is already in Division 1 for the AIA Cup. He doesn't need to worry too much. Firouzja doesn't need to worry. But I'm looking just below them. Also, Sam Sevian in 11th place. He's made it now to, I think, 3 finals across Division 2, Division 3. It might be time for his big breakthrough to kind of join those top guys in Division 1. Iturrizaga, what a story that would be if he's back. He's really, really motivated, of course, and so many young names. I would love as well to see someone like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov mix it in Division 1 yet again.
That would be really great. And we had Artemiev also. He's there in that tie for 18th place. He beat Magnus Carlsen in a match. So anyone you see on this graphic has a legitimate shot at taking down even Magnus Carlsen, the world's #1 rated player. And David, for me, one of the highlights of the entire season was that Iturrizaga interview, how heartfelt it was. He said he was doing it for his late mother, and how Stan Wawrinka, the tennis star, has influenced him. He even has the same tattoo on his body. So for the fans out there who may not be as familiar, go Google that. The Eduardo Iturrizaga interview. It was very heartwarming. It was such a moving event.
Yeah, I think for everyone involved with the Champions Chess Tour, that's been one of the highlights of the season, and everyone, I think, was cheering for him, Iturrizaga. And we do forget sometimes, we look at the top names, we look at Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, they're kind of in these events all the time. But for others, this is a huge opportunity. Sometimes their living might depend on success in these tournaments. And yeah, I just love the fact it has opened up the field, opened up the chess world. And across the 3 seasons, we've seen players make their breakthroughs. Pragnananda a couple of years ago, beating Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh really kind of storming through as well, beating Magnus as well in a one-game match. And yeah, this is kind of the stage now for those young players to rise through, for those experienced players to stamp their authority. And I think we will be going in just a few minutes, Robert. I can't wait. I know it's going to be a marathon, as we mentioned, 6-7 hours, but this is where true chess lovers really get to appreciate the game.
Yeah, they find their home in these play-in stages of the Champions Chess Tour. And as you said, it is a marathon. We'll be slow and steady at the start. We'll speed up in the middle. And at the end, it will be all chaos. But David, I'm with you. I love how this event opens the doors to so many players. Even in Division 3, if you lose your matches there, you still get $1,000. So the prize fund is meaningful to all of these players. And it's not just going to be the super GMs, the 2,700 pluses. There will be players whose rating is slightly lower in classical chess, but they can hang with them for 9 rounds in a match.
Yeah, it is rapid chess and anything can happen. And I think we're getting ready now within the next few seconds for those players to start. I can't wait to see the field involved. I can't wait to see the games. Things are popping up, beginning. See some huge names, Robert, like Fabiano Caruana, and yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think Hikaru Nakamura is in there as well, throwing his name into the mix. And we're off. Action has begun.
We are. So you mentioned Fabiano's name first. I think he is the highest rated rapid player on the site. So at least playing in this event. So here we see he is the white side of this position. But David, as we dive into the chess, and he's playing a very strong player, by the way. Another one of those teenagers from India, a less heralded one, a little bit lower rated than Gukesh and Pragnanda. But Leon Luke Mendonca, he is super strong at a young age.
Yeah, one of the bunch of young Indian teenagers, this golden generation, of course. And I know he crashed through the 2600 barrier in classical chess just this year. He's been on the ascendancy. I mean, that just shows how stacked this field is. Round one, supposed to be top half versus bottom half, but this could be the final round of any big open tournament. And Fabiano playing his A game here. He's playing mainline stuff. We saw White push the H pawn. This is super trendy. He's built a pawn center at the cost of a bishop pair here for White. But yeah, Fabiano taking this game seriously, and he needs to against this young opponent.
Yeah, you have to love those pawns in the center for White. The good news for Black, or at least conceptually, is Black has the bishop pair. But David, this bishop on e7, I don't think you're loving that one. And now after d5, are you really loving your bishop on b7? These are not the bishop pairs that we were promised.
Yeah, Black really has to hope that he can blow open the center at some point, especially get that dark square bishop working. It's kind of the one reason you accept such a cramped position here as Black. And knowing Fabi, I think he'll be happy. I mean, you know him even better than me, Robert. He's got the space. He's got a nice kind of harmonious position. In rapid chess, it looks easier to play with White.
No weaknesses whatsoever. This knight can hop into d4 if you don't play a move like e5. But if you do play that e5 move, your bishop on e7 is bad, and your bishop on b7 is no better. So I feel like it's a tough decision here for Black. And while Leon thinks, should we head on over to another game? Are there any names that have caught your eye? Maybe not even at the top in terms of rating, but some fan favorites.
Yeah, some fan favorites. I'm going to suggest maybe a look at Sam Sevian. I mentioned him in the build-up, and he's playing against Krikor Mkhitaryan, a very kind of strong grandmaster from Brazil, but also a popular streamer himself. And okay, early days in this one. This is rapid, but we're only 5-6 moves down here. It's the English opening, a variation of the symmetrical English, and Queen b6 still a theoretical position. White has several ways to reply to the hit on d4. And yeah, I've just been watching Sam Sevian. Of course, he had this big win in some Chess 960 tournament recently. Feels like he's really leveled up in the last year.
Yeah, his classical rating is just, I think, a smidge below 2,700 at the moment. But you're right, David. He won the Champions Showdown. He's won Division 3 in the Champions Chess Tour, and he plays well. He's a force in the U.S. Championships. But David, Krikor Mkhitaryan, I think many fans out there will be rooting for him. He's a very popular streamer, commentator in the Portuguese language. And here, on the Black side of this position, he's up a minute. So can you smell maybe the makings of an upset with the White King in the center? I know you're going to say it's too early to call, but it feels like a fun game.
The makings of a I can't do the puns like Daniel can, but yeah, the Mkhitaryan. He's such a strong player. He's had me on the ropes many times throughout my career, and yeah, I can smell something here in the air. Like you say, now this change of pawn structure. White's double c pawn's a long-term factor. White's center looks impressive, but slightly loose long-term. Yeah, I mean, this one is dynamic. It's what we love to see. No Berlins in this one for sure. And yeah, this one will come to life a bit later on.
I'm looking forward to it. So I am going to change our path for a second because I do see a board that looks very fun. It's the game between Fi Rakota Maharo and Vladimir Fedoseev. Let's go right there because, David, I think your eyes will enjoy themselves. Look at this position with triple isolated pawns on the G-file for White.
Well, something's either gone very right or very wrong for White right now. You are a pawn up temporarily, but you're riddled with weaknesses, and bishop takes g3, a huge threat. It's defended against knight f1, but Black's queen is coming to g5. If Black gets time to, there we go. Black gets time to castle long in the next few moves. I think long-term, loving life here for Fedoseev.
What could possibly be wrong for Black? You're about to take g4, and then after that, you'll take g3, and then after that, g2 is in trouble. So I just feel like it's a straight shot into White's position, and there will be tactics as well because the White King is in the center. Maybe for White, this open H file is, at the end of the day, what's going to keep you in the balance, because that rook will probably win the lonely H6 pawn at some moment.
Yeah, and maybe Fedoseev doesn't even want to start getting greedy and grabbing all those pawns. There's no rush. Definitely, in terms of rapid chess, in terms of practicality, it looks easy to play with black. Simple plan, gobble up pawns for white. I mean, we see that on the clock times reflected already. E4 now played, but he's 3 minutes down, and I do fear for Fai at this early stage.
And Fedoseev, he's one of those players that we saw on the leaderboard. He needs to get into Division One. At bare minimum, that will get him a lot of points in the standings, but he could win the whole thing. He is that strong. His peak rating in classical chess was above 2730, and he also is the Pro Chess League MVP from this past season. He was a force in the league. So for Fedoseev, a good start with the black pieces. And do you have any other? I'm happy to jump to literally wherever. Every single matchup is that good.
Yeah, that's the problem, Robert, with such a stacked field. It's like too many tempting matchups. Wow, I see an interesting game with Vladimir Kramnik, potentially.
Okay.
Let's jump to him.
Oh, wait.
What is happening here, Robert?
Where did the rook go? Like this, it's very clear that the last move was bishop takes rook. But what's the material count? A clean extra exchange for white?
Yeah, it looks that way. There's going to be tactics. I guess black is relying on queen a5 ideas, but we could see a crazy position with white just allowing a double check, a discovered check. Maybe.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you might be right, because this bishop is hanging and the rook is toast in the corner under attack. So you just drop your bishop back? I don't think I've seen a double check allowed on move 12, 13 in any game ever.
Yeah, and it's definitely not what we recommend. Normally, a double check, a discover check like this would be fatal. It would literally lead to checkmate till the end of the game. But here it was necessary. And okay, white's bishop dropped back temporarily, a question mark. So maybe not the right square. But now black has at least won a pawn back. White's king can't castle. Black has the bishop pair. Oof, I'm not sure about the compensation. I would still be skeptical, I've got to say, for black here. But the game is alive. And when you're fighting a top player like Kramnik, you can't let it get slow, strategic. He will outplay you. So I like what black has been doing in this game. He's really been going for it.
Certainly take white here, but now that I'm seeing this move d5 with bishop f5 next, this rook on b1, can it really stay protecting this passed pawn? If you keep this pawn, it's pretty much game over. Like if the queens come off, we know white should win the game. But I don't think you're going to be able to do that, because black is much quicker. What use is this extra exchange, this rook on h1? It's parked on a starting square and can't get out very easily.
Yeah, exactly. If you could play knight f3 here and suddenly castle kingside, you'd be very happy with white. But as you mentioned, it's going to be a long-term problem. White's rook in h1, it's going to take 4 or 5 moves to enter the action. And bishop f5, I don't see a way to guard against that. No rejoinder for white to kind of take the sting out of that one. Suddenly I'm changing my mind again. I said, okay, I'm skeptical about black sacrifice, but at the very least looks like full dynamic compensation.
I'm loving it. Bishop f5, rook to b8, or if I want to hit your queen on c1. This knight hops into e4 at the right moment. The bishop on g7 is just a stellar piece waiting in front of the black king. I'm changing my mind. As soon as I start talking about the pieces, every piece feels better for black. White just has a more valuable piece in a rook versus a bishop. I just don't think it's playing the part. So Kramnik maybe in some early difficulties here against a player who does not have a GM title. He's one of the qualifiers, David.
Yeah, I was going to ask this actually a second ago. I noticed the FM title next to his name, and I mean, I've seen his name before. I think I might have seen him playing on Chess.com. But yeah, either way, he's earned his spot here. This could be one of the big shocks. Queen b6 last move, dodging the queen trade. I like it, blockading the pawn as well, and I think potentially a surprise incoming, Robert.
Okay, and I see another talented FM against a GM matchup in Sina Mohammed against Hans Niemann. So why don't we go on over to that match, because this could be a name that players aren't so familiar with. I'm not talking about Hans. I'm talking about Sina Mohammed, extremely strong player, a youngster from Iran. And here with the white pieces, David, what do you make of this position? I see a bishop pair for black, but just like that Fabi game, not in love with the pair bishop.
Yeah, black's dark squared bishop especially doesn't make too great an impression. Black looks like he's got everything covered now. So I think Hans will be happy-ish for now, but he has been burning a lot of time on the clock, Hans. He is a bit cramped, and if white can stabilize a knight on c4 potentially, if white can somehow corral that pawn on b4 for black, then great long-term chances. But this one I have a feeling might be kind of the advantage, at least, decided in the next few moves. If black can stem the tide, maybe play bishop b5, pin this knight, get the black knight round to d7, c5, then happy days. But if not, you're just suffering. No space at all.
Bishop b5 is, oops, sorry, I didn't even make, I meant to draw an arrow, but I'm making the move because that's how obvious it does seem to me. But bishop b5, that feels like the move to play. But maybe white follows it up with rook to b1, and this knight on c4 is defended, and now you can successfully take this pawn on b4 because the rook opens up once the b pawn takes back this bishop, which will take the knight. So, David, maybe that b4 pawn's overextended and white's for the taking.
Yeah, that's such a classy move, Robert. Rook b1, and I think it will be on his radar here, Sina Movahed. It's such a kind of natural move once you spot it, but yeah, it just shows that black's one move too slow, maybe. Just can't get that black knight round to c5, can't get the threats going, and now I start to worry for Hans. Under the 4-minute mark as well. Another potential surprise. We've been picking out these slightly lower rated players, the slightly less well-known names, but they're really holding their own in round one.
And Sina's classical rating is about 2450. He's one of the better bullet players on the website. His blitz rating on Chess.com is often above 2900. This is a name to watch. Really talented youngster. We know Alireza Firouzja, who's from Iran, plays for France. We know Parham Maghsoodloo, but there's a whole generation of youngsters from Iran. Amin Tabatabai, slightly older than Alireza, but still nearly 2700. But keep an eye out for Sina Movahed. Thank you, David. You pronounced it correctly. I realized that I was switching the H and the V, but it's Movahed. Sina. We'll keep an eye on him in this event.
Yeah, either way, a name to watch, not just in this event, but potentially in the future. And okay, action all over the place. Hands now down to 3 minutes. If you can't play bishop b5, you're lacking moves. I think he's not enjoying his position right now with black.
It looks difficult. He's just going to drop a pawn. His bishop on e7 is, we could barely call it a bishop. And so there are not obvious plans. As you said, the knight needs to get to c5. It's too slow. This pawn will drop on b4, and you won't successfully get your knight to that square. So we'll maybe keep an eye on this game. Should we hop around some more, or would you rather stay put? What's your preference?
Oh, it's your call. I feel that this one will maybe burst into life a bit later on. So maybe we, okay, bishop b5 on the board. Either we stick and see whether Sina here plays that classy rook b1 move, maybe the only way to kind of clinch the advantage, or whether he lets the moment slip. But either way, I'm happy to move on. There's so many games, so many big names. I mean, I'm looking at Nihal Sarin, I'm looking at Duda, I'm looking at Artemiev. It's just stacked, this field. And I think that's going to be the dilemma of the day. He's played rook c1, question mark, and now I think Hans does get his time for the knight to come round.
Yes, that looks like a missed opportunity because bishop takes b4, no longer available. Bishop takes knight, and the queen picks up this bishop on b4. If you take with the rook on c4, maybe actually that does hold on for now, but there could be rook c8 at the end, and the queen that's on c4 is dislodged away. That's actually a very unfortunate sequence for white, and good news for Hans. But I wanted to take our attention to Hikaru Nakamura's game. I'm sure we'll be watching a lot of Hikaru's chess. And as you mentioned, Yanchishev Duda, he did win his game over Ravi Kivlashvili. But Nakamura against Zakhartsov, look at this position. There is a pawn on b7. That pawn is either a great asset or a pawn that's about to be captured because rook a8, David, that's the move that I would want to play. But the queen can take because this knight protects the rook on e8.
Yeah, it's all just about hanging together for black, at least visually, but it does seem the evaluation bar is all the way in Hikaru's side, so there is a winning move. Okay, is this the one? Rook b1, white's back rank's so vulnerable, but maybe just no way to take advantage of that for Zakhartsov here. Rook a8, a killer threat, as you mentioned. I think he's found it, Hikaru.
Yeah, because it looks like d2 would win, but the knight, once it captures the pawn, can block a check on the first rank back to f1. So the knight on d2 covers the first rank, and that's why d2 doesn't save the day. And now rook 8 is completely winning threat. So Hikaru had to take a moment there to be ultra precise. And guess what? He finds the best moves. That's Hikaru Nakamura for you.
Yeah, these top players, they're so good, even under time pressure, at finding strong moves when there isn't too much choice. And here, this could be the killer. Rook b1, rook a8, the incoming threat. And yeah, black so close with counterplay, but the tricks just don't work. And Hikaru is going to get off to a great start in this event. Of course, we should mention he needs to qualify for Division 1. He didn't play in the previous event, so it's nice to see him in the play-ins.
I think it's nice for us and the fans, not nice for the other contestants. They're like, Hikaru, please stay away. Stop beating all of us. Give us a chance. And I just want to note that Vladimir Fedoseev did win his game against international master Rokota Maharo. And a name that you mentioned before the show began, Mamedyarov. Let's go to his game because you're not going to believe the matchup. It is Mamedyarov against Tomaszewski. What is this, like the 2012 Candidates tournament?
Literally, I mean, two grandmasters who've been over 2,700 in classical chess for as long as I've been playing, pretty much. And they meet in round 1. I think Tomaszewski maybe just not as active online as some of the other top players. But okay, what is this position? It looks like White's rook on c7, super active. White looking like he has the advantage. Black's knight on g3 gives some counterplay, but if you're accurate here, maybe you just try to kick it away. Maybe just king f2, and I think the counterplay will eventually subside, and White's rook will get greedy.
There's only a single check on e4, but the white king can keep running to the center, and that's that. It's funny because I see +3. My mind is like, there must be a tactic here. No, white is just winning because you're picking up the c6 pawn, and then the c5 pawn will become an unopposed passer down the line. So king f2, it's a step in the right direction. I think that for Mamedyarov, he should clean this up.
Yeah, it's maybe not the type of position we associate with Mamedyarov. We're used to that fire on the board. This is more technical, but he's done everything right, and it's at least straightforward, his plan. Again, reflected in the clock times. Tomaszewski not enjoying his position, down under 1 minute, and this looks hopeless now. Black is simply losing a pawn.
Yes, and once c6 falls, it might just become a new queen. The c5 pawn is that advanced. So it looks like a great start for Mamedyarov. We can trust him at the moment. I'm just seeing so many fun games. And even the Bobby game, which we left a long time ago, his game against Leon Luke Mendonca. Let's go back there, as this one appears to be completely winning for Mamedyarov at this point. How about this? This looks much messier to my eyes, even though the engine says white is winning. You don't see a clear knockout, at least not yet.
Yeah, this game has really come to life, and it's actually level material. So despite the evaluation bar, anything could still happen. And queen d4, aiming for some counterplay against f2, shut down, and the queen trade. Okay, White's bishop on d5 is very impressive. You've got to say knight f4, knight g6 was a threat, but black is plugging the holes here. Can Mendonca here just can he survive the next few moves? If he does, then he does have the a pawn as potential counterplay. Fabi needs to be quick, at least on the board. Time-wise, he's got oceans relatively to his opponent here. Knight f4, a nice move, I think, Robert.
I love that move. It looks bad because you're double isolating another set of pawns. Look at the c6 and c4 pawns, the f2 and f4 pawns, the h. All of White's pawns are in bad position, but you need to spring free your rooks that are doubled in this open line. So knight f4, good step 1. Is knight d3? Is that the clincher to take this bishop on e5?
That looks very strong to me, knight d3. I'm not sure whether that would have been on Black's radar here. Backward knight moves are often hard to spot, but okay, how can Black try and fight another day there? Knight d3, I'm wondering if there's some counterplay with f4. Don't really see it. Feels like Black is in big trouble. Yeah. Fabiano, he's going to play that one, surely.
Maybe it's your point, though, that even though it looks great for White, that the rook moves to b3, you take this bishop, we see some rooks come off the board. The outside pass pawn does give Black some potential to survive, and the eval bar, not super impressed, though White is still ahead. Look at the pawns. They're really bad for White, and so it's a clear advantage, but how do you actually win this game?
That's true. I mean, I wanted to play f4 here and say, okay, the black bishop is locked down on c8, and therefore the black rook can't come across to a8 to support its pass pawn. But it looks nice and pretty for White. But suddenly, what next? You're right, it's still lacking a breakthrough. Still going to take a long, long time, and some good technique from Fabiano here. He does play f4. He's basically imprisoned all of Black's pieces, but he still needs that killer blow, the breakthrough. It's going to take a while.
One question I have is rook d6 followed by bishop e6 an option? Normally when you're down a pawn in an endgame, you can't trade to a king and pawn in a game. But here, one pawn for Black stops two for White, and you have this outside pass pawn while White has these double pawns. So if rook d6 and bishop e6 are played, I think Fabi can just leave the bishop there. That's really the key. And the white king is just going to run up the board.
Yeah, I think he can and he will most likely just run with the white king, run it all the way over to a5 if you need to. And Black just struggling. If bishop e6 doesn't work, then you're really Yeah, you just don't have a plan here. There we go. You'll move on the board, Robert, and black might be forced back. Hang his head here. Bishop back to c8. Trading bishops, I don't think is going to help. White does have that extra pawn, of course, and king c5 is coming. It's going to end up in Zugzwang, surely, at some point. The white rook will have the freedom to move.
And we see the bishop did slide back to f7. And so this tension, black can't do anything about it. What you really need to do is somehow bring this rook to g8, but that's a long story. The rook doesn't get to move like that. And so this does seem like a one-sided game unless Bobby does something wrong, which at this point seems unlikely with his opponent down to 22 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it looks like perfect technique. A couple of plans here would be going after the a pawn. I was going to say maybe with the white king, but the rook also looks good. Rook a3, rook 6, a6. And if black goes back with his rook to d8 to try and get his rook active, then rook e6 check is always just going to be an immediate end to the game. So black, again, totally stuck.
And I think we might actually just see a couple more moves. Bishop to d1, rook e8, rook c8. Go after this pawn on c7. As soon as you get that pawn, the whole position collapses for black. So Fabi, looks like a pretty one-sided game, at least as soon as we tuned in. It's going to be a good start for him. Hikaru won, Duda won. We saw Mamedyarov with that great position, Fedoseev, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. David, there's too many players to name.
There's too many players, and I'm curious to go back to some of those games we maybe highlighted as potential upsets. Is Kramnik still going? There we see those bishops in the heart of white's position. Black's D and E pawns just running. Still the exchange down, but this looks like, as predicted, an upset.
And it was just an exchange. Now it's an exchange with 3 extra pawns for black. So things have gone wrong. So e3 allows bishop e6. I guess white won't easily be able to stop the pawn after rook takes f7. But there's maybe a drawing mechanism there, David, right? Like rook takes f7, rook f8, rook f7 back.
Whoa, I'm not sure. Yeah, there we see it is a blunder e2 there, and I don't think he's reckied with the continuous checks here. Black's king, is he banking on knight g8? But there are some tactics he's going to take now on rook e8. What is happening?
Wait, bishop e4.
Bishop
He's going to block. He wanted bishop g8 check to pick up a new queen, but bishop e4 closes down the line.
Oh, and black's going to queen and pick up a bunch of pawns. I think you have to try bishop takes d5 here and just bank on the fact that the white rook and bishop will fight against the queen, but white's pawns are gone. They're dropping. And you see Kramnik leaning back there. His body language shows he miscalculated. He had a draw miraculously, but letting it slip. And okay, that black h pawn is going to march. This looks like game over, Robert. No fortress here.
None whatsoever. And h3. You can even go h2, some more. That does allow the bishop to come up to g2. But David, I don't really see a way for black to go wrong because white is going to run out of defensive move.
Exactly. And especially with only 2-3 seconds on the clock for Kramnik, every turn he's fighting for survival. Eventually something will crack. The black king will come in at the right moment. Can white even hold now? I would just wait. King h6, white is stuck. And okay, he's going to find a way. It's been so impressive, this game, from start to finish, actually. Another name to watch for future.
Yeah, Raja Garg with what seems to be that's a nice finisher. Just making sure you get that next queen.
Beautiful. And there we see black does take the win. Some rookie moments there in the conversion stage, but in the end, a deserved point. Showing anyone can beat anyone.
I'm actually curious, David, because at this moment, it says it's equal, so I'm going to cheat. I'm going to look at what the engine tells us. Oh my goodness. You had to throw in the move f5, which threatens checkmate in 1, because now if you say take this pawn on f5, once this rook is free to get back to g1 to save the day, that is very difficult to spot in time trouble.
Yeah, Kramnik had only a few seconds left on his clock. We can forgive him for missing that one, but what a shock it would have been for Aradia if f5 had landed on the board. Don't even know what black plays here.
I think you have to play g5 potentially, and then we might get f6, queen, and then we make a draw by going rook g7, rook g8, back and forth.
Chess is beautiful. Chess is infuriating, and rapid chess especially. But in the end, black took this study-like draw available. But Kramnik, he'll be disappointed with the start of the event. Still yet to qualify for any Division 1 in the 2023 season.
Which is also disappointing for the many fans who want to see the legendary world champion make it to the top division. And I'm going to click on another game just because we did see that one conclude. Oop, here we go. We have two rooks and two pawns against a queen and three. David, is this as simple, as straightforward as the engine would make it appear?
Yeah, I don't really envy either side playing this because it could still go either way. We've seen big shocks in rapid chess, especially when we have this dynamic of queen versus rooks. I'm not even sure which side I would take, to be honest. It feels easier to play with the queen, but then again, if the rooks can gang up against any of the black pawns, if they can team up there, then I mean, for example, if the black a pawn drops, suddenly it's only white with winning chances. It feels like a draw with best play, but here we go, already to Batabai with some questions to answer. And you mentioned him earlier, Tabatabai. He's played in Division One this season. He's been so impressive. I think he's going to be grateful to get out of this game with a draw.
And at this moment, both players down to about 15, 20 seconds. And black is only threatening h4 while defending the a3 pawn, and white is attacking a3 and stopping h4. So it does feel like there is minimal routes to any sort of progress. Don't see a checkmating net. Don't see much of anything. So I do think they're just going to shuffle.
Yeah, feels like neither side can make progress, improve, and they will play around for a while, test each other's nerves on the clock. Often that's a good strategy in round one of any tournament, online especially, just to get in the zone. But eventually we will see the draw, and it looks like most games have concluded at this point. We will do a rundown of some of the most notable results. We see already some of the winners on the standings there. Giri winning, Vincent Keimer winning, Jörg Meyer. Wow, just so many grandmasters. I mean, it's literally a who's who of world chess at the moment, Robert.
We see so many great names, and I don't see the names Caruana and Nakamura and Mamedyarov. They all won their matches. It's just how strong the field is. And by the way, Vincent Keimer, he was in Kolkata playing in this Tata Steel Chess India event. Such a friendly guy. His schedule is super packed, and he was just saying that he hopes to get more of these online events in his very busy schedule. He is just on the road nonstop, it would appear.
Yeah, these young guys, I don't know how they do it. They have the energy, they're chessaholics, they love the game. And I mean, if you compare it to 20 to 30 years ago, the top players, they were playing so seldomly, so rarely, just 5, 6 tournaments a year. Now it feels like these youngsters, Vincent Keimer, like you mentioned earlier, Nihal Sari and Pragnananda, they're playing every week. Abdusatorov, during the last Champions Chess Tour event, he said he had 6 events back to back and only a couple of days in between. It's incredible stamina. And there was finally a draw in this game, as predicted, neither side able to land a blow.
Only 114 moves. That's it. They didn't really try too hard, did they?
Rookie numbers.
David, you have an extremely long game. What was your record? It's like 200 something moves?
236 is my record, Robert.
Goodness.
Over the board. I was proud of making the arbiters miss their dinner, but not popular with my opponent, not popular with those arbiters, unfortunately. But either way, sometimes you got to grind it out. You got to try and try until your opponent cracks. And round 2, we're off. No breaks.
No breaks, and that was against Hari Krishna, if my memory serves me well. You just had an endless game. You just refused to stop. But hey, you can't win a game you've already drawn. So I have to give you credit.
Exactly. Yeah, and I don't recommend it too much in online chess, playing the long games. You have to be a bit more direct sometimes. But here we start with Artemiev, who also loves a long game, against Igor Kovalenko, who recently he's been awarded a medal, I remember, in Ukraine. He's a great player in his own right. And again, another clash, Robert, between two kind of players known for their original styles, known for their creativity, and who've been in and around the top levels of chess for years.
Two absolute stars of the game. And for Kovalenko, that article I just saw was released where he was awarded a medal from Ukraine. And he's been through a lot, and he still is playing at a high level despite all that he's going through. It's incredible. And here we see that box formation in the center, pawns just staring at one another. Okay, the center is evaporating as soon as I call attention to it. But I think this position, early days, I do want to quickly pull our attention, David, to this game. And you're going to be like, what are you talking about? This one between Gusenov and Mamedov. They're longtime friends, teammates for the Azerbaijan national team. They didn't feel like playing very much.
No, and it's that opening. We mentioned it. We jinxed it. It was the Berlin. and a forced draw variation, of course. But we can forgive them this one. You never want to play a friend. It's always difficult, right, Robert? Playing someone you know, you like, you don't want to spoil their chances. And at this early stage, maybe a breather, a bit of rest will give them an advantage later.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are able to fight for the top spots. I'm calling your attention to this game between Anton Demchenko and Thomas Bjergsen because I received word that Bjergsen has wanted to play in the CCT play-ins every single time, but his Grandmaster title was only just confirmed. So now he doesn't have to slog through the qualifiers. He can play whenever he wants. Here he has the black pieces. He just was given a question mark for his last move, Bishop E6. To my eyes, that looked very normal. But David, maybe there's like a knight D5 that's going to hurt him.
Yeah, maybe a knight d5. Black's light squares, f5, d5 are a bit weak and a bit of a missed opportunity apparently for Demchenko there, but just such a crazy position. And I've got to say, I love Bjergsen's chess. It's just always wild, always chaotic. I remember him playing in Vaikanze in the B group this year, and I mean, he led to some of the most dramatic moments. His games, sacrifices all over the place. And with that style, you can go far in these big Swiss tournaments. So nice to see him playing aggressively as black as well, pushing the pawn to g4 at this early stage. There's going to be question marks. There's going to be mistakes according to the computer all over the place. But let's ignore that and enjoy the fact that it's going to be a rich, complicated game.
Although this one looks like a more obvious question mark. Before it was kind of like, okay, white's position was better for some reason. G4 is about to drop with check. So after bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5, there is queen takes g4. White is simply going up a pawn. But there is one big question mark for white. Where is your king going? You've pushed your rook pawns on both flanks. David, which direction would you scoot your king to?
I'm going to not commit and say he's going to stay in the center for a few more moves. It feels maybe slightly safer on the king side. You do have a knight for defense over there. So either f1 or you do castle. You just bite the bullet and do it and hope your opponent can't attack you. On the bright side here for Demchenko, who's actually an expert, we should mention, in this opening in the Italian. I think he's the go-to guy for me in terms of learning this opening with white. But yeah, I think he's going to be happy with the light square control and, of course, extra pawn in the bag. Can't hurt either. So yeah, I think we cursed him, Thomas Bjergsen here, but he is known for his sacrifices and he is resourceful. So we'll see how this one progresses.
I just saw that Ivan Saric has 2 points in the standings, and I was wondering how his game could have concluded so early. Normally we focus on live games. I'm going to click on this one because, David, you're going to be shocked. Look at this final position here. Whoa. It was a rook capturing a piece on e2 with check, of course. The knight went there because if the queen takes, the rook on c1 is hanging. So I don't know why there's a pawn on f7. I don't know why there's a king on d8, but I do know why white just resigned.
Yeah, white is just about to lose the rook on c1. He will be a piece down and counting. But yeah, this can only come from one opening, from one of my favorites, the Caro-Kann, where white pushes a pawn to e6 and black just allows that pawn to keep pushing. Either way, crazy game. And Sina, we were praising him in the previous round, but unfortunately just caught out by a really well-prepared opponent, Ivan Saric, known for his openings here. And e6, after a pawn sacrifice, was meant to throw a spanner in the works, meant to block up black's position, but just ignored by Ivan Saric, and really instructive stuff.
Yes, because in order to capture this pawn f7, the king, of course, cannot take back. Knight e5 check would be a devastating fork. Well, the king goes to d8, but now black has an active rook with a lift. The white king cannot castle through check. That's not legal, everybody watch. Chess.com won't let me do it. I'm trying to put my king there, but no, not allowed. And so, David, in the Caro-Kann, you can't just go all in on the attack because this happened. And unfortunately for Sina, he loses a piece and the game. So let's go to maybe some live boards, but a great win for Ivan Saric, who's such a strong player. He can make his way to the top group.
Yeah, for sure. He's won so many big titles, World Under-18 champion, European champion. He's been there, he's done it, and he's worked with the likes of Magnus Carlsen himself. So yeah, let's check out some of those games that are still ongoing. We will see some miniatures from time to time as the players get tired. These blunders like in this game will occur. But first, let's jump in. And Anish Giri against my countryman, Gawain Jones. And very symmetrical here, Robert. Another one of these Italians that I never understand. Who is better and why? Balanced, would you say? The clock times, though, Giri ahead.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The clock times lead me to believe that Anish must be in more of his preparation than Gawain is, because it's substantially 3 minutes. And I'm looking at this f5 square. Both sides have knights that are staring into the opponent's positions. And this bishop on a7 is staring at the king. This bishop on c2 is staring towards the black king. Yeah, chances for both, but I think white is just slightly ahead with a move like queen f3, hitting the knight, stopping a knight from coming to f4, and only then should white bring these knights forward into the position.
Yeah, I've mostly played these positions from the black side, and it's always frustrating when it's so symmetrical that white, having started the game first, just gets this one extra tempo. It always feels like you get hit just before you're in time to consolidate, before you're in time to equalize. And okay, now Giri has the tempting option to take this knight on d5, give black a long-term weakness of an isolated pawn on d5. And if he goes for it, the play will take a slower, more strategic nature. I like your idea of developing the white queen as well, but yeah, it feels like Giri in his comfort zone, and the tension will be released in the future. I'm cheering for Gawain in this tournament, though. It's been a tough time for him, and yeah, I'd love to see him go far. He's so good at speed chess. And there we go. Giri does take the knight, and an imbalance. Small advantage for white, maybe.
Yeah, but we don't want to talk about small advantages. So let's go to a different game. We, of course, give all love and respect to Gawain and for Anish, who just celebrated the birth of his third child. Big life change for him, too. So let's go to the game between Nihal Sarin and Pavel Smirnov, because, David, that one looks really spicy, as there's a black king on h7. That's what caught my eye. And a white queen on h5. Look at this. It seems like a pretty nasty attack against the black king.
Yeah, this is so scary for black. Look at all your pieces. The black queen on e8 stuck. The black knight on b4 looks nice and pretty, but can't get across to the defense of the black king. White's got the knight jumping to g4. Bishop was going to come to e4. Okay, knight f6, I was going to say, is the most natural move in the position. Why not bring a knight to the defense? But given a question mark, maybe just strategically, white is doing well here as well. You move the queen, and then you put a pawn on c5. That pawn on d6, the protected passed pawn, is going to live forever. And no matter what the material count is, black's going to have an uphill struggle to survive. I think Nihal Sarin, bit of an opening catastrophe here.
This looks hideous for Nihal. I mean, he just has no space for his pieces. There's one knight out, as you mentioned, not threatening anything. And after a simple queen slide back to h4, bishop takes h6. Suddenly is a threat. The g7 pawn overloaded, defending h6 and f6. And even if there were no tactics, David, your point is a great one. Let's slide our queen back, play c5. That is a protected passed pawn in enemy territory. This cannot be good for black.
Yeah, and I was going to say for the pawn sacrifice, white has great compensation. And then I did a quick count, and it's actually level material. So you're attacking for free. You have a pawn on d6 for free. You have the bishop pair for free here, and Nihal needs to be resourceful. We know he is. We know he's so good at rapid chess, but there we go. A pawn lands on c5. Black's going to have this eternal dilemma. How do you defend your king and guard against the d-pawn? I don't think white's going to trade queens, keep those queens on the board, and black is suffering.
I think a queen trade would be a huge mistake because white has so much more space. White has the safer king. Why would you liquidate? It doesn't make sense here. Black is not down any material. So a queen trade, I think, would be an error. But I'm looking at the clock. This is what's keeping Nihal in it. He's such a speed demon. Wow, he did trade queens. That's surprising to me.
Really counterintuitive, maybe showing a bit of nerves here. Sometimes in chess in general, the problem can arise when you actually have too many options. You have too many beautiful moves, too many temptations. And I guess he foresees the white knight landing on e5 or coming over to c4, and he's thinking he has a long-term advantage. But the moment you start taking nervy decisions, and we see it there with the evaluation bar, the momentum changes, and black could maybe someday exchange light square bishops, could take on c5, get a rook to b8, and okay, it's no longer one-way traffic.
If this rook gets to b8, we see a capture on c5 at the right moment, open file. That looks promising for black. And when you have more space, you typically want more pieces on the board. And of course, white has more space. Look at these pawns on d6 and c5. The rooks would be fighting with the black queen that was on d8 for the same territory. I think that was an error in judgment. And Nihal, even though his position remains tough, I like your bishop a6 move. I think that will give him a decent chance because white never wants to take on b6. You need to keep in touch with this pawn. And at the right moment, your plan with rook b8 and b takes c5 will give black much needed breathing room. I think that Nihal is going to survive this game.
Yeah, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief for sure, and he does have that extra time in the bank. So watch out for a turnaround in this one. Maybe a missed opportunity for Pavel Smirnov. And okay, Robert, so many juicy names. Let's jump maybe to Caruana. the top seed in this play-in, just to see how he's doing over there. Okay, ooh, far calmer position in this one.
Although the last move that was played, Queen B7, which to my eyes looked extremely natural, attacking a pawn, it earned a question mark. And okay, Fabi plays Queen. This is very smart stuff from Fabi. We think, at least as people in the audience, opposite colored bishops, it's going to be a draw. Not this position, David. Black would be much better.
Yeah, that's right. Black's rook, if the queen trade happens on black's terms here on b6, black's rook on a8 will suddenly spring to life. White has a weakness, a huge weakness on a2. If you look at the white rooks, they have no access to good squares. The b1 square is beautifully covered by black's bishop. That's kind of the MVP, the most valuable piece right now. And white is stuck, so you have to run away from the queen trade. And I'm wondering if this queen is struggling for squares. I'm not sure how black takes advantage of this. Do you keep kicking the queen away? Either way, black's queen can later penetrate to b2. Maybe this is the key. Once the white queen moves, queen b2 is coming.
Oof. Yeah, where is your queen going? Back to g4 to threaten nothing. He goes queen c7, but this is a free hand. Pop the queens, play rook d7, rook b7, and then this rook is going to have a field day down the b file because this bishop on d3, most valuable piece, as you said, David. I would hate to have this position for Shimanov, especially looking at the clocks.
Yeah, Shimanov, again, great player, really resourceful, known as a coach and a streamer. But yeah, he's unfortunately suffering in this position, and it's going to be a 2-result game. Fabiano has that luxury if the queens ever do come off with those opposite color bishops. Yeah, he's got the initiative, and I've seen him convert those positions so many times. I don't think he's going to let this one slip, the advantage.
There's not even a breakthrough for white because the bishop also covers the e4 square where all of black's pieces are staring, and black can do that thing where he plays on both sides of the board, g5 and king f7, king g6. It's just the endgame fun for Fabi. So while Fabi works to win this, why don't we check in on Hikaru against Chagayev? Because that one looks like a material imbalance, but unfortunately for Maxime, I'm not sure if he's keeping everything together right now. And we just tuned in, and that's a question mark. Black is well ahead. Is that checkmate? No, not yet.
Ooh, it's getting close there, Robert. I thought it was checkmate too, actually, for a moment there. But if the black pawn, for example, ever kicks away this knight on e3, there will be mating patterns. And first, of course, you have to deal with the threat against your bishop. White has decent material, kind of decent side of this material imbalance, but it's just about this king and about how well coordinated black's rooks are right now. I don't see a move. For example, if bishop f7, black just plays f4, and you cannot move your knight. It's just going to be checkmate.
That's a big problem. And also, you can use this d pawn, throw that one forward, and then go for rook d2, pawn d4. It also looks like a checkmate, not to mention it would win a piece even if it weren't checkmate. So, yeah, this looks pretty over. And I think for Hikaru, unless he makes an inaccuracy here, he should be able to take this second full point.
Yeah, I love your idea, actually, rook d2. It's just so straightforward, so brutal. If you can threaten checkmate in one, why not? And that will mark the end of the game. It's just a check, a threat, and checkmate incoming. And we see Nakamura on camera there talking to himself, talking himself through the position at least. And I think by process of elimination, he's going to find a win. There's too many tempting options here.
Both f4, as you mentioned, and rook d2 and d5 should be leading to victory for black, and it's just about picking the right one. Because sometimes players, they go a little bit slowly, but not Hikaru. He's fast, both in terms of winning the Bullet Chess Championship, but also how he processes the position. He doesn't want to slow down and lose the momentum and the advantage.
Yeah, Robert, I don't know about you. I was watching that Bullet Brawl, and he only lost, what was it, like 2 games out of 70, 80. It's just incredible, the level of consistency these top players have nowadays. Nakamura, he's going to be up there and thereabouts, even if he's not having a great day. And that's how good these top players are. They find a path. They find a way through their position, no matter what.
That is almost always the case. The problem sometimes is that their opponents are also top level. So one of them will have to budge. But let's budge away from here. Let's go to a new game. We saw Duda won the first game, but we didn't actually see what happened. Let's tune into his game right now against Vasif Bailey, because this looks like a fun position. King's castle on opposite sides, but the eval bar says only Jan Chistov is having a good time.
Yeah, opposite color bishops again, but this time with the added spice of queens, rooks, and opposite side castling. And it does look like the b2 square is where black is going to cash in later. As long as there are no checkmates against the black king, right now white's queen and bishop are kind of the wrong way around, then it's going to be a free hand, a free attack. And as with opposite color bishop positions, you have the domination of the color complex, and dark squares, I don't see a defense to ideas like rook b5. Looks killer.
So straightforward for black. You just put all of your pieces, aim them at b2, and let's not forget that f2 will be loose in some positions if you're not looking out for it. So maybe there's a way to hold with the timely b3 push, I say with no confidence whatsoever, because that opens up the entire length of this. Looks bad.
Yeah, it looks so bad, but just instructive in terms of what to do when opposite side castling. It feels like he's traded off all the right pieces here, Duda, and having this free hand to attack. He's going to time it well. I'm not sure whether you start with queen b6, start with rook b5. There we go. He does bring his queen in. Maybe eyeing f2, like you said. Yeah, I think this is just going to collapse at some point in the near future for white. I just don't see how long-term you're going to survive. You can defend move by move, hope your opponent doesn't break through, but okay, rook f3. He's got ideas of sacrificing. So rook b8 here I think would be a huge kind of strategic error because of rook takes f6, maybe a concrete blunder as well, getting rid of that bishop. But okay, it is desperate, and black, of course, won't move the rook away from the defense of that bishop.
I must admit, though, I love the move rook f3 because it does freeze black for the time being. And rook b5, you can play rook d2 because this bishop... Oh, wait, can you play rook d2? Because, yeah, you can't take with the bishop. That's the whole point. Then after rook... I'm just going to show that. Quick analysis here. Then after rook b5, rook d2, it looks like rook takes b2 check should be finishing touch. But after queen takes, bishop takes b2, runs right into a back rank checkmate because the bishop on g6 takes away the last square. So you need to be careful here if you're Duda.
Yeah, amazing defense there, Durabaili. He finds rook d2 instantly, and visually that is challenging, Robert. I mean, it would take me a long time, even in classical game, to convince myself I wasn't losing my queen, I wasn't getting checkmated here. But yeah, using the kind of trickery with these pins, the back rank checkmates, it's holding for now. And Duda needs maybe a bit of finesse. He needs something a bit clever to launch that next wave of attack. Not obvious. Rook f3, I agree. Just beautiful kind of counter threat idea there. Still all to play for.
And c3 also doesn't work because queen takes c3. You still can't take with your bishop. The f8 rook is loose. And as you point out, rook b8. Well, if my bishop is pinned, let's move out the way. Rook takes f6 happens, and then your king is wide open for a counter strike. All of a sudden, I'm a bit worried about Duda's chances, and I'm looking at the clock. It's about to be even on time with both players sinking to a minute.
Turnaround. Big potential for a turnaround, especially if black gets hasty here. I'm not sure how to press the advantage. Maybe you have to take kind of a really slow approach, but that's not in Duda's style, and down to 1 minute. I think he's getting frustrated himself. I would be if I had such a beautiful position, but no immediate way to cash in. Let's see his next move. He's got to move soon. He's been tanking now. He's spent over half his time on this one move.
And he goes queen b8, and the eval bar does not like it. And I guess the question is, does it carry a threat? I believe it does, as this queen protects the rook. So what can white do here to deal with the fact that the rook is now defended?
Oh, you've got to say clever move from Duda. Not obvious to retreat there. The white queen, if she moves to defend b2 with the white rook, then c3 comes. Again, that's a secondary threat. You need some tricks. You need more tactics. And okay, 29 seconds on the clock. It is harder to defend than attack.
Much harder too. And I'm just trying to figure out if those rook takes f6. So he just couldn't deal with the threat on the b2 pawn. The engine says that black is better, but with this bishop on g6, you always have chances to survive because the king is stuck on h8.
Yeah, you cement that bishop there and hope that long term you can play for ideas like rook e2, rook e8. You hope that somehow black has to tie himself up on the back rank. And the c4 pawn is a bit weak as well. So in practical terms, not as hopeless as the evaluation bar would say. But yeah, a bit of panic there, I think, from Durabaili. Maybe there was something more, but defending with no time on your clock. Almost impossible. Queen c7 from Duda. He's aiming to meet rook e2 with a simple rook to f8. And yeah, black's material advantage long-term should count. Still a way to go.
What black really wants to do is bring a rook to the e-file, which is easier said than done because of this annoying bishop on g6, stopping the king from evacuating the last rank and not allowing black to take that open file. So rook e2 at any moment is available, but he blunders with queen d4.
Just c3 now.
That's my move, and it's the move that just happened in the game. C3 played and rook takes b2 check. The white king is too exposed.
Yeah. With a set of rooks off the board, this is just checkmate. And we do see resignation from Durabali. So Duda moves to 2 out of 2 and joins that pack of leaders we see there in the standings right now. Some big names, of course. Vashila Graf winning his game. Jeffrey Zhong. Ivan Saric, of course, we saw that earlier. And plenty of action still to come as we move towards the end of round 2, Robert.
Yeah, so we have 2 rounds in the books. Everything to play for all of these players. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be the 3rd round of 9 in the Swiss portion of this AI Cup plan. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The 3rd and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on Chess.com.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the play-in for the AI Cup, the sixth leg of the Champions Chess Tour. I'm Grandmaster David Howell and I'm joined by Grandmaster Extraordinaire and commentator Robert Hess. And Robert, we're about to start round 3. It's been non-stop already.
It doesn't stop, and there are some familiar names at the top of the leaderboard for now, but you never know what will happen later in the event. David, we already saw FIDE Master Araja Garg beat Vladimir Kramnik in the first matchup. I saw that Sina Movahed beat Hans Niemann in that first game we looked at. So upsets abound. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. We've had some top players win games. We've had some surprises as well. And let's jump into the action of round 3, which has just kicked off. I think we're just about to start right now. And I'm excited. We're going to start seeing some big names clash. Some of those favorites already meeting, especially those on 100%, on 2 out of 2. And here we see a game between Duda and Anish Giri. And I think the clocks will just be pressed. We will see action any moment.
I think the clocks have been pressed, and Duda just isn't at his board. That sometimes happens when you take a quick break after finishing your game. Because I see if we switch the game, we have Fabiano Caruana against Jeffrey Zhang. So maybe it's Jan Chistov. We need to sit back down as the games did just get underway.
Yeah, we do have action, and for Duda fans, you have to hope that he gets back to the board within the next few minutes. You don't want to handicap yourself too much by giving your opponent a time advantage. This clash, however, between Fabiano and Jeffrey looks very balanced. I think it must have come from a Petrov defense, and rock solid stuff by both players, not taking too many risks in the early stages.
And this is going to be a matchup in the U.S. Championship. They just played in that St. Louis Showdown, the Champion Showdown, and they're very familiar with one another. Jeffrey, he's quite a solid player. I think he has a reputation of being tactical, but his opening repertoire is very solid. And David, there's only one single open file, and both players are competing for it down the E-line. I don't like positions like this. They're too equal to me, and yet top players somehow win them with either color.
Yeah, I agree. I detest these types of positions, but I seem to get them all the time. I simply don't have other openings as black other than those like the Berlin. And this position, very dry, of course, but maybe a small symbolic advantage for white due to the fact that you have superior coordination. I like the white queen on d3, queen b5 ideas in the air, black's knight on c6, slightly misplaced. But yeah, it all adds up to something very small. But it shouldn't be sufficient. And Jeffrey, if he's accurate here, should be able to kind of end any pressure and stabilize. So yeah, I think it makes sense. You talked about strategy earlier, just to kind of play with kind of the handbrake on, not to take too many risks. A couple of draws here and there don't matter, but Fabiano will get ambitious if he sets us a chance.
If he gets any small break in the position, he definitely will go for it. He's a fighting player. He does not like short draws. And while these players are thinking, why don't we head on over to the game between Nihal Sarin and Ray Robson? Because, David, Nihal won that game where he had that terrible position. His opponent had a pass pawn on d6. It looks like Nihal, he's found his way to a perfect 2 out of 2.
Yeah, magic. That's a miracle there from Nihal Sarin, but that's what the top players do. They find a way. And often that's just the momentum kind of game changer that you need. You might start slow, but you get a bit of luck and it really motivates you, gives you confidence. And this game, I'm wondering what the white pawn is doing on a4. It looks very, very kind of standard, very balanced. Other than that, black having the bishop pair, but a slightly compromised pawn structure. White's taken with a bishop on c6. And okay, trying to get rid of that bishop pair now, Nihal. This is more of a grindy, slower approach, which makes sense against an opening expert like Ray Robson. But either way, it looks very level, the position to me, Rob.
I've always found it amusing that Ray Robson, for sure, is an opening theoretician. He knows so many different lines. I remember growing up when we'd play in the same events, he'd be reading everything he could get his hands on. And yet he spends so much time. Like, sometimes you have to be like, Ray, you know what you're doing. Just play the move more quickly. And then you look at Alexander Grishuk, who's a 3-time World Blitz champion, who just won the Tata Steel Chess India Blitz event. And you're like, okay, if Sasha does it, and he's won the World Blitz so many times, we'll let Ray do it too.
Yeah, and I've had criticism for doing the exact same thing, Robert. So I'm not going to argue with Ray's use of the clock here. Of course, a couple of minutes down, but still early days in this one. Knight e2, a typical regrouping maneuver here. The knight's coming around to g3, where it'll sit nice and pretty for a long time, protecting the white king, potentially jumping forward later. And yeah, it might come down to who strikes first in the center. It looks like Ray pretty much ready to play the move d5, and then we'll see who can kind of put their piece on better squares, who can kind of wait for that release of the tension a bit later. But I think both sides have reason to be happy. Nihal on the clock, more than the board potentially, but yeah, Ray, there we go, d5. He will speed up, and we've seen it in puzzle battles and all sorts. He is a speed demon himself.
An absolute monster, no matter the time control. Nihal Sarin, one of the quickest players on the planet. He's such a beast at bullet chess. He did lose to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the Speed Chess Championship. He was eliminated before the semifinals for the first time in a few years. But Nihal, we know what he's capable of. But I have to say, I want to go back to our Super Gym clash between Duda and Giri. We have this in the third round. This is typically in a round robin. Sure, you see that early. But in a Swiss event, this is saved for the final rounds of the event. Not here, not in the Champions Chess Tour when everybody is a powerhouse. David, I see Anish's clock. I don't think Jan Chistov helped himself by not being there for the first move for a minute and a half. But what do you think of this position and who has got the better chances?
Yeah, I mean, I'm such a big fan of Anish Giri's openings in general, and I know that this is what he recommends on his chessable course. And yeah, this kind of developed from a Najdorf Sicilian. Anish is an expert in this, and the fact that Duda's a few minutes down, the fact it is so sharp, means that I think Anish has a lot of reason to be happy. But of course, you can never relax as black in a Sicilian. You might just get swept off the board. And knight to b3, a retreating move. Both sides still have to answer where they want to put their king. White is likely to castle queenside, where he probably will get attacked. But okay, Giri answers that question for himself. He plays g6, aiming to fianchetto his bishop. And yeah, this kind of mix and match between the dragon and the Najdorf. I'm not a huge expert, but I just know it's risky for both sides.
To my eyes, it looks worse for white. This is rook on g1. It's clear why it went there to play g4, but black hasn't castled, so g4 is not going to be a threat. And I think that black can make moves like knight e5, rook c8. He starts with rook c8, knight e5 next, pawn to b4 at the right moment. You don't want to put that too soon because there could be a knight a4 to pick off this pawn on b4. But the point is I see a bunch of ideas for black, at least in this current setup. And for white, I'm not entirely sure, besides individual moves like king to b1. I don't know if my rook belongs on e1 or should stay here to push g4. David, I just feel like the flow is easier from Anish's perspective.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the flow, you're right. The clock situation, I think, is actually going to be very, very important in this game. Certain positions you can get away with spotting your opponent in a few minutes, but here, I really doubt that. And Anish just looks really calm, really confident. Bishop back to e3. Not a great sign when you start retreating. Black's queen will happily slide back to c7. And yeah, I'll still say it's in the balance, but definitely one that's going to explode sooner or later. And if Anish has extra time, that might make him the favorite.
I really like this position for black. The king on e8. I'm happy that it's in the center. Normally, I like my king safely castled, but it's much safer on e8 rather than on g8, where we met by g4. The knight e5 feels completely natural. Maybe sink your knight into c4. I would take black with the time lead, but you're playing Jan Chistov Duda. You know that it's going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, and Duda's already been a bit clever by luring the black queen onto c7. He's ruled out any typical Sicilian sacrifices with rook takes c3. But you'll move knight e5 on the board. And yeah, it's one of those positions. White's lost a bit of momentum. You need to somehow keep pedaling. You need to create some threats. 4 minutes and counting. I think Duda, just psychologically, not enjoying this game too much. f4 looks very, very tempting, but tactical drawbacks, I believe, knight c4. And after bishop takes c4, bc4, and e4 pawns hanging. Oh, f3, not a typical Sicilian move that you want to play. Just really slow.
It's all feeling slow. You can't even play g4 next because knight can take on f3. So every single opportunity for black, as for white, pardon me, takes some time. Whereas black can strike, maybe even now with the move d5. I am worried about putting a loose piece on d5 with all of the stuff in between. But c2 would be... Let's bring up an analysis board and just show that quickly, because I do think that this kind of variation is important. That if we see some swaps on d5, it does look like a loose bishop on d5, but David, I think bishop takes b5 check would completely backfire.
Yeah, and let's just follow through this line. Again, it's just takes. It's all very direct and concrete, and suddenly at the very end here, it looks like white's about to get checkmated, but black maybe just takes a timeout to get his king to safety first before queen takes b5 check lands, and suddenly it's just one-way traffic. Black's king safe as houses. And too many threats against b2 against this white king. I think in practical terms, you don't survive this with white.
And there I probably was something a little more accurate because I saw there was an advantage for black. Maybe there's some kind of knight takes f3 first with queen takes c2, queen b2 to follow. But that gets a bit messier, I think, because the traffic is not so one way with the king on f8. But the point is still that black does have a clear attack against the white king. And as we see in the game, we have a few moves here. Bishop a8. Wow, that's a surprising choice. He's putting his pieces back to the last rank. David, what is this?
Is he hustling on the clock? He's just playing random moves and trying to surprise Duda here. Was he setting up for the next game, Manish? Either way, he's lost a few tempi. But then again, white's pieces make an odd impression as well. Knight a5 given a question mark. And when the black queen moves, white still has to take a few turns to take out a bit of time now to re-centralize his pieces. I agree. I think this has turned for the better for Duda. But Giri still with a very healthy position. Maybe it's time to... Sorry, go on.
No, it's such a weird set of moves here, right? Bishop back here, queen b8, queen b7, queen d7. I don't really fully understand what we've seen, except that white is better coordinated. So clear plus for Duda these last couple moves.
Yeah, heavyweight clash, and it went black's way in the opening. It's going back white's way now. And weird and wonderful chess. We love it.
Okay, so while this one promises to develop further, it's still pretty early stages here. Why don't we go to Oparin versus Fedoseev? Because those are two big names in the online chess sphere, both players nearly 2,700. And as I pull up this game here, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing because there's a king on a1, there's a king on g8, opposite sides castle. We always love that.
Yeah, we've seen a few games in a row now. We saw that game with Durabayli's king getting pretty much checkmated on the queen side. Then we saw the Duda game with opposite side castling. And again, it shows that in these early rounds, players are going for each other. No peace treaties wanted here. And c4, opening up black's queen. Are there some tactics? Whose king is safer here? White's knight on f5 is beautiful, but still some questions to answer. And this time it's Oparin who's lower on the clock. Do you just take that pawn, Robert? What is black's reply to take dc4?
Yeah, I think black can actually take back, not because of checkmate, but because his knight on f3 is loose over here, and we are probably going to see Fedoseev scoop this pawn back, and after queen takes queen a3, hits that knight on f3, which is loose on the king side. But bishop takes c4, drops b5 next. I feel like suddenly I would much prefer black's position. Am I missing some counter chances for white as Oparin plays rook to d1?
I just feel it's really complicated right now. That was a nice geometric kind of motif. Queen takes a3, picking up the undefended, the loose piece on f3. But suddenly black has loose pieces as well. This knight on d7. Okay, it jumps towards the king side. I was going to say it would love to jump on c5, but you block the black queen, and loads of stuff is hanging in the air here. It's hanging by a thread for both sides. And I think stakes are higher for white. You, of course, do risk getting checkmated with such a loose king. But for black too, suddenly if white coordinates well, rook b4 looks really nice. Then suddenly black's getting kicked back.
That move deserves an exclamation point. I really like this. It stops the queen's contact with a3. It protects this pawn on e4, which the knight was trying to capture. So I think that this move is excellent. And yeah, I think that suddenly I'm appreciating white's position more and more. If you slide back with your bishop to e6, the e5 pawn was loose, which is why he's going for this continuation. And the eval bar in black's favor, because rook d2 somehow was a mistake, keeping your rook on the open line. David, what could possibly be the problem with this?
I mean, it looks so natural to me. Your rook was hit and... Oh, what a move. C5.
How does that only get one exclamation point?
That is a bot from the blue, Robert. Like, the awareness, the alertness to play a move like that, allowing en passant when your bishop is attacked, counter-threatening the white rook on b4. And it's all because of this. If en passant, black just takes back. And the white queen struggling to defend everything.
Wow, I wasn't even looking in that direction. I was like trying to see if bishop takes knight on f3, what's happening here. But Fedoseev, he knows when to take his chances. This rook, if you take on a4, well, good luck keeping your king defended with b5 falling. I honestly, David, wasn't even looking at the c-pawn, and he just pushes it and says, in your face.
Exactly. I don't think this would be on the radar of many players in classical chess, let alone in rapid chess when the stakes are high. And c5, such a critical game for Fedoseev, such a critical event. Beautiful, beautiful move. And Oparin, I think he was just shocked, and he's blundered, should I say? This just looks ugly. Look at that white rook on a4. It's going to be trapped surely. And queen a5 is his idea. But this one looks so shaky. Does black just defend his rook on b6? With the other rook, black has so many options. Knight d7, potentially. You can just take on a4 if you want to keep things simple.
Yeah, I think bishop takes a4, queen b6, knight takes e4. That looks like a very healthy free pawn in the center. So maybe that's the safest option. But I think Fedoseyam just completely caught Oparin off guard. And as you said, it was a bolt out of the blue. It earned that blue exclamation point, and that's a really nice find from Fedoseyam. He's well on his way to 3 out of 3.
Yeah, he's so good at surprising the opponent, and in rapid chess, that's just a huge plus. Your opponent often has to burn a bit of time, or they maybe don't have that time to recover and go astray immediately, and that's what Oparin has done. Bishop takes a4, we're expecting the e4 pawn drops, and white's position starts to crack, starts to creak. And it looks like, yeah, as you say, Robert Fedoseev is the favorite now to take this game.
And you got to watch out for Vladimir, such a strong player now competing for Slovenia. But this player, I mean, he's the Pro Chess League MVP. He's done so well in the online circuit, and he was 27-30 plus in his peak in classical chess. So why don't we go over to maybe another game if one catches your eye, but this is turning for Fedoseyam for sure.
Yeah, maybe we check in on some of those bigger names. We mentioned Fabiano earlier. Maybe we can see how he's doing there. Is it still as symmetrical, still as dry as we saw after the opening? And no, this game's really exploded. And rooks are dropping all over the place. Oh, okay, it's taking a karma turn yet again. It's going to head into a rook endgame. And maybe it's...
We tuned in, and there were all these pieces hanging, and then suddenly all the pieces are gone. They do not want the fans to enjoy a tactical melee.
Commentators curse. We've seen it before. Anytime we call for an exciting game, the players find a way to simplify. And it would take white here just because of the protected past e-pawn, but should not be enough. This one should be a draw with best play. And Jeffrey, he's a great defender, as you know, as we've said earlier. So, okay, Fabiano, looks like you'll try and grind this one out for a long time. But maybe more exciting games, or we're going to jinx those ones as well.
I'll just quickly note that, as you said, the protected pass pawn in the center, the fact that white has more access to pawn breaks does seem to give him a slight lead. And the lead on the clock, that's really important in an endgame of this nature. But let's go to a more tactical game. I'm looking at the one between Nihal Sarin and Ray Robson. That one looks like a lot of fun, where both kings have castled kingside. But look at the last decision. We see a pawn capture on g5. That rook is terrible. So Ray Robson down under a minute, but his position is looking quite nice.
Yeah, his position looks really nice purely because of this white rook stuck on g3, and purely because actually he can play on both sides of the board. Some pressure already on the queen side, but watch out for a black rook landing on the h-file later. There's kind of the contours of a potential checkmating attack. Black's knight clearly superior to its counterpart. All of these small things adding up. That being said, we've seen it before. Nihal Sarin, extremely resourceful. And with 2 extra minutes on his clock, maybe he's planning something, plotting something here. Can he stir the pot and create some chaos, Robert?
I'm trying to think. Can I play rook takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight takes g5 check? And I'm getting into a bit of desperation mode, which the engine says I shouldn't. But I would hate to have this position from the white side. I don't feel like my pieces can move very easily. There's already a threat to take on b3, trade queens, and knight e2 check in the position. So I'm struggling, truly struggling to find a good plan for white. He takes on c4, but David, there's so many issues here.
Yeah, knight e2 is a killer threat right now, and it's not even that easy to defend against it. I think he wanted time to play knight d2 and to bring his white knight to e4, but just too slow. Knight e2 is a killer threat for black. You have to play queen e3, have to defend, but a pawn drops c2, then f5, and unless you have a sacrifice now, unless you can break through to the black king, it's just going to be a cleaning up job for Ray, and 1 minute for him is an ocean of time. So it's like a huge favorite. Queen takes f5 next.
He's well on his way to victory now. He's also threatening to go rook to b1, trade rooks here, bring rook to d1, go right for the checkmate. This rook on g3, it's very polite to it to call it a rook. It is just staring into a black pawn that's defended. It can't move to h3 because of this knight. The knight is outclassing the rook, and that's why point values, I think, can be over discussed. We put too much emphasis on point values in chess because this knight is worth more points than this rook on g3.
For sure. This Black Knight is just an octopus right now, just dominating everything. And yeah, unless Nihal pulls out another miracle after his previous save in round two, I think Ray's going to move on. And huge result. Winning with Black in this type of event is priceless. And King H2, okay, sneaky stuff. Rook H1 incoming. Any counterattack against the Black King? Or was this just a pipe dream?
It's a pipe dream. So I think that Ray is in mop-up duty at this stage, up a couple pawns with the better king and the better placed pieces. But I want to go back to Giri and Duda because that game is down to the wire, and Anisha's king is wide open over here. The king on G8, it's in a mating net if you can get Rook H1 to work, but for now, Black is cutting that off.
Yeah, you just need any rook to the H file and Black is mated. It's game over, but okay, how to achieve that rook d7 played? Does Black try and... Oh, you can't even trade queens here. Rook takes f7 is a killer threat. This looks over, Robert. I can't see any defense. You're either going to go into a hopeless endgame or you're going to get checkmated.
Anish went too slowly, both on the clock and the way he played with that bishop a8, queen b8, queen b7. He spent a lot of time there, and look at his desperation. I don't think you're getting enough checks here. What does he want? If king to b2, queen check, king to a1, I see no more checks, and the rook is defended by the queen.
Yeah, and king d2 is more than sufficient as well. Queen g2 is met by a simple block. And queen c4, okay, he's defending f7 at least. He's hinting at some checks, but that clock situation we mentioned earlier with Duda being 4 or 5 minutes down, now suddenly he's up on time with a winning position. He finally gets a rook to the h file. Black only has one check, and therefore Giri resigns. What a win.
Wow, so Duda, he flipped that one when he was spending a minute, 30 seconds on the first move. It pays off. Who knew that he could waste all that time and still get a decisive game like this? So a great win for Duda. By the way, Sam Sevin beat Maxim Matlikov. And Sevin continues his perfect run in today's action. Should we go to Hikaru versus Georg Meyer? Because I'm looking at this position, and I see the makings of a Georg Meyer masterpiece from the black side. He's so gifted in the endgame.
Yeah, he's so good at strategic positions. He's so good at positional play, at deciding which pieces to take off, at choosing what pawn structure to go for. And Robert, just as we jump in, Jogmeier, he is down to 10 seconds, so it's not going to be easy. But look at the Black Queen, the Black Knight. They're so far superior to White's pieces. And I'm wondering how White defends this long term. It looks so shaky with your king stuck in the middle. It feels like you're going to have to find only moves to defend. And Hikaru, with a bit of extra time, he's shaking his head now slightly. He's going to be feeling uncomfortable. Black's threatening queen a2 already. How to defend?
This looks very difficult because that queen slides over to h2. The white king's in huge trouble. It's in a mating net, in fact. So queen a2 played. Watch out. This is mate in 2, or the queen would have to sacrifice. So he tries to swap queens. But David, it doesn't stop here. e3 is loose. b4 is loose. But how do you deliver the knockout?
I just want to play queen c2 for aesthetic reasons, Robert, but I don't know if it was actually a good move, just with a knight fork there on e3, but maybe White would have just defended the queen. And knight d6, he's bringing the knight around, and he's ignoring counterplay against the Black King. Is this wise? Is Nakamura going to get a look in now with some queen f3 ideas? He plays it, but Black's going to give a check.
Where's this king going? So he can repeat a couple times, and then he goes f6. Just the knight is so good on e4.
Black Knight is beautiful, and he's just going to mop up. Maybe queen takes b4, take a pawn. I don't see any downside. Everything's covered. And the black b pawn is going to slowly walk down the board. Nakamura's got a gamble now. But a few checks from Jogmeier. How to finish this game off?
All I'm seeing is checks, and that's from the white king is safe. There's no mate. And I think black can even take this pawn on g5 with the pawn. I think that's much better. That queen is locked out on f3.
Yeah, really good practical decision there from Jogmeier, not to allow any checks, any counterplay, no calculation needed. And now he's coming around. I'm slightly surprised there that he didn't start pushing his b-pawn. But Nakamura, he has a dilemma. Okay, g6 played, and like you said, the white queen locked out. No checks, no counterplay, and the b-pawn will paralyze this white knight.
And queen g4 check. That should be able to seal the deal for black. Maybe with e6 hanging, or it doesn't matter. The knight can't get back to stop the b-pawn. Just like king g8 here.
Yeah, and okay, he allows the white knight back. A bit surprising. King g8 would have ended the game on the spot. Nakamura getting gifted a small opportunity, but it shouldn't be enough. Black's knight coming around to c4, king into e4. Knight endgames are so tricky, but this one straightforward, and Nakamura resigns. What a result for Jörg Maier there.
When I saw the starting position, David, I said it was a Maier masterpiece. I know how gifted he is in the end game. He's beaten me pretty much every time we've played on Chess.com. It's just a nightmare to face him. And Jörg Maier goes to perfect 3 out of 3. And for Hikaru Nakamura fans, we know there's so many of them. There is time for him to recover. The 9-round Swiss, we're only 3 rounds in.
Yeah, still plenty of time to go on a winning streak, to rack up a few wins, and of course it will come down to those knockouts, that match play a bit later on where Nakamura will be kind of bringing his A game. So bit of a setback, another surprise, but these things happen. And okay, here we jump in. It's Zakartsov against Alireza, one of our fan favorites, as we mentioned earlier. And Black has this pawn on h2. Surely this is winning. 3 pawns to the good, sorry.
Yeah, for a millisecond there, Black actually hung this pawn, and White missed it. So Zakartsov had one quick chance because of Iturizaga's time trouble. Now it's clear that with this protected king to g1, pawn h1 equals new queen. That should be a wrap.
Rook g2, beautiful touch. He's going to promote, he's going to win material, and White hangs the rook, but there we go. Iturizada takes the win and climbs up those standings.
Okay, 2 out of 3 for Eduardo. It means he's back in the running. There are so many players at the score, but if we look at the standings right now, David, we see 9 players with a perfect 3 out of 3. So it's a lot of recognizable names: Duda, Andreikin, Savian, Robson, Fedoseev, etc. But then we have Rudik Makarian at 3 out of 3, Sergei Movsesian, who we know very well, but the newer fans, they might not know that name.
Yeah, that's right. Sergei Movsesian, he's been over 2,700, actually mid to high 2,700s in his classical playing career. Very experienced player, a Olympiad winner with with Armenia, and great result for him so far. He's notoriously good at speed chess, as we see round 4 kickoff. And you mentioned the other name, Makarian there. I'm surprised he's only an IM. I've thought of him as a GM strength now for quite a while. A young player, of course, and showing he can mix it with the top guys.
And I'm pretty sure his FIDE rating is something like 2550, so perhaps it's just a matter of confirming the title. But he's really, really strong, plays in all the Title Tuesdays. He's a name that is well known in the chess community. And we see Jörg Maier doing Jörg Maier things, trading queens, trying to get to a slightly better endgame where Duda will have to play accurate chess to survive.
Yeah, Maier known for this brand of chess, taking all the risk out, often taking the sting out of his opponent's play and hoping to grind them down a bit later on, as he did against Nakamura in the previous round. And now he's just pausing with White, choosing which variation to go for. He drops back this knight to d2, the other knight coming to d2, another main move. And if Duda's well prepared, there are ways for Black to neutralize White's small initiative in this Catalan, with the bishop on g2 being so strong. But it's definitely not a lot of fun for Black. And great opening choice for Maier, I feel, in this kind of tournament situation. 3 out of 3 already. And why risk anything with White? Why not go into a nice, pleasant endgame?
Maier is one of my least favorite opponents, and that's a huge compliment to him. I just can't handle how he just goes into these level endgames. You see the eval bar saying no problems at all for Black, and he wins them at such a high clip. So for Jörg Maier, he's right where he needs to be, 3 out of 3 with this kind of endgame against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And I think stylistically it's a great choice because Duda, he loves active chess. He loves those positions where it's double-edged, everyone has a shot. But this takes away winning chances from Black, and the best piece on the board is this light square bishop for White on g2.
Yeah, he wants those wild open Sicilians like we saw against Giri in the previous round, Duda. But this one, less to his taste for sure. And you're right, Robert. I remember playing Jörg Maier when I was in my teens in the early days of internet chess, and he was just adopting me left, right, and center, just crushing me with his French defense, outplaying me in all these endgames. And it's nice to see him doing well here. As well, but early days, still a theoretical position, knight a3, the last move, still well-known stuff. Shall we jump over to see another game?
Yeah, why don't we go to Makarian's game, because as you said, it's just surprising he's not a GM, and I think many would be surprised that a non-GM is at a perfect 3 out of 3, but look him up, his FIDE rating is quite high, and if we look at this position, Sam Sevian is saying, I'm 3 out of 3, I want to keep that perfect score going. let's go. Let's go on the king side over here. And the big point that everyone should take from this position is that the d5 square is simply essential. That white is willing to throw away a pawn to open the g file and give this knight this outpost on d5. It's a big moment right now for black.
Yeah, you simply cannot get greedy and take on g4 unless you're well prepared, unless you know exactly how to defend there, because the white knight landing on d5 already looks like it's going to bring with it a huge initiative. I'm not sure what else to go for. It feels like this is a theoretical position, but okay, eventually he does go for it, Makarian, after investing quite a bit of time. And knight to d5, surely? No, first f5, and rook to g1 is coming. This is a long-term initiative. Exclamation mark there. The speed with which he's playing, Robert, surely Sam Sevian is in preparation still.
I feel like he knows everything sometimes. Playing Sam Sevian in this day and age, playing Abusattarov, they have all these opening tricks. And if we just go back, let's bring up an analysis board because the engine was pretty heavily in black's favor. And I think right here, bishop takes g4 is a mistake because e takes f4, throwing that in first is the accurate play. This bishop on e3 is under attack. So if you take the bishop on c8, black takes an e3 with a tempo shot against the queen, and that way the bishop is lost on c8 after. Black is up a healthy pawn, and the king is not in any real danger on g8. So the move bishop takes g4, the kind of obvious recapture, it was an error. It was a miss there. And f5, this looks really dangerous, David. I think in a rapid game, white wins a position like this a really large percentage of the time.
Yeah, I would hate to be on the black side here. It feels like, yes, you've won a pawn, but you've got a lot of suffering for that. And not just are you about to get attacked down the g-file, not just is a white knight landing on d5, but your bishop might just get trapped. And okay, a pause here from Sam Sevian. I'm expecting queen takes bishop as well. Could he really be considering king takes f2 here, marching his king to g3 to try and trap this bishop? Strange to pause now, but yeah, it looks like a very big initiative for white.
The king can trap the bishop. So he actually took with the queen and queen c5. But if this king goes out to h4, the bishop will have to be stuck on h5 and pawn to g6. But there's no reason to trade queens, right? That feels like a huge mistake. I would be playing queen g3 yesterday, but then he can't castle. Maybe that's his one big concern here.
Yeah, you can castle on neither side of the board right now because of the standing of black's queen and bishop. So yeah, queen g3, it would be my first instinct as well. Despite my love of endgames here, you are a pawn down, you want to attack, of course. But if you do trade, if you do allow a trade of queens, maybe you can do it on your own terms with white. I'm not sure how exactly rook g1. I'm reluctant to take on c5 for some reason, although it looks like you have compensation in the endgame as well, due to the fact that white's knight will be so beautiful on d5 in every position. But yeah, support for choice, Sam Sevian.
It is a weird time to think, though. I'm with you that he knew the opening very well. Then a queen trade was offered because black's king is in danger. Makarian wants to limit the damage. And then he's thinking, so queen g3 is what I would play in bullet. I'm guessing he would play that in bullet. He's just worried that he won't be in time to deliver any sort of checkmating attack. Black will just have to push this pawn up to g6. And where to from there is the big question.
Yeah, maybe we just show this queen g3, bishop h5. It looks like white's delivering a nasty checkmate with move f6 here, or rook g1, but I think black can just defend with g6, and there's no way through. You're always going to be too slow to deliver any checkmate. Those typical patterns for the pawn on f6, queen on h6. It feels like black will be in time to defend. And white's king, meanwhile, not safe either. So, yeah, it's kind of a strange moment to pause, but also it makes sense if he is indeed out of theory finally. Makarian finding a nice defense with this offer of a queen trade.
And your point here is particularly well taken because f6 looks really dangerous. And normally you go queen g5, queen h6, queen g7 mate. But after queen g5, black is in time to slide the king over. After queen h6, rook g8. And you see the eval bar saying black is significantly better because you can't castle queenside. If white could quickly castle queenside, bring the rook over, we'd be talking. But look at this. The queens are now off the board. Rook g1 played. And the eval bar still says, ooh, rook, he wants to win e5. So he wants to gain his material back. That seems to be the case. But, ooh, isn't this man? I was like surprised by pretty much every other move from Sevian.
It's like watching Alpha Zero, just giving up a pawn, just playing on, putting a pawn on f6. He's got this strategic compensation long term. Still looks nice to kind of my eyes here for white. but definitely could backfire if you don't win your pawn back soon, if the f6 pawn becomes weak, if black's somehow able to play h6, king h7, g5 a bit later on. Anything could still happen.
Yes, so Sevian, he's ahead on the clock, but Makarin doing well to take those queens off the board and have something to play for. And it's very important that the white rook can't get to d1, because I think then it would be very clearly in Sevian's favor. But for now, rook f to e8, rook e6, and yeah, it's anyone's game at this stage.
Yeah, anyone's game, and maybe we come back here a bit later on. I'm just looking around at other games now. It looks like Hikaru Nakamura, after that previous defeat, is in big trouble after the opening. But yeah, maybe we stay with some of the leaders, or yeah, we can jump into this one first. I just wanted to highlight this has gone wrong for Hikaru, and knight to f5 is his last move, threatening knight takes g3, but this knight can simply be traded off. It feels like all white's pieces are just pouring into the center.
I like your plan. Just take this knight with either piece. He goes bishop h2, which the engine doesn't like as much as something else, but it still says 0.7 for white. And what is black's big idea? You never actually want to take here. Maybe it's the best decision, but David, I would not allow a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank. I would be very, very unhappy.
Yeah, I think Hikaru will only play that move knight takes d6 if he sees no other way to continue. It would allow white to line up with queen to e4, queen h7 threats. White's knight would come to e5. It looks super scary in human terms to play knight takes d6 right now for black. But what else? It feels like that thorn in your side, the knight on d6 needs to be eliminated sooner or later. I think he's taking risks now, Hikaru. He played one a6.
Oh, he blundered a piece. He blundered a piece.
Oh my gosh.
Take an e6.
One move blunder.
And it's very straight. And black misses it right back.
Wow, it was a simple capture and a threat and game over. He trusted him here, Saichev. He just allowed this trick. Double attack, Robert. Wow, mutual blindness.
To be fair, we have the eval bar telling us there's a win, but this is really a one-move idea. You take away the knight on f5 and you push your pawn. Queen e4, not a bad idea, but you had a free piece.
Yeah, and letting those opportunities slip, suddenly the momentum could turn. Bishop c6 is a huge threat now, so white doesn't have time for ideas like g4, which was probably his plan. Suddenly this one might turn, and Hikaru breathing a sigh of relief. This is the luck every player needs, anyone needs, in order to get to the top of such a strong tournament. And yeah, we could have just seen the miss of the event.
Wow, because a loss in the 3rd round, all right, you'll fight back. But 2 losses in a row at this stage, that could really harm a player's chances of making the top division. So Hikaru's still fighting. He's well ahead in the clock. And maybe that's why Saichev missed that tactic. It was obvious, but we don't have the pressure of making sure that we're keeping steady on the clock against Hikaru Nakamura at the moment. But I mean, I'm trying to make excuses. I really don't think that there's an easy one for either player. It was a simple blunder. But now that the game continues, Saichev will have to be strong, have to have good nerves as he approaches 2 minutes.
Yeah, still a very healthy position on the board, but suddenly it's less clear-cut, and 5 minutes down against Hikaru. I've been there, Robert, and it's a nightmare scenario. He will, at some point, up the speed, up the pace, up the accuracy, and it's hard to kind of keep going with him. And queen g4, I think we'll come back to this one. We'll see the result later on, at least, and Nakamura, if he survives, if he turns this round and wins, then I think he'll be riding on a high.
It will be great for his chances to steal this game. Let's go back maybe towards the top of our standings, the one between Meyer and Duda. We looked at it earlier. We were saying it's a very Georg Meyer position, but now suddenly it's a very Duda-like position to my eyes, where it's a bit tactical in nature.
It's a bit tactical in nature, and 2 pieces are hanging. White is temporarily a piece up, but your bishop on a5, your knight on d2, you can't save them both. And which one do you give up? Maybe you have to move the knight. There's no good squares for this white bishop. You can take on d5 as well. There's so many options. I think if you're playing safe chess, if you're Georg Meyer here, then bishop takes d5 probably eliminates all the danger. But will he want more? Will he be feeling more ambitious right now after his great start to the event? It feels like Duda has found some good answers to this Catalan opening.
I'm doing a quick count. Black is up a pawn, but white is up a piece. So if we say go knight b3, pawn takes a5, knight takes a5, now we have even material, but black has clearly the best piece on the board in this passer on c3. So if I'm Georg, I'm taking on d5. Pawn takes d2 is forced, bishop takes back, pawn takes d5 at the end, and we get a bishops of opposite color position where maybe Duda can play for a win just because of white's worse pawn structure, but it should be a draw. And Georg Meyer does not lose positions like that very often.
Yeah, he nearly never loses level positions, level endgames. If anything, he grinds out more than his fair share. So bishop takes d5, I think, is a good practical decision. Makes sense in the tournament standings, and we will most likely see a peaceful result in this one after some small fireworks. But c3, he's still thinking, Georg Meyer. I think the longer he kind of stays in the tank, the more likely it is he'll try and bail out by trading off all those pieces going into opposite color bishops with bishop takes d5.
Looks extremely natural. So while Georg contemplates, he made his move while I was trying to finish that word. It looks like we're getting to that drawish endgame. And I don't use that word lightly. I typically say level, but this is quite drawish. So let's go to Andreikin against Movsesyan, because Sergei Movsesyan, peak rating was over 2750. He was one of those heroes of Armenian chess. But look at the eval bar saying, oof, this bishop is trapped on g4. White has the pair of bishops anyway. This looks like an extra piece in the making, the next two moves.
Yeah, extra pawn right now for white, and that advantage is about to grow. Andreikin, he's ruthless when he gets the advantage. He's just so smooth. He never seems in trouble, never really blunders, Andreikin. And here it probably would take a blunder for a turnaround. So Movsesyan with some huge questions to answer. I don't see it, Robert, how you extract your piece from g4. It's like that Makarian game we saw earlier with black's bishop kind of stuck out on a limb, but here white can actually trap it in a very natural way. This one looks over.
No chance for Movsesyan. He's down material in the pawn, which is also a nice passer. We should note that. But bishop pair, not about that either. It's about the bishop being trapped on g4. So let's get away from here. It's a position that hurts my eyes. The game between Fedoseev and Robson looks incredibly equal. I don't think we need to stop by there just now. Should we go to maybe Sevian and Makarian once again? Because that was a great opening. Now we're in an endgame where black remains a pawn ahead and with the advantage, according to the eval.
Yeah, it still looks very blocked. It looks like a normal position, apart from the fact white is missing a g-pawn. And maybe potential winning plans for black here could rely on pushing g5 at the right moment. Also, potentially just coming around and trading off white's beautiful knight in the center. I think that's maybe why he's going around. He wants to play bishop b7, at least hint that he might take on d5 at the right moment. And Sevian, meanwhile, he's just got to sit. He's just got to wait and hope that there's no way through for black. It's a miserable position, you've got to say, for white. It's a two-result game here. Very unlikely that there's going to be a turnaround. But I wouldn't be too down about drawing chances. It feels like still within the realms of holding a decent-ish position. Bishop b7, given a question mark, Robert. Surprising, it looked natural.
How could that possibly be a mistake? That's the move. The last move was bishop to c8, bishop b7, and yet it earns a question mark. And I don't know why. I don't see a threat for white.
Yeah, mysterious computer evaluation there. Is it knight c7, but black just plays rook d8? I thought maybe black would be relinquishing the d file somehow, but feels under control still for Makarian. And if Sevian continues his strategy of just waiting here, rook d3, or just kind of any neutral move, then of course it's only black who can be better. Very strange question mark here.
And Sevian is up a lot of time. He's a great tactician. He just won that 960 event in St. Louis. So maybe he can uncork some kind of sick tactic here, but I just don't see anything. The position's so locked up. It's not like a b4 push. Why is it suddenly equal? It was -1. The board's most natural move was played. And then we're saying no more advantage for black. Because knight e7, rook d8. Knight c7, rook d8. And if this rook gets into d4, then white's in huge trouble.
Yeah, maybe black just needed to keep all the rooks on the board somehow. So maybe rook e8 would have been more natural just to avoid any potential rook trades. Maybe white jumps with the knight, trades off a set of rooks, and jumps back. But for a human, that's so hard to evaluate. Okay, he plays knight c7, the most active move at least. And one set of rooks is destined to leave the board, but it still looks Yeah, still looks like only black can win here. Rook d8 and whoa, rook d5 sacrifice.
And it's not okay. I'm just gonna look. Let's bring up an analysis board. This looks like a great exchange sacrifice because the rooks aren't doing anything after a trade. The knight can come back to b5, and the rooks are stuck. But the move was no knight e6.
Wow.
What
Knight
in the
g5
world?
is the idea.
Yeah, you bring the knight to g5 and you stop black's only breakthrough. Wow, that is a sick idea. Just to finish it off, if you take the knight, rook takes d6, rook takes an f7, wins the game for white. But that is, get out of here with that engine. We don't like any of this stuff. This still looks like a great try for Sevian, but the eval bar is so heavily in black's favor. I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, and I think this might be a one move opportunity. Okay, he plays e4. I was going to say, playing g5, you might not get that chance again. Now, if a white rook lands on g5, rook g2, rook g5, white pretty much has a fortress. And black will need a lot of luck breaking through there. I don't think you can break through there. e4, he's trying to throw a pawn away to open up files for the black rooks, but I don't think you should get tempted here if you're Sam Sevian by the material. Do not give the black rooks access. Just lock things up, and there's no way through. Black has no pawn breaks.
Such a key move, g5. That's what this is all about, is that black gets g5 and king to g6 and rook to h8. We see the problem is that the rooks need open lines. The f6 pawn is fantastic, taking away e7. But if these rooks see open space, suddenly it's black's advantage. He goes knight c3, he takes here, but the engine is saying black is better.
Yeah, it's very ambitious. I feel like Sevian's playing for a win. He wants to get his knight round to g5. Suddenly, white is better? What is up with this game? It's just turnaround on every move. Now white surely going to play the move king f4, breaking the pin, getting the white knight to g5. And the question there is, are the black rooks active enough? Or is white the one who's got the bind?
You know what he's going to do, David, is that knight, the g5 pawn is a break. It's not pawn, is stopped. b6 is a secondary target. King f4, rook f3, rook b3. And how is black going to defend this pawn?
Good question, Robert. And the problem is the black rook will be stuck on, I was going to say d7. It's gone back, but now knight g5 gains a clear tempo, and only one black rook can get active. That's not going to be enough. And rook f3 first, really nice control move. He's coming around, not allowing the black rooks into the position. Suddenly, this one, Sevian's got full control. Rook b3 looks like a killer.
And rook has to go to b8. You cannot afford to give up this very important pawn, which defends both a5 and c5 here. And then, now it's about being accurate for Sevian. I think knight d6, black has to play rook to f8 and king e5. Black is completely frozen there.
King e5, whoa. Talk about bravery. And okay, the black rook dives in. Maybe you had to go passive. What happens now if white gets greedy? Takes on f7.
Read is good, sometimes at least. Take that pawn. Rook f1 check is black's idea, but I think white can even trade rooks there. You have two separate passed pawns the black rook can't deal with.
Yeah, and knight g5 will come with a check. White will land a pawn on f7. Two passed pawns together. The knight is clearly superior to a rook here. And okay, he tries to attack, but this is not going to help. f7 now. Cement that pawn. And this one is just in its closing stages. Sevian, he's got beautiful control. The d pawn is an ace up his sleeve. And okay, he even takes now. Everything's collapsed for black.
He decides to defend his pawn with activity. It's a stalemate, right? The black king is stalemated. So if both rooks suddenly disappeared, that would be a draw. But I think Sevian's too clever. He's not going to miss that try from black.
Yeah, he wanted to get rook b7, rook round to h7, checkmate. Black therefore had to sacrifice the exchange. But black's pawns just look far too slow. White is ahead in this race. Still have to be slightly careful, slightly accurate here. Before black starts pushing the h-pawn. But, okay, d6. I think he's winning this one handily here. Rook takes f6. Surely had to be tried. But now white is just going to push. And h3 can be met by rook b3. There we go. And white's rook will, at some point, happily give itself up for the black pawn. No rush, of course. You slow black down first, and white's two pawns will overwhelm the black rook.
And now d8 was winning because the rook could have went to h8 at the end with check. But why not do this? Push your passed pawns with the king's help. White is first to the finish line. And that's a 4-0 start for Sam Sevian. What a nice turnaround.
Yeah, rook d5 in human terms, in practical terms, such an instructive move. Go back and play through that one, everybody. That knight e6 was incredible engine chess, but what he did, rook d5, and then the kind of strategic dominance he established a bit later on, really, really instructive.
Okay, so while Sam Sevian is joined by Dmitry Andreikin and Vladimir Fedoseev at 4-4, we saw Caruana win his game to get to 3.5 points. Lots of decisive results towards the top. Fighting chess galore. There is another game going on. I see Sargsyan taking on Vladislav Artemiev. Well, this doesn't look super exciting. We just had a lovely turnaround in that one. This just looks like a quality.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a draw any moment and a repetition. There we go. It is a draw. Not enough material for either side to try and win that one. And both players doing pretty well in the tournament, but will not need to start picking up the wins sooner or later. I did just see Nakamura briefly pop up on the standings there. He did, in fact, win that game despite a huge blunder so his opponent didn't capitalize on. And okay, here we see Kramnik still going against Vladimir Malakov, another legendary player.
Wow, I'm looking at this again. What is this? Like a national championship from 2003? Malakov was somebody well over 2,700, a mainstay of the Russian Olympia team, and also one of the finest endgame technicians you could possibly meet. He's also really tall. So he has got all of that working out for him, and we see an endgame that's completely locked up. David, I don't see any chances barring some kind of crazy blunder.
No, black is the only one who can try to win if he can move the black bishop and get the black king to b5. But anytime that happens, look, this gets shut down. Bishop to a4, the classy move, and a repetition eventually, and a draw between the two tall Vladimirs.
Yes, and this was a fair result, at least judging by that position. And, well, Kramnik, and I say Fedoseev, that's another Vladimir. Fedoseev is at 4/4. Kramnik and Malakov only at 2 points, it seems. That's how strong these fields are.
That is crazy. I mean, both of these two players are so good at speed chess, at rapid chess, so good in technical positions. But the problem is they're coming up against other strong players. They're getting cancelled out, neutralized. And we saw Kramnik earlier fall to one surprise defeat. That could wreck his chances. They really need to put their foot on the pedal now, speed up, because in the second half of this event, it is all about wins. That's the only currency that will suffice if they want to qualify for the top divisions.
And if this Swiss ended right now, we would know our 8 competitors vying for those 4 spots in Division 1, because down in 8th place is one of your favorites, Shakir Mamedyarov. Look at this list of names. We have Mamedyarov in 8th, Duda, Bashir Legrave, Caruana, Meyer, Fedoseev, Andreikin, Sevian. It's a who's who of chess, but as you mentioned, Nakamura's name, it has flashed on the screen in 10th place. He does not want to see those names ahead of him.
Yeah, you don't want to see players ahead of you. I'm being told that we've still got one game remaining in round 4. Let's jump over there. But then I think there will be a break for the players as we do prepare to enter that second half of the event for players like Nakamura and for those players below him to try and make up ground in the qualification spots. And here we go. It is between Alexeyev and Petrosyan, and white has an extra knight. This one in its closing stages. Round 4 about to end.
And Manuel Petrosyan, who is a great theoretician and an improving player, but unfortunately it's hard to improve your position when you're down a full piece and you're going to lose this g7 pawn. Oh, his rook's protected.
Oof.
I thought he just hung his rook there, but the knight does defend this rook on c7.
Yeah, a bit loose there. Maybe showing a bit of nerves, Alexeyev, but still got this one under control. You have to be careful if you ever play rook takes g7 there. There would have been stalemating ideas, but he's coming around.
Wait,
And
did you see the eval bar?
why is it dropping?
How many moves have they played the position? That's a big question that we have not figured out yet.
Ooh, wow, we could be nearing the 50 move rule, and if white is not able to win a pawn or push his own pawn in time, then the game will automatically be declared a draw. I'm not sure the exact counter there in terms of the moves, but either way, maybe Alexeyev has blown it. The black king's now super active as well, maybe objectively even. And there we go, it is a draw by 50 move rule.
Oh my goodness. Just back a few turns ago, instead of this knight jumping up there, I think that he was afraid of rook takes g7. This is stalemate to the black king. But you see, the engine still says white is winning. You just don't have enough checks as the king escapes. After this check here, king e7. If you take the knight, it's a winning king and pawn endgame. And if you go rook c7, the knight can capture you, and then the king is released to take this rook. So it's hard to see that with just a few seconds on your clock. But David, you need to convert these advantages if you hope to make it to Division 1.
Yeah, you need to take any chance you get in such a strong field. And that does lead us to the end of game 4, of round 4. And I think that means we will be going on a short break as the players take a breather, as they gather their thoughts and prepare to try and make a charge at the top divisions. And we're just days away now from crowning the next Speed Chess champion. It has, of course, been a fun event there. 4 players remain to fight it out for a spot in the finals. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who will walk away with the better part of a $30,000 prize fund and a crown. We find out this Friday. Use !SCC in chat for all the details, and we will be back very shortly with round 5 of the AI Cup play-in, right after the short break.
Become Chessable's next best-selling author. Enter the 2023 Create Your Own Course Challenge and earn a shot at $5,000. Here's your chance to bring that course in you to life. Share your passion for chess on an international scale and bank while doing it. Zero course creation experience? No problem. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley will show you the contest mechanics. Then our team will guide you through the publishing process, step by step, like we've done for over 250 authors. And best of all, the winner will have their course presented by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley himself. Visit chessable.com/create to join.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the play-in for the AI Cup. We are about to enter round 5. I'm David Howell and I'm joined by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, it's just non-stop action. We've seen so many decisive results. Are you expecting more of the same?
Oh, we're treated to excellent matchups, excellent games, and heartbreaks for some of the players throughout this entire event. We finished right before the break with an extra piece for one player and get a draw by the 50 move rule. So you have to make the most of your chances in this field. David, nobody is going to take you lightly or be forgiving.
That's right, and we're expecting no forgiving play in round 5, which is just about to start. And we will talk through the standings. We saw some of those players at the very top, off to the fast start, but you need to keep up the pace. Of course, you cannot drop off, not for 1 second, if you want to qualify for the top divisions. Let's get some chess going. I think the players, they did have a 4 or 5 minute break there, one of the 2 scheduled for this event. And yeah, we are off. It's round 5, and let's start with some of the leaders, Robert.
Let's do it. We have Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Dmitry Andreikin. And this is such a heavyweight clash. And that means that Sam Sevian, he dropped down. That's not a bad thing. It just means that when there's an uneven amount of people with a certain score, someone has to fall to the lower score group. And his reward is black against Fabiano Caruana. And David, I'm going to pull that game up because look at this. No moves have been played by Sam. He needs to get to the board. Hopefully, he timed his break well.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We saw Duda play the clock gambit and spot Anish Giri a few minutes, and it actually worked out well for him in the end. We've seen it over the board, of course. Magnus famous for turning up late, even in blitz games. But you don't want to give Fabiano too much time advantage, and especially White. Fabiano, he's hard to stop. So Sam Sevian, despite being 4 out of 4, I'm not sure about this latest move. I do not approve.
I don't either. So we'll, of course, come back when moves are actually being made on this board. But let's just take a look at some of our other matchups. We have Jan Krzysztof Duda against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. JKD, as we like to call him, he already beat Anish Giri. He wants to take down another super GM in this one. And I'm already wondering, are there tactics with Bishop takes b5? Is this a known sacrifice, or did MVL mix things up here?
I think I've seen this before, Robert. Bishop takes b5 is playable. This move order with Queen e2, I remember when I was preparing the Queen's Gambit Accepted a few years ago, that this was a known trick. And I don't think it's as bad for black as it could be, but looks like a pawn, looks like material. And if MVL's freestyling here, then he might get punished. There we go, on the board.
He responded. So maybe Maxime in his preparation, but you just take a pawn with check. Your opponent calmly blocks it with knight d7. What am I missing here? Why can white not just save the bishop and claim to have a true extra pawn? I see black as compensation, but is it fully sufficient?
I don't think you're missing anything here, Robert. I feel like MVL, unless he's gone really deep into this opening and realized that there's some kind of initiative for black, I think he's just going to realize he's made an early blunder and there'll be a bishop a4 on the board. And the fact that he hasn't moved instantly, I thought maybe it would be something crazy like g5. Or if he's pausing now, then it's a bad sign for black. Okay, he's still playing relatively quick. Queen c7. I guess he wants rooks quickly to the center, but it's not impressive, surely. The very most you can hope for is your pawn back.
And this is a clear version of when we say compensation, and oftentimes it's vague. Here we see it. Black has all 4 minor pieces out and developed, and white is struggling on the queen side over here. The bishop on b7 is a great long-range piece. There might be some tactics with like a knight g4 that you can look out for with bishop takes knight and queen h2. So it's not that straightforward for white, which is what gives black the play around the pawn as the b2 pawn. That's not really doing much yet. And look at how quickly Maxime's playing. He must be a familiar territory.
Yeah, I might have to eat my words if he whips out this deep variation and whips up some attack against the white king. This would be extremely impressive preparation. If so, just kind of giving up a pawn for seemingly nothing apart from a tempo or two. And suddenly I can see it, Robert. Knight takes e5, queen takes e5. Big threats against the white king. Not many defenders around there. Yeah, amazing. These top guys with their openings these days. Maxime, for example, used to be purely Grunfeld. Didn't play any other opening. Didn't touch anything else. And suddenly he's expanded that repertoire. Not just that, but he knows everything there is to know. Just highly impressive stuff.
Maxim's coming off a high. He won the rapid tournament in Calcutta, and Vishy Anand, who was commentating along with us, he was saying how he's very impressed by Maxim's new repertoire. Instead of being the target that everyone knows, it's Grunfeld, it's Najdorf, it's the Berlin, he suddenly is playing a bunch of different openings, and he's doing it quickly, as he always does, and it's just great for him. I think it just helps his chess overall because instead of being predictable, he now is someone that you have to look at so many different variations, and it's paying off right now. He's up 3 minutes on the clock against JKD, and I have to say, I thought that White stole a free pawn. That may be true, but it looks much more fun to play as Black.
Yeah, JKD versus MVL in the QGA. It's shaping up to be quite a fun battle. 95, good conversation for Black.
Bishop important because knight e4 was one of those ideas that would have been difficult with his bishop loose on a4. So bishop back to c2. Black can probably rook d8, but David, I still like, I'm being honest, I like the extra material. I'm greedy in quicker tie patrols because I'm often like, prove to me that you can make a draw. Prove to me that you have full compensation. And I don't see it in its entirety just yet. I'd like the extra pawn for the long term. I would rather have JKD's position.
Yeah, and I feel like I've commentated too much with Simon Williams because I would have played h5 there without the blinking and knight g4 and hoped for the best. And Maxime is a known attacker when he gets the chance. But yeah, still, I think I'm slightly on the greedy side too. So I'm going to be slightly skeptical until the concrete threats arrive, until Black can really prove the compensation concretely. Bishop d2
I approve of the Simon Howell or the David Williams or whatever I call the combination of your two brands. I like h5 because it lines up this knight g4 move. And if White plays h3 to stop knight g4, maybe there will be a timely bishop to d6 rerouting on that diagonal, or play h4 first just to clamp down against the white pawns. I'm with you. Maybe h5, h3, g5. Throw them all forward. Why not? Who's holding us back?
Oh, Simon, if you're watching, shout out to you. But yeah, it's either very good for Black, of course, or a move like g5 could backfire. But that would be a lot of fun for us as commentators. And okay, Maxime, first real think of the game. Still at 8 minutes. And will he play h5? Of course, on the board. It's time to party for the Black pieces.
It does look like he's getting further and further away from the screen. Like, don't you feel like he's just going off into the ether, just avoiding us altogether? He's like afraid of the position. That's why he's backed up.
He's either afraid or just too excited. He doesn't want to give anything away with his body language from poker face. And I've seen Maxime be a pawn down in so many different Grunfelds where he's just defending. It feels like at least here he's a pawn down, but with some kind of attacking prospects. So I think he's still in his comfort zone, and it's up to JKD Duda to defend this one accurately.
Okay, so why don't we come back to this one? We spent quite a deal of time here, but MVL, the beast from Lyon, it has good attacking chances from the Black side. Maybe let's go to our top board, just because those two players, Fedoseev and Andreikin, are a perfect 4-4. And all right, we don't have a symmetrical position. That's the first bit of good news. Who does this favor? I like the knight on d4, but I like the pawn structure for White.
Yeah, when I was young growing up, just any time you land a knight on d4 as Black in these kind of King's Indian structures, I thought, okay, you must be in heaven. Here for Black, you've got all the dark squares. But modern computers, yeah, they don't really reflect that. They do think that often White can just play around such a knight. Knight b5 you highlighted is a very common theme. I don't like the fact that White has a pawn on f3. It feels like you're kind of stuck a bit now with your bishop on g2, and pushing forward with f4 is always going to be double-edged. But knight b5 looks like a healthy idea to eliminate this beast on d4. And I'm going to trust the evaluation bar here and say it's level, but of course could go either way. Still very rich, very complex here, potentially.
There's only one bit of good news. After knight to b5, it does force Black's hand to take it, but when you take back with a pawn, whichever pawn it is, that does give Black an opportunity, let's say it's the a pawn, to strike with a4 at some moment, to open up the board for his pieces. Because if Andreikin just sits and does nothing, he is going to get squashed. It's clear that White has plans. f4, maybe f5 to follow. If we can open up this bishop on g2, we're very, very happy from the White side. So I do think that for Andreikin, he needs to be a bit more careful than does Fedoseev. And if he doesn't like knight b5 because of the capture, he also just play knight e2, right? Just trade off knights in this manner and say the open d file favors White.
Oof. f4, a move that I mentioned could be double-edged here. I guess he's trying to time it well with ideas like f5. But yeah, you do open up bishop g4. If black ever lands now bishop h3, you could start seeing the white e4 pawn being really loose. You've got to be really accurate. With great space comes great responsibility. In f4, it's a double-edged decision in rapid chess.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to push it back to keep your e4 pawn safe and sound. And as you mentioned, if bishop h3, e4 is the target, f5 at the right moment to follow. Just open up the king side. And black does have this really powerful knight on d4. And if you take it, in comes this bishop to d4. I don't think you want to give up the dark squares, but it's such an annoying knight that Fedoseev says, I'm grabbing it.
Yeah, and this is why I admire Fedosev's style of play. He surprises me on every turn. Again, just kind of my positional sense says never ever take that knight with your bishop, keep your dark square bishop, but he's happy to play concretely, and he senses that after bishop takes d4 check, king h1, white already has threats like f5 to blow open the black king side, and it changes the nature of the game completely. It gets very dynamic, very tactical, and he feels that might suit him against the kind of calmer Dmitry Andreikin. This one, feels like it's on the brink of exploding. These two players clearly bang in form at the top of the standings so far.
And for Fedoseev, with almost 7 minutes on his clock, an open position should favor him. We know he's the Pro Chess League champion, Andreikin. He's been winning title Tuesdays. He was in the top 8 of the Global Championship last year. He's a well-known name at this stage. He played in the Speeches Championship before losing in the first round. So we see the king slides to the corner. f5 is a pretty serious idea. Black may play f5 himself, but that does make the bishop on g2 very powerful.
Yeah, so concrete, this way of playing, and he is posing difficult questions to Andreikin. We saw Andreikin burn a lot of time on deciding how to take back on d4. Suddenly, this key decision, as you highlight, Robert, I'm reluctant to play anything here as black. Feels committal. f5 might be the best of a bunch, but okay, bishop g4. We've seen pieces trapped on this square a few times today. I do worry for black that this bishop is actually not on a great circuit. White's going to play queen to d2 here. White's knight is jumping into d5 suddenly. f5 is almost a killer threat. And it feels like spinning out of control for Andreikin.
Not a time either. So let's quickly head on over to a different game and come back here just because the action continues to heat up on other boards, namely that Duda Maxime Vachier-Lagrave board. We saw h5 played. Now look where we are. The last move played was bishop takes c5, and apparently that was a mistake. David, any good attacking thoughts here?
I mean, firstly, you have some tempting moves to create threats. You can take this bishop back, of course, but it feels like there's something more direct. Knight g4 might threaten something. You can throw in the move h2 check first, and then take back on c5 with knight g4 ideas later. He throws it in. He's down a piece, but some huge threats, and now he can take back this piece. He has gained the fact that his h3 pawn lives, and suddenly tactics all over the place. h2 is coming. There's tactics on the long diagonal. White really needs to get pieces off, so Duda's trying to take all the rooks off the board. Really loose. And suddenly, this opening, it's been just a mark of genius from Maxime. It's all worked according to plan.
I saw the position for the first time. I was like, wait a second, that's a hanging pawn with check. Maxime said, I know, don't care. And now it's the white king that's in huge trouble here. The one bit of good news is that once this knight captures on d1, f2 is defended. Otherwise, you'd flick in this h2 check and try to distract the white king. So holding on by a thread is Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's down. He's half the time, less than half the time of his opponent. But where is the killer touch? That's what you need for Maxime.
Yeah, and he rushes a rook trade here. 5.5 minutes. My one kind of small quibble with Maxime is occasionally he kind of just breezes past the key moments because he's such an instinctive player, which actually gets him a lot of wins. But right now he does need to pause, and I think he will, because this is a critical moment, as you highlight, Robert. If White gets a few moves, if the queen suddenly disappear, then White is really happy with the queenside majority. Black's h-pawn won't be so dangerous. But if he can find something now in these next few moves, then it could just be a quick win for Black. I'm wondering what he's looking at. I don't see any knockout. I want to kind of arrange h4, but it takes time.
I see a tactic. So if we bring up an analysis board, queen d4, and let's say a3 is played, I go h2 check, and when you play your king to h1, can I play bishop takes e4, and no matter what you take with, I take on d1, and what the engine says is bad, but I'm looking at this like, oh, I just sneakily stole a pawn, and the engine laughs in my face because of these. That's how strong these outside pass pawns are, David.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a beautiful tactic. You emerge into a winning endgame, pawn up, but nope, the sting in the tail is that the black a6 pawn is loose, and knights are really bad at guarding against these flank pawns. So, yeah, this would have backfired. Nice and pretty there, Robert, though, I agree. But Maxime plays f5. I was actually going to say this a few moments ago. I was going to say f5 would be a very Maxime type of move, but it's given a question mark. It is a bit hasty. It's as if he's trying to push the critical moment. He's trying to accelerate things when maybe he didn't need to. And f5, of course, don't take this pawn. E takes f5 would lose on the spot. Opening up the black bishop, h2 would make a new queen. But it does weaken the black king. So what is the downside? Any counterplay here?
Seems to be a really good point that the king is now exposed on the 7th rank in case he wanted to hide up. And now queen g5 check. So I like the move queen to d2. Maybe black can get away with stealing the pawn e4, but there's so many checks all up in this position that I would imagine that white has enough in terms of counter against the black king.
Yeah, I think in practical terms, queen d2, you pretty much have to play. What else? You can't really touch the white knight. We mentioned if you go knight c3, f2 is just too loose. White's bishop. Bishop b3 feels, again, wrong. Kind of you need to keep this kind of control over the e4 square. Yeah, queen d2. Play it, give some checks and hope. But king h1, now there's going to be tactics at the very minimum. Queen takes c2, Robert.
Oh, queen c2, queen
Maybe
c2, bishop takes e4 check. You have to take, and pawn takes. Is that a winning endgame for black? It's really hard to calculate.
It's hard to calculate. Maybe there's more. Maybe you don't rush it. Maybe this is the trap that Duda is trying to set. He's trying to say, okay, go into an endgame and I have better drawing chances there. But can he continue the attack? King h1 just feels wrong because now you're walking into all sorts of tricks on the diagonal.
Does he want f3? Is that his big idea by putting the king in the corner? Because I can't justify it with anything else. I think he wants desperately to kick this knight out of g4 so his king can gobble up this pawn.
Yeah, f3, it's so loose, so committal, but it does make sense if you can evict this black knight, kick it back somehow. But Maxime, again, this is more his type of position right now after king h1, where it feels like there's something concrete, something calculation kind of will help with. What could it be? Oof, the senses are tingling here, Robert. It feels like there's a tactic. He does go for this endgame that I mentioned, but the evaluation bar says no, the most natural reply, and suddenly these pawns are running. Maybe white has some drawing chances here.
The black king is very quick to get over to the queen side, so I'm not sure if white's there in time. And this king is frozen. Like, your king can't keep going this way because there's a passed pawn on h3. But the knight is now free to go. That's the point here, and somehow white is holding on by a thread.
Oof, yeah. I mean, again, to kind of the at first glance, at least to the uninitiated, it looks like black is just completely winning. That's why I suggested this queen takes c2. That's why Maxime played it. But maybe just in time with knight c3. This is crazy. If Duda can hold a draw here, it looks miraculous.
Still looks good for black. You just take this pawn on f2, your king gets in, but maybe by a single tempo, white survives. From afar, this looks winning for black. You're just dominating in all aspects of the board, and you're up a pawn. So I'm with you, David. I would have gone for something similar, but maybe he rushed the decision, not in terms of how much time he spent, but in terms of what's left on the board.
Yeah, maybe there was something more direct to do with the attack against the white king. Now that queens are off, though, it's purely a race. And I think you need to do something now. Knight c3 would make a lot of sense before the black king gets into d5, d4, and starts controlling everything. I don't think you can start running your pawns yet. Knight c3 does allow your move, Robert h2, knight takes f2, and it's just a pure race. I think that's what Dude is calculating, but he doesn't have time to calculate. He needs to just trust his instincts. 30 seconds. Process of elimination. There's nothing else. You have to play knight c3 and hope.
I think b5 is particularly bad because a5, leaving this pawn on the board. So he does go knight c3 with 21 seconds. And this is where Maxime, he is able to put that pressure on his opponents because of his great clock management. But how easy is it for white to move? I feel like white's next move is b5. That's pretty obvious. So that's the downside for Maxime, is white's next moves will gain him time thanks to the increment.
Yeah, it's either knight takes e4 or b5. And okay, black does give this check. This is forcing some kind of transition here, forcing some simplification. Now black still has an extra pawn, but it is a doubled e-pawn, and white's king is within touching distance there. It's going to get back via g2. Maxime, he might have let it slip. Suddenly it kind of makes sense now that black's pawns, they just don't protect each other. There's no way to stabilize your extra material advantage. I didn't see it. e3, the white king just comes and picks up that pawn.
Too quick. And then, of course, b5 is still on the agenda for white. So, tricked Maxime. King h1, it looked like a terrible move, and objectively, it turns out it was a blunder, but he did lure Maxime into his trap.
He did indeed, and now the black king goes to protect its pawn. King d4, a huge threat, so surely it's time for b5. Okay, he starts with a5.
So he wants b5 and outside pass pawn, but that earned a double question mark. It's a blunder.
So blunder, black gives a check. Maybe the black knight is going to come back, and the black king can enter. Is the black king coming in now? Maybe b5 is met by knight to e5. Oof. It's a race yet again.
And can you take, because after pawn takes e3, a7, isn't there simultaneous promotion, but black is up a knight?
Wow, you're right, Robert. King d4, b5, you just take the knight, run the e-pawn, and white can give some checks, but it's not going to suffice. If anything there, okay, king d4 on the board. I think Duda's just miscalculated. He assumed b5 was sufficient here, but no, black is the one. And 2 seconds, he's got to move, b5, nothing else. It is this race, but black makes a queen. Why is the evaluation bar still not fully in black's favor? It looks over.
And this a5 pawn is actually very important because there could be stalemate tricks without that pawn. If you get queen d2 check at the right moment and it's king h4 as well. But ignore me. I'm just looking for stalemates where they don't exist. So then why is this not completely winning for black?
Yeah, sometimes queens on the side of the board, like e1 here for the black queen, it means you struggle to block checks. But it would, beg a belief here if white is able to force a perpetual. Maybe it's just the fact that you play king h4 at the right moment when you start running, and the a pawn could play a role. And look at the evaluation bar going crazy here. Finding it hard to evaluate. King d4 apparently not accurate, but how to win for black here. The king has to go back to the c file. You cannot cross over to the e file because maybe you can. e6 drops, I was going to say, but he wants knight e5 here.
Knight e5, and it was king h4. See, JKD, he senses the moment. His king escapes, and if he wins this pawn, queen and knight versus queen is a draw.
Yeah, quite a straightforward draw. There will be some tricks, but king takes h5 a threat, and he allows it. Now we see the bar go grey. That means it is a draw according to the engine, according to table base. But you still have to be accurate. Some checkmating ideas. White king not ideally placed. Can he ride this wave and save the game, Duda? I think he's getting close, Robert.
It looks so dangerous for this king here. And if you play g5, well, now it's queen takes g5 is mate. So queen f5 check, king g3. There's no more checks.
No more checks, and you've got to be careful. You can't play g5, for example, because queen h8 would end in checkmate. He's really living life on the edge, literally here, the white king. But queen e6 is a good move. He's ready to block some checks, ready to run to g5 if the black queen moves. Maybe there's just no way for black to improve. And okay, threatening mate in one again, threatening queen g5.
How do you stop it? It goes queen g6 and queen h8. There's queen h6, queen e5 check. It's such a close one.
Yeah, he's just in time. White is trying to get king g6 out of the way there with the white king. He's holding. Can he hold with 4 seconds forever? It's not going to be easy. Maybe he has to run with his king now. There we go. He's really defending like a boss here, Duda.
To play like this with no time in your clock, to bring your king up the board, and now to g6. Now it's starting to feel safer. There's no more checks, so be careful.
Ooh. Pinning is always a good idea. Queen e7, nice move there. There's no checks for either side. Queen e1 though, maybe white can start to give some checks. Maybe that forces a draw here. Queen e1 I think would have forced a draw, but okay, game goes on. White's king has found safety for now. Black's knight immobilized. What do you think? Is this going to end in a draw finally?
I think so, just because there's no way for the black king to approach. And now king f6 was the draw on the spot. This is still going to be fair kings. What a game that was.
This is one of the closest games, one of the most dramatic games we've seen so far today, and MVL had it almost in the bag, but Duda, resourceful defense, tenacity paid off.
And now we're going to switch on over to Nihal Sarin against Abhimanyu Mishra. It looks like Nihal up they both queened, just as we get into the game, but it's an extra rook and a couple pawns for Nihal, and that will, I think, bring him to 4 points overall. So a name we saw earlier, sort of forgot about, but now he's right up there with the rest of them.
Yeah, he's had a topsy-turvy time. One of his wins earlier, Nihal was a bit lucky, but he is surely going to win this. Finally, the queen off the edge of the board, as we saw in the previous game, and that will mark the end of Black's resistance. White is the one to give some checks now. Queen's off, and Nihal takes it.
Really nice conversion there from Nihal. Still have a couple games going down the stretch of this round. Ooh, fun. This is up your alley, David. Rook and4, rook and3. It says winning for white. How easy is this?
It's not defined as fun in many people's dictionary, but for me, of course, this is a dream, especially for whites. And I do think this is winning. The protected pass pawn should guarantee winning chances here, and king and pawn endgames as well. If white can if white can arrange it, it should be decisive. And the checks will dry up. White's king will hide on g3. Rook f7, I think, is going to be the clincher now. But the evaluation bar moves.
Oh,
wow!
Look at that move. Rook a6 from Elyanov. He's so experienced. He knows that he can defend with the rook, free the king up, and now he's active. And he goes back with the king rather than forward. That's smart.
That's smart. And suddenly the evaluation bar was saying maybe it's a draw. And it just looks so good for white. The white king is going to come back around at some point, but it will get checked. Maybe that's the thing. White cannot improve. And rook f7, Kovalev really running out of ideas. I think he's got half an eye on the clock, getting nervous, but here we go. The carousel of checks is going to continue. And at the right moment, black drops back. The black king can get active as well. Watch out for the black king coming.
So he's going for a win, but apparently he's going for a loss. I mean, rook b2 check would turn it around, but then rook c2, king e2, rook d2, and watch out for the d-pawn.
Wow, rook c7, such a classy move. I think black just timed it wrong. I wanted to play this as well, but rook c2 now blocks it, and the black king is caught in that cage, as you highlight, Robert. King e2 now, and somehow the black king on d4 is just horribly misplaced. It's just stalemated itself, but it's going to walk into the firing line. The d-pawn is just going to push. There we go.
Oh, and he's going to keep pushing it because the rook comes back to b6, d7, or he goes like this. But I think here you can play king e2, and after rook d7, rook c6, and you can't touch this pawn on d6. Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, rook c7, the white king moves, and okay, d7 push, rook back to c2 next move after rook d6, and there's going to be a skewer on the d file. Oh, wow, even just like this, rook c3 coming next.
There's no moves. That is so sick. The king is stuck on d... What?
What? Rook c6? He's hallucinated. Just rook takes d7.
Wait, what's he doing? e4?
I think he just forgot about rook takes d7 there. He was trying to be too clever there, Kovalev. And suddenly, some drawing chances. The black rook can come around and start checking from the side again. I think this is a theoretical draw.
The problem for white is it looks winning. You get a second pawn, and there's nothing black can do about it. But there are all these checks that are going to force this king away, and the black king would enter this. Oh, what a missed opportunity for Kovalev here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we had time to go back and just show what happened, because I think he was just winning on the spot, but he got overexcited, rushed it, and suddenly the black rook is active. The black rook's going to continue giving checks. Problem for white is you want your rook to come around to g6. You want to pick off black's remaining pawn, but it was not in time. And whoa, the bar keeps changing its mind. f6 is coming.
Blundered. Yeah, he blundered into this check all of a sudden, and now rook f5 to get behind your passer. g5 is loose. So just when we were saying it was a theoretical draw, he makes a mistake. That's what happens when you have 5 seconds on your clock.
Yeah, and now maybe you can just push the f pawn. There we go, forcing the black rook passive. And rook f5, the white king is going to slowly but surely snake its way around, shoulder off its opponent there, and black is stuck, only playing with the king. And at the right moment, white could even contemplate taking on g5, but not right now. First, he's going to do a bit of a dance. It's a dance between the kings, Robert. Still some work to do.
Definitely work to do. And he can't take on g5. I think that's actually maybe an easier endgame for him to win because the black king is cut off. But no, he goes active. Never mind. This is the easiest way.
textbook stuff, and the white king is just in time to reach f5. The black king can no longer block it off, and Alyanov, such tenacious defense, but in the end, not able to hold.
And Elyanov was in Division 1 in a previous event, but Kovalev, he's the one who's looking for his chance at that top division. And we see the next round begins as round 6. We have 3 co-leaders, Caruana, Andreikin, and Fedoseev, and Dmitry gets to play against Fabi. These two have had so many clashes on Chess.com.
Yeah, 2 giants of chess. Andreikin, of course, former candidate after a run to the World Cup final a few years back, and Caruana, one of the best players out there, of course. And it starts as an English opening. I don't often see Andreikin start the game like this. Now a reverse Sicilian, pretty much. And black is going to play d5, strike out. It looks like just a very healthy opening for Caruana, who did beat Sevian in that game where Sevian was late to start. So potential momentum breaker for Sevian, momentum changer. And okay, what do you make of this opening?
I don't know what to make of it because there was already a question mark given. To me, this looks like black is going to adopt the setup with trying to get the pawn to a4, maybe pawn to d6, bring a knight out to c5. It looks like black's moves are quite natural here. I have yet to figure out what white's plan will be.
Yeah, I guess black, knight a6, knight c5 maybe already a potential threat. And Fabi just looks so confident, giving a yawn there. Just it's a long day, a long tournament for everyone, but knight a6 looks very, very nice. And yeah, in terms of what white wants a pawn on b3, a bishop on b2, rooks in the center, but just not the luxury of time here. I think this English opening maybe slightly backfired, and Andreikin, he's been on fire this tournament, but I'm not so sure he'll be too happy. Not his type of position.
No, because he might have to force it tactical, which is not what he wants. He's typically a positional grinder, get a slight edge, use that pull for the rest of the game. But right now, it looks like Fabi is doing just fine. So why don't we head on over to somebody who is back up in the running, Hikaru Nakamura taking on Andrei Yesipenko. We haven't said Yesipenko's name today, but he famously beat Magnus Carlsen in Tata Steel Chess. And now we have this position, and I think I've seen about 3 dozen Hikaru games in this line, where black fights for control of this d4 square. White can secure the bishop pair, but it's not really that much in a closed position. David, in your experience, which side do you prefer?
Only 3 dozen, Robert? I've seen like hundreds in this exact position. And I mean, objectively, I slightly prefer white. It feels like you're the one who can decide when to push with d4. You're the one who can decide whether to take on b6 right now. You have the options. Okay, he does trade knight for bishop, but it is Hikaru, and that makes me biased. I've seen him defend these types of positions kind of effortlessly so many times, turn them around. He has enough resources here to work things in his favor. He's going to play knight g6 at the right moment. He'll bring his rook to d8 or e8 and maybe break with d5. I'm going to say it's too early to call. Magnus did highlight Yesipenko as one of the stars of the next generation a few years ago when he did take him down at Tata Steel, like you mentioned. He got close. He beat him on demand at the World Cup one game as well. But Yesipenko, I mean, he's not necessarily known for his speed chess, so I still think Hikaru will be quite confident and quite happy with the way this opening has unfolded.
And it looks like black, as you mentioned, controls some of these key pawn breaks, whether d5 or a5. And this bishop is supposed to be an advantage for white. You need to open up the board. But as soon as you touch d-pawn, the e4 pawn starts to feel loose. So queen c2, that feels like a nice productive move, connecting your rooks, then deciding which way your bishop should go. Bishop e3 comes with the tempo. Bishop b2 looking for d4 after. Makes a lot of sense. And c5 at the right moment to loosen up the defense of the e5 pawn. Comes at a cost, though. I don't know if I really want to open the d file against my backwards d3 pawn.
Yeah, it's very strategic. All these types of pawn breaks. Where do you put your pieces? Now a knight has landed on g6. It makes me reluctant to play the move bishop b2 as white, just in case the knight comes into f4. Black rook switches to g6 suddenly. An initiative brewing there. But it's very much kind of a slow and steady game. And I have a feeling that suits Hikaru down to the ground. Yesipenko maybe likes it slightly more direct. But let's come back to this one a bit later on.
And we saw a draw between Jeffrey Zhang and Sergei Movsesyan. So that's why you see them with 4.5. It's not 4.5 out of 5, but 4.5 out of 6. They've already completed this game. And I see a matchup that's going to be there for decades. Nihal Sarin against Vincent Keimer. So let's hop on over to that game. as we see this opening is one where black has double pawns. To me, it looks like a Caro-Kann. And, well, Vincent on the black side of this position, I don't see why he would be unhappy about the development.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be unhappy at all. He's known as a Caro-Kann expert. This line with e takes f6, this pawn structure, it's been close to my heart for years. I started playing it before it became popular, but then suddenly everyone started playing it, and I had to give it up. But of course, it's a very solid weapon, and he's got a solid position, Vincent Keimer here. Queen's off the board as well. I think that suits his style very much. He's great at endgames, thanks to the tutelage of Peter Lecco. And okay, white has slightly more space in the center, but it doesn't mean too much after all of these trades we've seen. Just a level position.
And an endgame, maybe not the clash that some people want to see, but for these two, it actually, I think, suits both of them. And b6, at the right moment, the knight covers the pawn here. The pawn defended a5, which is very important. King b7 can be used to defend this pawn. And it's going to be a long game. I think this is going to be a fight that we'll come back to. I just wanted to highlight that these two are going at it. And, well, I don't even know. Too many games are good. I can't pick just one, David. So, I mean, there's Mamedyarov against Serrana. There's MVL against Meyer. There's Dominguez against Artemiev. We haven't talked about Leonard Dominguez today.
You're talking dirty to me, Robert. Just we have to trust.
Seriously.
We have to trust our guts here, our hearts. And okay, I'm going to make a call. Ray Robson against Levon Aronian, because I've just seen a very cool move land on the board.
Okay, Robson, Aronian. Whoa. Wait, down with this pawn.
Exactly, that pawn's just disappeared, and now black gives a check. White's king forced to d1, and this is from a very kind of niche, a very kind of new variation of the English opening, the Adiban Gambit. I'm not sure if that's the exact name, but Adiban's been kind of popularizing this one for a long time. Black gives up the e pawn, but gets a lot of compensation, and okay, it's another pawn given up here. Aronian in his element.
I like this for black. So just a quick material count. It's even for the time being, but d5 can be captured. But look at how much activity black quickly gets. I feel like with a king on d1 in what's becoming a blitz game, I would not be comfortable. Oh, I love that move, though. And that deserved an exclamation point. If this bishop retreats, if you win the h-pawn, now I'm happy. If I win the d-pawn, my king is sad. So this is such a nice move from Robson.
Yeah, just great self-restraint not to grab that poison pawn on d5, opening lines towards the white king in the center, and also highlighting the fact that black's bishop on g3 was the most valuable piece, holding everything together, an attacking piece as well, and now that's been eliminated. Queen takes g3 is met by bishop e1, so black has to take with the h-pawn, but now the black king not comfortable either, and we see the evaluation bar slowly edge up in white's favor. I'm stunned to believe, especially with the center closed, that white's king is not in too much trouble, and long-term, white is loving life.
If you can deliver a checkmate in the h-file by somehow getting your queen over here, you're happy. But I see an easy plan for black. Rook c8, move the knight, and there's going to be trouble brewing for this white king. So what is white's actual plan here? And Ray is clearly struggling to come up with an answer to that question as he dips to under 4.5 minutes to nearly 9 for Levon. Is Levon bluffing? Because we know he does that sometimes.
Yeah, he's famous for his bluffs. He once bluffed against me in a classical game, sacrificing a piece, and it was the scariest game of my life. But objectively, it was a bit of a gamble on his end. And Rook c1, a nice move there from Ray, just cutting out any of those bishop c2 tricks that you were kind of trying to set up. I'm expecting him to continue Levon. Rook a c8. I'm expecting him to keep the pace up as well. He's known for playing super quickly and successfully in these rapid games. But yeah, after Rook a c8, I guess it's just an objective question. Can white start getting greedy? If white can grab pawns and live to fight another day, then white is, of course, doing well. But black needs something concrete. Black needs a specific trick to work on the c-file. Otherwise, it just starts to crumble. Rook c8 played, the most natural move, and the evaluation bar continues going up in white's favor. Maybe it's time. Okay, he didn't grab a pawn. Bishop b5.
And he immediately makes a mistake. It's a miss from Ray, and I think I understand why. If we just bring up an analysis board, queen takes d5, walking into some kind of rook d8, I'm not sure which one, but I assume the f rook. This just looks a bit scary for white. Even though the computer says, go away, I'll retreat my queen to b3. No danger here. White's not coordinated. the king's in the center. You could even think about a sacrifice here. That does look scary, even though white has everything under control. So I get why Ray decided not to go pawn grabbing, but the engine says you're the one making a mistake.
Yeah, and the potential bluff did pay off. Aronian here, I think, will breathe a sigh of relief that he wasn't forced to calculate, wasn't forced to kind of jump into that complicated position, down material. Now knight to e7. He's lining up threats. If you can trade off a set of rooks, bring the other rook to c8. All of those ideas you were mentioning, Robert, bishop c2 is always going to be in the air. Black's knight might come round to better squares, to fresher pastures on f5. Yeah, this one's still in the balance. White's bishops, white's king, everything not quite coordinated. You can't play king e2, for example, or maybe you can, but a6 would be slightly annoying. The white bishop lacking squares.
This was a good game to call our attention to, and I think that Levon has to be the happy player here. King safety is essential. Black's king, even though there's an open file right next to it, there's no way that the rooks and the queen will line up over there. So Levon, he played this for a reason. He knew that it's hard to refute over the board, or at least over the online board. And Ray plays king e2. The engine, not thrilled.
The engine not thrilled. And is that because black has something aggressive? If it were me, I would just play the move a6, try and trade off light squared bishops, and queen and knight versus queen and bishop are known for kind of favoring the queen and knight, especially with the opponent having a weak king here. But maybe we pause on this one, Robert. We come back to it a bit later. There was a game that caught my eye between Mamedyarov and Sarana. I mentioned Mamedyarov just as such a fun player to follow, such a stylish player, and I just see kings on opposite sides. And Sarana, a very successful player so far on the season, on the tour. He needs the points. Both players need the points. What's happening here?
I was going to say that we see a position with kings castled on opposite flanks, but that's not a castled king. It's just a rook still on h8. So that king clearly ran to the g8 square. d5 is isolated in a target. Black isn't even up a pawn, which at first glance I thought that he might be. So I'm going to say quite a sizable advantage for Mamedyarov, because unlike that Levon Robson game, the king on b1 is safe and sound over here. You're getting ready to steal this pawn.
Yeah, actually, this might just be a clear pawn about to fall. And I don't see a way for Sarana to muddy the waters here. Taking on g5, knight takes g5 only opens up the h-file, and you're reluctant to do something like that against a famed attacker like Mamedyarov. It just looks like one of those positions. He loves playing g4 early in the opening Mamedyarov, and it's all worked down to perfection, just throwing pawns towards the black king, now resulting in open lines and one-way traffic. Sarana, one of the players, I feel, of 2023 so far, but he's on the back foot here. Bishop b4, double question mark. Is there a killer blow?
I think that there is. Knight takes d5 is what he was trying to prevent, because the bishop is loose too. Unfortunately, once the smoke clears on the f-file, the f7 pawn is dropping. Everything is collapsing for black. So knight takes d5, which if Mamedyarov does not play knight takes d5, I'll be beyond shocked. It just seems it's a very direct sequence. And we can show it just to see what happens here. If a knight takes, bishop takes d5, rook takes f7 is next. You can't take on d2. If you can't take on d2, your bishop is loose, in addition to that f7 pawn. And of course, Shakhriyar plays knight takes d5.
Yeah, it's the first move. It was part of his plan. It was what he wanted to do anyway. It's the first move he calculates, and it's a very linear variation. Not too much, not too many divergences here. Knight takes d5, of course, played very quickly. I'm impressed by the speed with which Mamedyarov jumped on this opportunity. And like you said, rook takes f7 in all of those positions. If it ever lands, it's fatal. And I think it's inevitable now. Black is not just dropping this one pawn. He cannot limit that damage. Maybe you can take everything on d5 and try and curl up into a ball with rook f8, but I think actually everything's hanging. This one's over. The more I look at it, the more I want to turn away if I'm a Sarana fan. It's collapsing.
We're seeing this exact sequence, because bishop takes d5, bishop takes d2, rook takes f7. That really hurts. The black king is not going to survive. And there's so many variations that are winning that you don't even need to take the queen back right away if it takes on f7. So everything is an issue right now for Sarana. Mamedyarov, he's going to win this game. He's going to move up to 5 out of 6. He's in prime position to earn a match to play for d1.
Yeah, Great and potentially really important game in terms of this the tournament, beating a very strong rival as well. Okay, we're assuming here that Mamedyarov will wrap this up without too much fuss, without too much more drama. Where to go next? Lots of kind of really tense positions in this round. I think because we're reaching the kind of second stage now, the final third of this event, players are really kind of reluctant to take too many risks, just in case it backfires.
I'm going to bring up two games in a row because they both have an exchange up for one player. If you look at Duda against Fedoseev, it's completely locked. At least that's what Duda's hope is. But Fedoseev is up in exchange. So if a file opens, Black is probably winning. But that's why Duda's trying to keep every file shut. You double on the E file, so what? I have the E3 pawn defended. You're not attacking anything. This looks, to my eyes, at least at first glance, like good drawing chances. And I'm quickly going to take us to the Nakamura game because, David, look at this. An extra exchange for Yesipenko. Some more open lines for the rooks in this game.
Wow, this one looks potentially extremely dangerous for Nakamura, the evaluation bar on White's side. Not saying it's winning yet, but Black really has to be careful not to allow any White rook in ever. If a White rook lands on the 7th rank, it's just going to be game over. If a set of rooks are traded, it's game over. Nakamura, he just has to hope that he can activate the Black king quick enough towards the center and keep those White rooks caged. It feels like it's hanging by a thread. Rook d2, what is the idea there? Is it just to double up against this Black knight? I'm expecting king g7 or king f8 here from Black and passing the question back to Esipenko. What to do next?
We really need to cut the board in half. So Black is up 2 pawns on the queen side, these 2 pawns, and White is up 1 pawn in the center, and then we take into account the knight versus the rook. So unlike positions where all pawns are on the same side, this is one where White can create a passed pawn or go for an attack. I really like b6 from Hikaru because he wants to play c5 to protect the knight, or he can also play for b5 where every single pawn is going to be defended. So I think Hikaru is doing a great job here of trying to secure a half point. And for Yesipenko, I don't know the way forward. I don't know how he crashes through.
Yeah, actually, b6 was a very clever move. I was expecting a king move, but rook b2 might have been a threat by White. So now he's mobilizing the Black pawns at the right time. And okay, slightly strange to see Nakamura pause here. A takes b6 looks natural, looks pretty much forced. And there we go. And the Black pawns will start running. White's rook's not quite perfectly placed here. Yeah, if Black can also pick up the e pawn, you mentioned cutting the board in half, and some serious chances. f4, wow. Really going for it here, Esipenko, trying to open up lines. G takes f4 would not be a good idea here, unless you have something specific, because later a White rook might use the g file. But still, anyone's game. If the Black pawns start moving, Nakamura might start getting ambitious.
If these pawns go up the board, for sure he's got winning chances. And this move f4, if we see a trade, as you mentioned, the g file opening up helps White's chances. For Yesipenko, he could have made a draw. If he wanted to make a draw, he could have taken this knight, taken this pawn, and then we would have liquidated to an even rook and pawn endgame. But he clearly is ambitious. He wants to win. Why not? He's up in exchange. Hikaru's name does not scare him because Yesipenko's game is one that has beaten Magnus Carlsen in a classical event.
Yeah, and especially this young generation, they know in order to eventually overtake the current crop of elite players, they need to take risks. And it's nice to see him going for it. It does feel like White doesn't have too much to risk either. If something goes wrong, you will have most likely an opportunity to bail out. So very good practical decision. But that doesn't mean he's going to win this game. Far from it. Nakamura, I think, finding some really good moves. Rook b4, he's just waiting here, getting ready to advance those Black pawns. I've seen Naka turn these positions around so many times in blitz games. And it is pretty much a blitz game now, around 2 minutes each. And still, what to do with White? When do you push your central pawns? When do you bring the White king closer? So many questions to answer, and Naka will have replies.
It's a mistake that many players make against Hikaru. They think, oh, he's just trying to make a draw. He's holding steady, and then he turns it on you before you can figure it out. Because these pawns, at some moment, will be very scary to deal with. Yesipenko could still try to bail out at any moment if he wants by taking on d4, but that's going to pass him by in a second after c5. So if Andre's scared about his clock and scared of Hikaru, he'll just take on d4. I don't think objectively it's the right thing to do, but looking at his clock now, down to a minute, I'm not loving his chances.
Yeah, like you say, this might be the last opportunity, the final moment. Okay, this is going to end in a draw now. I think he's going to take that knight, Robert. There's no other reason to take on g5, and this one is going to fizzle out. Okay, I was praising him, and he did try Esipenko. He did play the move f4. He did go for it, but I think it was just too risky. And in tournament standings, it makes sense for both players, this draw. Very dramatic game, but a fair result.
Fair result indeed, and that means Hikaru goes to 4.5 points. We're going to pull up the game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Fedoseev just because when we left earlier, there was more open real estate for the extra exchange. But now there's a passer, and if Black isn't careful, a d5, c6, c7 is really going to be scary. So this rook on c3 needs to stay in contact with the c5 pawn.
Yeah, and I think you have to be really careful with white. You need to wait. You cannot move the king. The black b pawn will push. You cannot push d5 yet. Rook takes c5. You cannot push the f pawn because rook takes h3 maybe. Although I say that reluctantly because of d5. So you've got to be really careful. You need to be accurate. And under 1 minute for Duda, feels like Fedoseev, if he wants a draw, can just wait with the black king. White can never make progress, but you still have to be accurate to hold this one. It's a critical moment here. I think we've jumped in on
43 seconds and ticking down. He plays bishop c8 with the Eva bar doesn't change. But no, it has changed. Is the leader of this event right now, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, 5 out of 6. Nobody else has 5 points. So this game, of course, will change the standings a bit. But Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he is doing very well. He's making a lot of his fans happy.
Yeah, and there are a lot of them, especially among his fellow top players, just for his style, his refreshing ambition, creativity, and nice to see him doing well. He's been in Division 2, Division 3 multiple times this season, but yeah, it'll be nice to see him if he does make it one step further this time. Bishop c8, great move from Duda though, just keeping the tension, not committing, and still Black is just not in time to push the b-pawn. That's the only winning plan. Rook c4 will be met by king to d3, and is that a sign we'll see a repetition and a draw here?
He goes rook c1. Does Fedoseev not give... Wait, why did the eval bar... Oh, it's going crazy right now. Did he catch him in like a Zugzwang? The bishop can't go to c8 anymore. And if you play bishop f5, because f3 trying to take on f4?
Wow, so tricky, Robert. He got the same exact position, but with himself to move rather than white to move. You're right. He kind of, we call it triangulation, but he kind of lost a move with the black rook, and suddenly it turns around. We were highlighting the difficulties to even move as white, and now bishop to g4, very logical. What is black's idea? Is it rook to g3 to try and take this bishop?
And then the bishop slides back to e6. Like, is black getting b3? That's such a critical question.
It's a huge question, and it's not an easy one to answer in just 1 minute. 1.5 minutes here for Fedoseev almost. What else could he try? Rook c4 is always met by king d3. It has to be moving the rook. You have to push the b-pawn if you want to win. But it's not easy to arrange that in the ideal scenario. Okay, he's going to go for it. He's so ambitious.
Maybe rook c4, king d3. Okay, he goes for the exchange sacrifice, which of course Duda is not going to miss. But now d5 is a threat. d5 might be a winning move for white. So you have to go back to c3.
Mm-hmm. Or do you? Could you play b3, d5, and b2? Oof, I'm playing with fire there. Maybe bishop to f5. I wanted to try king c2, rook to c3 check there, and some tricks, but I mean, it's getting tactical, it's getting sharp. Maybe you have to just go back.
b3, d5, b2. I'm going to go d takes c6. So he goes, goes rook g2 check. Fedoseev always playing for a win, but actually earned a question mark instead.
This is so hard to evaluate, so hard to calculate. 10 seconds for Duda. He's got to move his king. Which direction? I think he should go forward. Going back feels wrong. But it's not about feel here. It's about moves. King to d1. And, it drops the bar.
And missed by Fedoseev. He played too quickly in response. Oh, it's winning again, apparently.
How is black winning this one? It's so hard to work out. It's not obvious at all. It's not as easy as the evaluation bar is trying to tell us. It's a long variation, if any, that wins for black. Okay, he attacks the bishop.
And now rook e4. Because there's no d5 as you've rook c4 check to pick up the pawn.
That's the clincher. He's going to win the f-pawn. And now black has this extra trump card of the f6 pawn marching. Still d5 threatened, so you still have to be a bit careful, but you can get back with the help of checks to c3 and paralyze those white pawns.
And is there a rinse and repeat? He goes king e8. Yeah, he just brings the king over back here. I don't know what that helps with. But how do you win this game still?
It's making me dizzy, Robert. This game, he's going round and round in circles. He's won a pawn somehow by going round. And can he do it again? He needs to get the F pawn motoring. Maybe he can do that in a clever way, but it's not easy at all. 5 seconds against 10 seconds, pretty much. This could still go either way. If black times it wrong, white still has d5 up his sleeve for later.
The problem is white's moves are obvious. Bishop back and forth. They made a draw by 3-time repetition.
Wow. They repeat. Fedoseev did not find the win. It was objectively winning, but I think the path was just too difficult. Not easy for any human, and great defense from Duda.
I'm just going to look what it says. F5, giving up the pawn that we were just highlighting as passed, and then trying to go rook F3. And when the bishop comes back to E6, now you play B3 because D5 is too slow because of rook F. Okay, get out of here with this nonsense. Like, this is, you're moving your rook back because now the D pawn can't move, and then now you're ready to take on D. This is too deep.
It was never going to happen. Too deep. And the whole idea was actually black's F pawn not being the ace up his sleeve, just throwing it off the board, giving it up to vacate the F6 square for black's rook. And I mean, this was genius. Computers make mockery of us all.
Yes, they do. And well, that actually, I think, concludes the 6th round. So we see we have 5 leaders. So David, Caruana, Andreikin, Mamadjarov, Fedoseev, and Georg Meyer. Georg Meyer says, don't forget about me, Super GMs. I can hang with you.
I mean, what is happening in the standings? Georg Meyer, fair play. He's in top form right now. It feels like everyone's beating everyone. And even when there are draws, they're so dramatic, so tense, so close. I mean, that game between Duda and Fedoseev, I'm going to go look at that one later, try and unpack it. And we've just seen non-stop drama in all of them. And the favourite's still up and in around the top places. Nothing guaranteed there, Robert.
And the good news for someone like Fedoseev is that you don't know you missed something. And we do have liftoff in our next games. The good news for Fedoseev, as I said, is you don't know you missed the win because it was so difficult. It was not like, oh, I was up a piece and I couldn't convert. But the bad news is you play the black piece against Fabiano Caruana, who seems to be in tip-top shape.
Yeah, the punishment is real. And okay, this is a very standard variation of an anti-Sicilian, a bishop b5 check Sicilian. Very trendy stuff here. And okay, how will Fedoseev react? He just wants to escape the opening. That's all anyone can dream of. Black against Fabiano. You just want to survive the early stages of this game. And okay, Fabiano going for a Maroczy bind. If he can play the move d4 now, which he will most likely, then we will see a very typical pawn structure, almost like a hedgehog for black there, where you curl up on your first 3 ranks, but those spikes are prickly. It's still hard for white to advance further than the 4th rank.
And I just want to draw our attention to, well, a draw between Andreikin and Mamadjarov. We didn't even get a chance to look at that matchup. The players were tied for first. They decided that peace was the best way forward. So they have 5.5 out of 7, not 5.5 out of 6, because they drew their game. So we want to keep going. Georg Meyer, he's playing against Sergei Movsesyan. That, if we're being honest, that's a pretty favorable pairing for both of them, because there are all these super grandmasters, top 10 players in the world around, and then instead they get to play each other. And Georg Meyer, according to the eval bar, has a big advantage despite the fact that he's down a pawn right now.
Yeah, this is a well-known position. I believe white's knight coming into e5. I think he's just fallen for an opening trick here, Movsesyan, and he is an older player, and he's not known for his openings. He's kind of one of those players who has a very set repertoire, and if you catch him out in anything new, if he's trying to freestyle, he sometimes suffers these kind of poor openings. And here white has sacrificed a pawn, but okay, knight to d6. Until this moment, I was aware of this opening position. It does feel like something like f4 here, or maybe a sacrifice queen a4, just getting rooks to the center. It feels like something is loose here for black. You need to castle still, but white is so active.
And Movsesyan has made his entire career of dodging opening preparation, as you were saying, David. He walks in to maybe his opponent's prep, and let's go for it. Bring up an analysis board. Knight takes c6. That seems to be the idea that should work out. And okay, the engine doesn't completely hate it. But David, when we get to the end of this line, white's king does look open. So would you be hesitant to play this variation, even now that you see that white is 1.7 ahead?
Yeah, I would, be in two minds. If this was classical, give me this position. If I know, only if I know objectively, it's very strong. But in rapid, you could imagine just being one move too hesitant. If you play a bit tentatively here with white, then suddenly black strikes with h5. Your king is under all sorts of pressure. I think this one's double-edged, and anything could still happen, even if white should be doing well. I guess rook c1, rook c7, white's very quick, but yeah, I think it's not Maya's style either. We've been talking about him, kind of his preferences in general in chess. He wants to grind. He wants to take no risk. He wants to have a small advantage and kind of milk that to its maximum. He doesn't want something this chaotic unless he knows. And knight to d6, does white have any other options? Knight to take c6 looks very strong, but is there anything else?
That's the main move that comes on. Maybe there's some sneaky move like bishop c5, or perhaps it's not super sneaky. I'm trying to take on c6 with my bishop, but I feel like that's too obvious. You're just going to castle kingside because bishop takes c6 doesn't carry a follow-up threat unless it's check against the king. So I'm not seeing anything else. David, anything coming to your mind now that we've been looking at the position a little more?
Yeah, I mean, my original intention f4. I guess the downside is that after the black bishop moves, bishop e4, black is no longer trapped and white's still a pawn down. So knight takes c6, double exclamation mark, you called it, Robert, on the board. And that's what the top players do. Sometimes, even if stylistically it isn't ideal, they go for moves that are principled. And he probably was aware of this, Georg Meyer. He's clearly prepared up until knight e5. So just kind of plucking up the courage to go for this line. And bishop c5, very interesting, trying to undermine this key defender, the black knight. Very logical as well.
I think that Georg, he saw all this, he was just trying to assess it, and that's what the best players on the planet do, is they try to get deep in the weeds and continue from this position, calculating 10 steps further. And for instance, this knight under attack on d6. Do I bring my queen to defend it on one of these squares? I don't like queen c6 because rook c1 seems to come with the tempo. I don't want to leave the back rank because my king is exposed. But knight e4, bishop takes, king takes. David, the king is in the center, and I don't see it finding true safety anytime soon.
Yeah, it just looks so scary for black. I was going to say, don't play knight c8 here. That's the one move you shouldn't make with your knight. What not to do in chess? Queen to d8, checkmate. Beautiful finish, but of course this won't happen. And Movsesian, he needs nerves of steel to play knight e4. I think he will after some kind of thought, because other moves just look so unappealing. Playing moves like queen b8, white will just add pressure with rook to e1. Queen to c6 just walks into the firing line with rook c1 ideas. I think you just have to just grit your teeth and go for it. Knight e4, and at least after bishop takes c7, king takes c7 there, Robert, black's rook finally breathes some life for the first time in this game, but double-edged and reluctant move, knight e4.
And by the way, Vladimir Fedoseev, Fabian Caruana, they drew their game, so they joined Andreikin and Mamedyarov as quick finishers. And we should point out that I believe the players get a break after round 7. So by making this early draw, it may give them an extended break, some time to relax, refresh, and get ready for the home stretch. Because look at the standings. I mean, Vladislav Kovalev and Jeffrey Zhang, they drew their game against each other to get 5 points out of 7 games. This is going to be a hotly contested finish. And I'm seeing a name for the first time today, David. Arjun Erigaisi is taking on Hikaru Nakamura. Let's go right there.
Yeah, Erigaisi been sneaking up that scoreboard, catching up with the leaders. Not the fastest start for him. But wow, look at this position. Evaluation bar says Nakamura in huge trouble. This is Erigaisi, I think, employing one of his favorite openings, this branch of the London system. And yeah, it looks like that black king, a huge target. White is about to launch an attack.
So the question I have, now that bishop d6 earned a question mark, I'm tempted to triple isolate your pawns, but I know that inherent to having isolated pawns, they're open files, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to open the file in front of my king, especially because I'm trying to checkmate you on the queen side. So he trades.
It's also pawns. Yeah.
I didn't even see that.
Took me a while as well, Robert. I was looking at the tripled pawns too, which were just so kind of unappealing aesthetically. But why not grab a pawn rather than worsen your opponent's structure? And I wonder if this is a sacrifice. What do you think from Nakamura? Was he just hating his position so much he thought, okay, freeing it up, getting rid of that beautiful white bishop was worth the pawn? Or was it just an oversight?
Interestingly, bishop d6, that was not the best move. And then bishop takes bishop was wrong. for some reason. So perhaps winning the pawn gives black some freedom for the next few moves of rook h5 to come in, maybe rook g5. So we can see the outlines of a comeback in this particular game for black. There's no immediate checkmate against the king. I'm still looking for b5, but black does have c5 as an option. I do think that Hikaru will try to close the queenside down as best he can.
Yeah, you were looking for queenside breaks there. I'm looking at the camera where Nakamura was shaking his head. He momentarily put both hands on his head, kind of shaking quite vehemently there. And Queen f4 played, given a question mark, but maybe one of the most natural moves in the position. And I don't think Nakamura is going to take that queen. He's either got to move or if you move b5, your move gains in power there. Your idea, Robert. b5. Actually, clever from Erigaisi. I don't understand why this is a mistake.
I think from a practical point of view, it looks like a great choice because Hikaru doesn't like to make draws. But if you take your opponent's psychology into account, he probably knows that Hikaru wants to crush him, just like Hikaru wants to crush everybody else. So trading queens, there's no chance black is winning that game unless Arjun just loses the thread completely. So rook h to e8, played by Hikaru, he wants to trade on his own terms to double his rooks up against this weak pawn on e3.
Yeah, now the question for white is how to defend that weak e-pawn. Do you have to play a move like king f2 before or after trading queens? There we go, queens off the board, knight to d1, I guess, is the idea, but suddenly step in the wrong direction. Yes, it's playing safety first chess, but you are allowing black's pieces to activate. Black has great activity right now. Knight b5 is coming round to d6, into c4, lots of holes in white's camp. I think, yeah, strategically, maybe just to not kind of optimal decision here from Erigaisi. It feels like suddenly, yes, he's banked a pawn, but the rest of his position a bit smelly.
What's he going to do? Play rook to b3 and just say, I have everything under my control. I'm not worse, but you're not better. And you don't have e4 at any point. So I think knight f4, rook back, great. What are you threatening? The knight is coming to d6, over to c4. There are no more pawn breaks in this position. And so I think Arjun, he's going to eventually be okay settling for the draw.
Yeah, and now the black knight stops white's knight from landing on e5. Really nice kind of controlling move there from Nakamura. He's going back, knight d6. And I think despite not looking too positive on the camera, his body language, I think he'll be very, very happy just with how this game has gone over the last few moves. Yes, he's a pawn down, but the rest of his position looking very harmonious. And okay, knight b6, he's getting ambitious potentially. Knight a4. In the pipeline, just completely locking down the queen side. You mentioned blocking it kind of in the middle game. Maybe blocking it in the end game makes sense too. And he's just going to put pawns on f6, g5. White is stuck. No real plan.
Knight c4 threatens e3 and a3. Knight a4, it's the c3 pawn. Maybe a4 you have to play for Arjun after knight d6. Throw the pawn up to a5. At least you know your pawns are protected there. But black is so quick with these knights going right after the e3 pawn. This could turn in Hikaru's favor. If I'm Arjun, I'm looking for a way to just force a draw.
Yeah, and these top players, they're so universal, but sometimes you have to play the opponent. And I think Nakamura, he just thrives in these positions where he's totally stabilized, don't care about the material. If he's got stabilization, he knows where to put the pieces. He knows how to create threats, set traps, and hustle. And he's done that. Erigaisi, I agree. He needs to start pulling that break, start trying to find a way to safety with white. Rook a2, he's aiming to zoom across to e2, but the kickback with f6 will happen at some point. A knight will land on c4 at some point. Still, it's just about timing. f6, knight g4 played, and black slowly inching forward.
Gaining some space, move after move. The one bad thing for black is you can't play f5 and allow this knight back into e5. So I wouldn't be completely surprised for Hikaru to slow play it with knight c4 and only then play f5, in which case the knight covers this e5 square. Black is better here. The extra pawn for white on e3 is the target, and you can't push it because all of black's forces stare at that square.
Yeah, I agree. At least in practical terms, black has a huge advantage, I would say. It's momentum as well. Let's not forget, white had a dominating position, extra pawn, potentially a king, a kind of attack against the black king. But suddenly he's in grovel mode, trying to hold on desperately. And all of black's pieces are beautifully placed. This is really, really instructive stuff from Nakamura. I think he's going to win this one, and a win with black would be priceless at this point.
I was going to say, I do not envy Arjun's task here. He pushed his pawn up to a4. The knights are just so strong for black. And he is trying to strike. So he's trying to create chances of his own. And if he opens the a file, maybe at some moment the rooks slide over, a7 is loose, but a knight can slide back to c8. But I like that he's getting aggressive. He's not just sitting and waiting for Hikaru to beat him. He's saying, I need to create some chances of my own.
Yeah, but now big threat potentially of f5, winning back the pawn, white's knight on g4. If it's kicked away, it's not going to lead to much joy there. Rook a1 is always met by knight takes b5. It feels like you need to be super accurate now to hold, but I don't see any tempting moves here from Erigaisi. No natural moves, at least, and ticking down on the clock. Nakamura building up a big edge there too.
f5 is just winning a pawn right back for black with a clear advantage. That's an important central d pawn. This knight on d1, it is saving the position by protecting both e3 and c3. But if you have to get passive like this with 2.5 minutes on your clock, you're probably going to lose to Hikaru as he continues to gain in confidence.
Yeah, it all turned on that game that he kind of blundered a piece and his opponent didn't spot it. He won it, Hikaru, in round 4, I believe. And yeah, he seems to be working his things kind of in typical Hikaru style ever since rook b4. That doesn't stop f5, though. I wonder whether black strikes now or whether black needs to rush rook b4. It feels like just a move, a panicky move. And f5, I think he's intending to play knight to e5 and give the pawn back that way. Just to at least clarify, trade off a set of pieces. But still looks pretty sad, pretty grim for white.
And Hikaru, he knows he can speed up because his moves are becoming more and more simple at this stage. White will have his d5 pawn to target. That's the one bit of good news. Wow, that is not what I was expecting, to give up a new outpost for the knight.
That's the type of move you only play if you're really desperate. And okay, knight e4 check lands. White's going to play king f3 most likely, but the white king not entirely safe there. I guess he just wants to try and trade off knights at any cost, but it's going to be hard. Knight f2 will always drop the c3 pawn. Okay, king f3 given an exclamation mark. Maybe some hope. But yeah, either way, f4 not a happy move to play there for Erigaisi. He's really... Okay, on the camera he looks pretty calm, but I was going to say he's really having to be creative to hold this together.
He always looks calm, which is impressive. And knight takes c3. I think this is part of the reason it deserves an exclamation point. There are some opportunities here, like knight takes c3, with this rook hanging to distract the knight away because rook takes e3 check. I haven't calculated it, but clearly Arjun has, and he recognizes that he gets away with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I suggested king f3, I had not got knight takes e3 on my radar, but clearly Nakamura is in calculation mode. All those arrows, I can sense them being drawn in his head right now. Knight takes c3, knight takes a2, what's happening there? But yeah, very complicated stuff. If not, you just drop back the black rook and you kind of keep that plan, keep that threat up your sleeve. What to do, critical moment.
I like the retreating move. He said takes the pawn, Arjun quickly takes with his king, and the knight hops back to d6. So the king on f4 could be a good piece as we venture into an endgame with his h4 pawn being targeted. I wouldn't go for it now. You probably will get checkmated over there. But later in this game, the h4 pawn is something white will go after.
Yeah, for sure. And Nakamura, suddenly he has to evaluate how to kind of improve his pieces. If he trades off a set of rooks or, God forbid, 2 set of rooks, then suddenly that white king will decide the game in Erigaisi's favor. b6, meanwhile, I like it. That b pawn was a source of some trouble, tying down the white rook. And now he's saying to black, okay, you have a big decision to make. Do you take that pawn? Do you allow it to live? And he does capture, but suddenly pawns are disappearing from the board. Does black give a check now, though? Asking the white king which direction it wants to go in.
If that king is checked, it probably should go back. The knight hops into c4, hitting the rook, hitting e3. Hikaru can just win a pawn at this stage. But perhaps the king and 2 rook endgame, even though black is a pawn ahead, is easier for white to hold because the activity is clear. The plans are simple. And whoop, in comes the knight, and that was a mistake despite being the most natural-looking move.
Wow, how could that be a mistake? It looked too tempting, and now I'm assuming the white rook being hit on b6 is going to come over to f6, maybe h6, but rook f6 looks like the most natural move in the position, and that double rook endgame you mentioned, Robert, it's very close. It's hard to tell whether it's going to be a win or a draw, but still 2-result game. Rook h6 instead. slightly less natural because it doesn't threaten anything, and this gives black the luxury to play rook g8. Rook g3, maybe a threat on the board right now.
Both sides, their moves are being questioned by the engines. It looked like that's why there's no rook g3, because rook takes h4 removes the guard in some of these positions. It doesn't matter what the remaining pawn structure looks like. White wants to get rid of some of that material because the king will feel safer.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly pawn structure for both sides, I've got to say. So many isolated pawns all over the place. But Nakamura hasn't kind of transformed his advantage into something concrete, something material. And the longer kind of he doesn't win a pawn, the more I think he'll get frustrated. It feels like Erigaisi might be over the worst. And okay, f4, he's going for it now, Hikaru. He's changing the pace of the game. He's going for the white king. And the question for Erigaisi, does he take this pawn? And where does he put his white king afterwards?
He goes back to g1. And is there some sort of mating net that Hikaru is weaving? His pawn on h4 isn't a good spot, but this pawn will be in the rook's sights. So I don't think you are going to get the checkmating net as soon as you would like. But it's getting tricky, and that's a good defensive move.
Yeah, I think he had to bring his rook back to defend. There's no way the white king would have survived if it had tried to hide itself on h2. And okay, Nakamura says, that gives me time to get active. It does feel like momentum black still. How will white's rooks defend? He's going to keep rook e1 check up his sleeve for later. White always has to be vigilant towards that one. Rook d3 could be an idea at the right moment. Oof, still not happy defending this if you're Erigaisi. 30 seconds on the clock. Going to start panicking soon.
King h2. Probably there's rook e1, and that king is in a sort of mating net, so he gives a check. But inviting the black king up the board seems to be counterproductive because the king is perfectly safe up on a square like c5. White's knight is not in the game.
Yeah, he's just playing for time here, Erigaisi. I think he panicked, and understandably so, very natural to do so there. But he is just improving black's position. He wants 2 seconds extra, that increment, remember. And when in doubt, give a check. That's what we're taught when we're young. But okay, he's driving the black king towards the white rook. So king e6, how is he intending to meet that? You cannot take on b7 because of rook e1 check. You have to stay on the f-file with the white rook.
King e6 looks natural. Maybe just rook f8 is his plan, trying to trade rooks by giving a check over here. And Hikaru does have so much time relative to his opponent that he can afford to spend it at that moment.
Yeah, he invests that time very wisely. That's why he's such a good speed player. And rook f2, why is this a blunder? Is it rook takes d1? Or simple rook trade?
I think you were right. There was some kind of rook takes d1 or something there. But the question mark given to rook d3, he's just trying to freeze white's pieces, and Arjun has no time to figure this out.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think rook takes d1 was winning a piece, actually, but you needed to work out that you could hide the black king. You could kind of run down the whole board and win that game. So Nakamura could have won on spot, but of course he doesn't have access to the evaluation bar like we do. So very natural way of keeping control instead. But now, again, he needs to turn his advantage as black into something tangible. Activity won't be sufficient. He needs to win a pawn or kind of transition into a winning rook endgame. But for now, still in control.
And he goes rook g3, so he's keeping that control, but it gets a question mark. And rook f4 getting active, and this is what Arjun needs. He needs to get rid of pawns. Even if he loses this knight, as long as he gets rid of these last 2 pawns in the position, he'll be able to make a draw.
Yeah, really resourceful, really, again, instructive play in the endgame. Never going passive, not defending meekly. And once the h4 pawn disappears, it's going to be hard for black now to create a possible...
fork!
Oh, heartbreak for Erigaisi. Wow. Game over.
But Hikaru just knows how to keep tactics alive. He went rook h2, just right there. Look at this. Rook h2 is given a question mark because white has knight f2 and your rook's actually trapped over here. So maybe you're able to escape without losing the piece because knight e3 check, and then you can get your rook to g2 if the king goes that way, but the king should go to the center. But he set up a nasty, devilish trap, and Arjun walked right into it as the king goes to g1, knight f3 check, protects the rook, hits the king, and wins the rook on h4.
Oof, those knights, they're so tricky, and that is a mark of genius from Nakamura to sense the psychology, sense the clock situation, sense the nerves, and set this trap. And I think I would have fallen into it, Robert, just like Erigaisi. So sneaky slide there. But huge result for Nakamura.
Indeed, and let's look at this position. It's Levon Aronian playing against Sargsyan, and it's even material, but the knight is trapped over here. He just wins the knight, and his knight gets back to help the c pawn, or does it?
Still have to be careful. You have to give a check here with the white knight, or can you maybe... Okay, bring the king and... It's a draw
Maybe the
suddenly.
draw.
Suddenly the
Why?
white king can never take the f-pawn because the black pawn pushes, so black can just wait now.
He goes for... Oh, he wants to give the f-pawn like you were saying, because the knight takes f4, king c3 wins this last pawn.
Whoa, and Levon Aronian against Sargsyan here might have just thrown it. You see him shake his head, and this was so tricky again. These pawn endgames, these knight endgames, king c3, the margin for error is so small, and it is a draw, a miracle save by black. I think going with the king towards the c-pawn was the winner. Knight e2 so natural, but flawed.
Yes, because the knight covers both pawns at the same time, and the white king helps that pawn. And if you look at the leaderboard, Levon Aronian's name, not there right now because of this draw, but look who's alone at the top is Georg Meyer, 6 out of 7. He won his game against Movsesian, and he is alone in first.
Yeah, we saw that great piece of opening prep from Georg Meyer. He did get a friendly pairing there, but yeah, impressive stuff either way. He's really taking his chances when they come, and wow, he might be a favorite to get to that match for Division 1 now.
And look at the names who are right behind him. Mamajarov, Nakamura, Fedoseev, Andreikin, Caruana, Duda, Bashir Lagrave, Dominguez, Savian. It's all these just top-level players, and Georg Meyer, as he has for so many years, says, I belong. I played in Dortmund. I beat the strongest players in the world. My endgame technique is up there with the best of them. And speaking of endgame technique, do not take this pawn on g6, please. That would have been the one last trap in this game that we're looking at.
I remember falling for basically that exact same trap when I was young. Never again. Don't walk into skewers, don't allow the checks, and we will see a draw any moment now between these two very strong players. Radius had a good event. He's played some great games, you've got to say. And he might not be up there qualifying for the top divisions, but great experience for the young player.
He beat Vladimir Krumnik in the first game. Now he's drawing against Grandmaster Tristan from Argentina. So, yeah, I don't think you can complain about these individual results, even if you haven't fought for first place. I think that for a player like this in the FIDE Masters, just to qualify, not have 3 out of 7, that's a really good score.
Yeah, great score. And it is a draw at the end there. And Robert, you mentioned it earlier. It's time for a break for the players. And I think we'll go on a short break too. But before that, it is that time of year. It is September, and through the end of this month, claim up to 30% off all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts, unlock new emotes, and score an ad-free experience on Chess.com. So don't miss out on the deals this September. Subscribe now. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
And thank you to our partners Meetup. If you are interested and want to join the community, go to meetup.com/chess to find out more. And meanwhile, Robert, it is crunch time now in the play-ins for the AI Cup. We've seen so much drama, some comebacks, players making their way to the top of the standings, and it's only going to get more dramatic.
It certainly will, because only one player is in first place, and that's Georg Meyer. And there is a horde of players just behind him trying to chase him down. Will Hikaru be one of those 8 players playing for Division 1? That remains to be seen, but we know that he is happy to be where he is because he scored some victories in a row.
Yeah, he's on a winning streak, and these top players, they're hard to stop once they get the momentum behind them. And we are about to enter round 8. We've seen 7 dramatic games, and I think we're off. I think we have some action as we see the leader right now, Georg Meyer against Fabiano Caruana. And Caruana is going to be throwing everything at this game. It could be decisive for his hopes of reaching Division 1.
Because you look at the list, 15 names on the screen have at least 5 out of 7. And if Fabi draws and all these people win, suddenly he's in that tricky situation where he can't just rely on himself. He needs to rely on the tiebreak. So we see with the black pieces, a Georg Meyer type of opening. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura, Dmitry Andreikin have drawn their game. Vladimir Fedoseev against Shakar Mamedyarov, they have made draws as well. This is a big opportunity for Meyer in particular. If he can draw or even win the game, he's well on his way to a top 8 finish.
That's right. You want your fate in your own hands going into the last round, and now it's the penultimate game. And for both players, they are desperate for this point. Caruana, if he wins, he'll most likely be the outright leader. And Georg Meyer knows if he avoids defeat, he's almost there, touching distance for the match for Division 1. And meanwhile, we all know how difficult Georg Meyer is to beat when you have black. And Fabiano, I want to ask you, Robert, were you surprised he took a draw with the white pieces so early against Fedoseev in the previous round?
It was surprising because Fabiano's a huge fighter. He does not like to make quick draws, but he probably wasn't feeling the position. It wasn't something that he thought of before the game. But once he reached it, he's like, Vladimir's so strong. I think this is level. Let's just conserve some energy. And here in this game, we've only had one pawn traded. These D pawns are off the board, and then C3, queen can come to C2. This knight on C6, that's the misplaced piece. The pawn on C3 takes away its forward jump. So some slight pluses here for white, but this bishop on C1, sitting at home, not exactly the most promising piece just yet.
Yeah, almost symmetrical. And for me, when I was younger, I always thought these positions, they must just be dead level. But these days, you see the likes of Magnus, Hikaru Nakamura grind these out from both sides. They kind of work their magic. There's the room for scope in these types of positions with all pieces still on the board. And knight to G5 from Georg Meyer, forcing the black bishop to hit white's queen. And I'm wondering whether he's going to get ambitious, play a move like queen B3, try to probe for weaknesses, or a move like this, F3. But this means the white knight is going to go on a bit of a journey. It's going to go back via H3 to F2 and round again. Really committal stuff. And I'm not a huge fan of what white's doing. It feels a bit too sophisticated, if anything.
Inviting the bishop up to provoke F3, which is just a weakness for white as it opens up a diagonal in front of the king. And it takes away the knight's jump. But oftentimes the knight on F2 isn't so poorly placed because the D3 square is a bit vulnerable. So Georg, he's relying on this little nuance that, actually, where's that knight going now? I love this move from Fabi because you could have kicked the knight back right away. Now the knight doesn't have that square, and you might need to make a move like F4. It's steering the game in tactical water.
Yeah, I think Georg Meyer inadvertently has to go all in now. He wasn't planning to play F4. I think that's not necessarily his style, and it's a type of move that has to be well thought out beforehand. But now he has to. He's committed. There we go. F4. The white knight needed a retreat square on F3, and still, like you said, tactical waters. This one heating up an E5 on the board. Actually, maybe he had to. I don't think he had time to play G takes F4 because of H6. And now it's just crazy at this early stage. This game between the leaders really spicing up.
And what is Fabi going to do right here? Because his knight is under attack. If he goes knight to H5, there is this danger that later we'll just the queen to win it on the square. But this knight on G5 doesn't have a great home backwards. The E4 square, but the E5 pawn. I'm just going to say a lot of things and hope that you can figure out this mess.
Keep saying more, please, Robert. I need some time to work it out. And bishop g4, okay. Threat met by counter attack. The white queen doesn't have too many natural squares. Queen b3 feels like the wrong side of the board. Queen c2 could get hit. Queen e1 maybe is possible as well. But either way, throwing a question at Maya. And I think he will put his knight on h5, just kind of not too much choice, process of elimination. But like you said, it could be just a terrible piece there long term. And yeah, this one, I just feel that Fabi is going to take it. Just it suits him, this type of position. He looks confident on camera there. He looks zoned in and focused. But Maya, if he can work his magic here, he will deserve that shot at Division 1.
I think part of it is that Bobby didn't have to take any big decisions just yet. The knight came out to g5 where the bishop was on e6. Of course, it went to g4. Then it went back and forth. And meanwhile, Georg has had to take responsibility for his decisions to jump the knight out, to push f3, then to play f4 and e5. It's not that he's overextended. It takes a lot out of a chess player to make these kind of hugely committal moves. And so for Georg, who prefers quieter positions where he can outplay his opponent with a slight plus, he's going to have to prove that he can handle the tactics. He's more than capable. He is a super strong player in his own right, but just not what he wanted from this game.
Yeah, definitely not what he wanted, anticipated, but he could be seeing it as an opportunity. Imagine a win with white here. He'd be so close now. But okay, he paused at this moment after bishop g4. I'm wondering, just trying to get inside his mind, his style, Georg Maya, maybe bishop to f3 would be kind of a safety first move, trade off those bishops, and then take on f4, and at least you have some measure of stability. It becomes slightly less wild at least. But yeah, he needs to decide. He doesn't want to burn too much time on the clock. Down 2 minutes already in what is shaping up to be a wild encounter.
And he plays queen e1, which was a move that you had previously mentioned. That way he avoids any sort of bishop attacking his queen. Rook to e8 doesn't look like it accomplishes much because white can just pick up this pawn on f4. So for Fabi, is it knight to h5? Does he have to figure out if h3, g4? No, that's not going to work. So yeah, maybe knight h5 is the way to go.
Yeah, feels like the most natural move right now, and it does pose some concrete questions to white. G takes f4 might be met by or I say it, and then I don't want to say it, but f6 in some scenarios, just totally exploding the center, and play really gets hairy there. But whose king is weaker? It's likely to be white's in some variations, in some scenarios, just lack of pawn shelter. So Fabi will feel confident in some concrete variations.
And while Fabi is trying to figure out his next move, there are other games that are very important for the standings. One of them is a matchup of Vlads. Vladimir versus Vladislav. Kramnik has made a resurgence in this competition. He was 2-4 after his draw against Malakov. Suddenly, we are bringing up Kramnik's game. The white side of this position, he's playing e4. He wrote a book on the Catalan. He made his career in the Catalan, but he loves himself a good e4 game. And I'm maybe a little surprised to see Artemiev playing kind of mainline stuff. He often plays offbeat openings by choice.
Yeah, for me, this is not the type of position I associate with either player. For me, Kramnik, I grew up when he was just crushing everyone with the Catalan, but of course he has switched back to e4, which he was playing a lot when he was a lot younger. And as you say, Artemiev tends to avoid main lines. He ducks and dives and tries to dodge everyone's preparation. And normally he's very successful at that, but he's accepted this type of typical e4, e5 position. He's given up the bishop pair. Black lacking a light square bishop means he can't fight on that color complex. And maybe that means the stakes are higher for him. Some pressure to kind of accelerate the play before white's bishops start to exert some influence. And a5, I like it, at least asking white to focus on both sides of the board. And the central tension, I think I would take white, Robert, but definitely up for kind of interpretation, matter of taste right now.
I would take white because of this light square bishop, the king in the corner. I would like to get an attack going, but I know that I shouldn't go all in. Part of me is tempted by queen h5, hope to get a knight g5, but I'm not even sure what I accomplish at that moment either. If black does take on g5, I'm too tunneled on a kingside attack that's not going to work out. So maybe bishop d2, as you said, is a quiet move. And of course, Kramnik, he's so versatile. Even if the intentions look aggressive, he's willing to calm it down if that's what the position calls for.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the scoreboard. It feels like Kramnik has to try and win this game if he wants any shot at Division One. He's likely, if he doesn't win, to be a full point behind the leading pack. So, yeah, he needs his fate in his own hands. Artemiev, if I'm not mistaken, is half a point ahead of Kramnik, so it's a down float. But yeah, I mean, it's such an important game. All of them are at this point with such kind of high stakes. And a takes b4, I'm not sure about this opening of the a file for black. I thought maybe you leave it a bit longer, but maybe afraid of b takes a5. Now there's all sorts of tricks for both sides. But okay, still the dilemma of what to actually do. What is the long-term plan, especially for black, who kind of needs to do something before the endgame where white's bishops will take control.
And David, we hadn't seen Kramnik's name for a while. We hadn't seen Anish Giri pretty much all day since he lost to Duda. I see him in sixth place. He has 6 points because look at this. He won his game very quickly against Sam Sevian, who's been a star in the Champions Chess Tour. If you look at the positions, a clean exchange up for Giri. This was not a good game for black because we see at this point this got a little bit chaotic. The bishop went out to g5, trying to poke at the d5 pawn, and that was a big mistake on 7. Bishop c5, ignoring the danger. And look at this, knight g3, and you can't do anything about this poor d5 pawn. That's a pin. That's a fork of pieces, and it's a win for Nishikiri.
Miniature, quick, brutal victory, and only within a few minutes. It feels like Sevian, after that great start, maybe a little bit of tilt kicking in. It's easy to kind of fall into a negative mindset when you lose a bit of momentum, lose one game. But for Giri, wind in his sails, and a huge opportunity now. Yeah, great kind of vision there to spot knight e4 from afar and to take the win.
And then we were talking about great opportunities. Thomas Bjertsen finally got that Grandmaster title confirmed. 5 out of 7 playing with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is some good wins in the day over Hammer, over Ralph Ahmedov. And here, unfortunately, with the white pieces, he's in huge trouble against MVL.
Yeah, it looks like this pin on the c-file is just going to be cashed in at any moment by MVL, and he's going to have a pawn advantage, a positional advantage. Black's king looks a bit airy, but there's no way to get at it. And black at the right moment can always just bring the queen to d5, solidify, control everything. And unfortunately, without knights, without light squared bishops, white has no way in. So yeah, he's kind of playing his brand of chess. Thomas Bjertsen, I'm a huge fan. I have been for a long time. Going for it, going for attacking positions, just sometimes against the top guys, it doesn't work.
It's a big victory in the making for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave because a win will get him to 6 points, and now he'll be in that bunch right behind whoever our leader is. We know that at least one player will have 6.5, whether it's Fabi, whether it's Meyer. We'll see who it is. Should we go back to that game because it is getting spicy?
Yeah, I would love to check in on that one. Huge for the standings, and wow, all of white's pieces, they feel lined up now on the king side. Is this a moment? I don't think you can sacrifice. I'm itching to play bishop takes g5 here and just blow open the position. I'm not sure you're quite ready, but either way, black's king looks like a potential target. I think Fabi, is he really trying to win this e5 pawn right now, Robert?
So if the bishop moves, say, to e3, knight takes e5, so there are 2 knights. Oh my goodness, there are 2 knights and a bishop, so technically you could probably take it. I would be way too scared.
Yeah, I would be terrified here if I was Fabiano, but he has a lot of extra time on the clock, and to play a move like g5 shows confidence. I think he might consider taking on c4 as well, and then taking on e5, but then you give up all the light squares, and there will be eternal compensation for white. Very much long-term there. Okay, he needs to decide, Georg Meyer, he cannot afford to go into such a wild position with only 1 or 2 minutes on his clock. What to do? He's going to drop back his bishop. The more I look at it, the more I think taking on g5, probably a bit premature. And yeah, bishop c1 looks like it gets out of the way. Nice, kind of nicely avoiding any tricks, any tactics there. And covering the e-file still, but okay, bishop to e3.
And Fabi quickly plays rook a6. I'm not even sure what it does, what it protects, what it attacks, but it's a fast move. And look at the clock. Georg Meyer going down to 2 minutes. I like rook a6 a lot. There's probably a future where protecting the 6th rank is very important.
Yeah, watch out for that rook springing to life a bit later on in the 6th rank. Often these top players, they make mysterious moves and then you only realize the kind of point behind later, or it suddenly works out for them and it looks like genius from afar. But Rook A6, like you said, the fact that he played it instantly is going to be psychologically so powerful for Fabiano. But Bishop D4 from Maya, he's covering everything right now. And at some point, he'll start chipping away at Black's kingside. He'll start playing moves like H4 and asking questions. So this one is still very high stakes, feels in the balance. But how to improve for Fabiano? The Black Queen not making a great impression. Okay, he reroutes his knight.
Ooh, and it received a question mark, but the good news for Fabi is it makes a lot of sense. So the players, they don't have the evaluation bar. And David, I think it's time. Your H4 idea looks very strong. And it's another reason he brought the rook to A6. If he clears that rank, the rook will help out to protect the king.
Yeah, and okay, knight back to D2, very natural. He wants to land a knight on E4 and then into F6 with a devastating check, but I would have kind of prefaced it with H4 just to loosen up Black's structure over there. Maybe again, it's the Simon Williams effect, just pushing the H-pawn. But okay, now is the idea knight to E4 anyway? Black has great kind of protection over on the dark squares. The rook on A6, as you mentioned, Robert, might play a key role in some of these ensuing tactics. But it's on the board, knight E4, he's going in for the kill now. Georg Maya, will it work? That's the question.
But Fabi steals a pawn, and the F7 pawn, if you take, the knight takes back and protects F7. I actually really like how this has gone for Fabiano, because the only way to get to this knight on E5 is to move your knight from E4. But as soon as you do that, the genius of the rook on A6 comes to mind, that if this knight moves, you have rook F6 trying to trade off some of the attackers.
Yeah, rook A6. As soon as the dust clears, it looks like a mark of genius. Yeah, it feels like now suddenly Georg Maya will be panicking. Momentum's turned against him. He's dropped a pawn, no attack or no kind of killer compensation that I can see. And there will be threats. Black's knight later on, once you protect F7, will start jumping around into D3, into G4. And okay, 30 seconds against nearly 5 minutes. That looks almost terminal in itself. Knight C5 on the board, but now rook F6.
That's why. David, if that rook were on A8, knight C5 would be a great move. But the rook slides over to F6. We were talking about it. It's what these elite players do. These mysterious moves, they come in handy at just the right moment. The eval bar is all the way down in Fabi's favor. And Black is up a pawn. The king does not look particularly unsafe. All the pieces are working together now.
Yeah, suddenly it looks so harmonious, and even the Black Queen will come to life at some point. I think this trade of one set of rooks is going to help ease Black's defensive tasks so much. First, he'll trade a set of rooks. He'll play B6 to protect this pawn that White's going for on B7, and it feels like things start to collapse. As soon as you start retreating with White, it's going to be a bad sign. Take those rooks off the board.
Swap rooks, play B6, take on C4, swap dark square bishops, bring your knight back to D6. Kind of all of the moves are very natural for Black to go with. He doesn't trade rooks first. Oh, he's setting up a trap. If rook F6, he's going to take on C5. Oh, he's going for
it. Beautiful play. There's also ideas of knight F3 check, and there we go. Georg Maya, I think he lost on time, but it was a losing position. Something was about to drop. He was losing material, and Fabiano really upped the level there, really moved through the gears, and takes an important victory.
What a game there. Rook ace. I just got to go back because that rook won him the game, and he played rook a6, and it didn't threaten anything. Right here, to play rook a6, like, what is it doing there? But he recognized the importance of getting off this diagonal to get some activity and bring his last piece on over to the king side once he cleared the sixth rank. So there were some mistakes, of course, on both sides, but it ended up winning him the game. So let's get out of here. Maybe we should go to Kramnik and Artemiev, because that one is very important for the standings. And David, I don't think we'll be disappointed to see what the position looks like.
Wow, this one has really changed, and Black has started to enter the knights on D4, A4, bishop on H4. Feels like Artemiev is coming for Kramnik here with his pieces, but could still go either way. It's a bit loose for Black. Yeah, like you're pointing out, Robert, some tactics on F2 potentially, but E5 is slightly weak. D5 could be hanging the Black knight, and A4 could be very strong, but could also be a tactical target. I think we jumped in a critical moment, and Artemiev characteristically low on the clock, 36 seconds. But for him, yeah, that is a bunch of time. He's so quick at the 2-3 move calculation. And Kramnik, I think if it gets down to the few seconds where it's just a pure bullet battle, I think he might be struggling. He needs something now, and he's in the attack.
He wants to avoid that moral degradation. We know that. But he's in a tough position because his queen is doing an important job stopping knight c2 for. Rook takes e5 will walk right into queen f6, deadly ideas on the f-file. I'm actually not seeing a move right now for Vladimir, and that's probably why he's spending quite a lot of time at this stage, is what should white do?
Oof, that's a tough question. And 1 minute, I mean, it reflects how tough this position is for Kramnik just in the time he's using right now. I want to overprotect f2, but bishop e3 allows knight c3, and I'm reluctant there. I'm just scared of knight b2 being a threat. I'm scared of your queen f6 idea there, Robert. Everything, unless there's some tactical idea to defend yourself, everything kind of has a drawback right now. Nothing easy. And if there's no easy moves, we know what can happen. That's where blunders start to occur.
And we can see Kramnik, he's leaned in, trying to find any move whatsoever. He's also lost his entire lead on the clock. So we see both players reaching around 35 seconds. Where is he going to go?
Queen g4, and this begs the question of knight c2 type of ideas. Is that just a fork? Does he have ideas of counter-attacking against the black king? I don't really see Kramnik's next move. Knight c2, what is his reply? Evaluation bar has reacted in black's favor. First a trade?
But apparently that was a mistake. So I would take with the queen, not with the pawn. That keeps my pawn structure healthy. And knight c2, what is happening here?
It looks like black is bagging some material. Either way, you're going to win the exchange. The knight will feast most likely on the a1 rook if given an opportunity. Bishop b3. Okay. Is the idea simply that white is giving up material, but he'll win the e5 pawn at the very end? This black knight, if it has to move, knight b6, for example, white will trade rooks and take on e5, and two bishops give some compensation. Still, I would pick black, but yeah, Kramnik at least has dodged the worst, and Artemiev under 5-6 seconds there could still go either way.
It's such fantastic understanding from Kramnik to give up the material, to get a position like this, because suddenly it looks like white is having fun. These bishops are scary to deal with. The knight on c7 is coming in huge to defend d5, but I like the placement of white's pieces.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to resist threatening checkmate in one, bishop c3 there, but he kicks that black knight proper to the edge of the board. And okay, now the question is, do you allow that black knight to take on b4? The answer is no. He wants the d5 pawn Kramnik next move, but suddenly counterattack. Momentum is turning yet again. f2 is attacked, b4 is attacked. Players are going to be making mistakes here. It's that type of position. He has set up checkmate. Whoa, is that decisive?
Yeah, because the queen couldn't come back. So he takes and he hits this rook here. Don't take the rook. That allows liquidation. He plays queen e6 first, but where is the win if the rook moves out the way?
Oh, bishop takes g7 is an idea. Queen e7 is an idea.
Queen f6. What? Queen f6 would have been so cool.
Oh, queen f6, Robert. Beautiful. But now you can take on g7. Bishop takes g7, and it would have been checkmate. Okay, he just takes the rook, and Kramnik, clutch victory at the very end there. Turned it around.
Who said that Kramnik couldn't play bullet chess? Because he just proved to all the haters that he can win with 2.8 seconds on his clock. And what a tactical flourish. That won him the game. And we see Kramnik in 9th place, all tied all the way down to 2nd with many other players with 6 out of 8.
Wow. He made that last move, Robert, with 0.8 seconds on his clock. Just in time for Kramnik. And he's up there. He's in the mix.
Yes, he is. So let's go to another game. We see the game doesn't click, just ended. Let's go to Antipov against Aronian. Levon, he is losing. Rook and pawning, excuse me.
Yeah, and it's a well-known position. It's the Lucina position where white was about to build a bridge for his king to move out of the way, and black resigns here. Aronian loses this game. King d7 was met by rook d3 check, and white promotes, costing black his rook. Antipov, from nowhere, taking down Aronian, and in terms of the tour standings this whole season, that is heartbreak for Aronian. He needs the points more than anybody, and wow, crashing to defeat.
And for players already in Division 1, like Firouzja and Lazovic, they're going to be pretty happy. We typically don't root against anybody, but sometimes players, they see someone catching up on the leaderboard, and they say, well, I'm glad you're not in this. So we look at this position between Vincent Keimer, the black pieces, and Vokitov, very strong grandmaster from Uzbekistan. One extra pawn for black, but it's not enough. You can't force through a pass pawn.
Yeah, you can't force through a black pass pawn, and unfortunately for black here, white's bishop is perfectly placed, tying down the black knight. As long as you wait, as long as you don't walk into any knight forks or knight takes g2 sacrifices, this one is relatively straightforward. No way for black to make progress. It will be a draw from Vokitov. Not fun to defend, but he has the perfect formation.
Yeah, it's just going to take a while as the players will shuffle around, not really making progress. I'm going to maybe see if we have any other games, just because if they're more exciting than this one. Ooh, this one looks fun. Not as high up in the standings, but we have Klakowski against Nestorov, and it's rook and bishop versus rook, where white just won, I think, on time, with checkmate being threatened, but the king could have run away.
Yeah, and that's a natural move. It's the only move to avoid rook h8 checkmate, pretty much. So it's a bit surprising he didn't play it with a 2-second increment there. It was the only try to kind of attempt to defend, and actually, objectively, it is a draw. But still a scary position to defend. White would have given a check and tried to probe, but okay, a win for white. Rook and bishop, winning the day again.
Okay, I'm not... Oh, the game still is going between Vokitov and Keimer. Oh my gosh, we left and all of a sudden Keimer's winning.
What's happened here? White's king is on h1, and suddenly black is forcing the pawn through.
His last move, we will see it if the game concludes right now. The latest move from Vokitov was a blunder as Vincent Keimer wins. Look at this. King g4. It still says it's holding for white, but bishop b6 allowing f3 lost on the spot because I think he overlooked David. After pawn takes f3, the king goes to h3. Checkmate.
Killer. That is a mating net. And he had to put his bishop on d6, I guess, Robert, in order to meet this plan with taking that remaining pawn on g3. Now you could simply take on f3 check and remove that remaining black pawn. But mating nets, they happen all the time, and knights are so tricky. We've seen it multiple times today. And great ingenuity there from Keimer to fashion out this chance to trick his opponent, kind of reminiscent of the top players in the world who do push to the very end. And they get those points, they get the extra reward when their opponents are tired.
And we see Vincent Keimer's name in 8th place, so he has 6 points. Only Fabiano Caruana was 6.5. And for Fabi, that means that maybe he can now afford to make a quick draw because his tiebreaks, I'm sure, are through the roof. And for the players in 6 points who are right behind him, if he's playing, say, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabi only needing a draw, Hikaru needing a win, that could make an excellent final round pairing.
Yeah, it could be a lot of drama, and I think we are about to start round 9. I think all of the games have finished in that 8th round, and we have liftoff. Whoa, what a pairing we have on board one, Robert. Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. And what do you think we're going to see here? Are we going to see a draw? Nakamura, to keep his fate in his own hands, should really be aiming to win this, but with black, will he gamble on the tiebreaks?
Because Fabi can do that famous Berlin draw that Hikaru loves, but he probably won't love it right now. You see some players have already made quick draws. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Dmitry Andreikin, they made a draw. You see them with 6.5 points. And look, we have e4, e5. This could be bad for Hikaru. Look where he is right now, David. 7th place. I don't know how his tiebreaks are going to be at the end of the round.
It's a pure roll of the dice tiebreaks, the mathematical equations that we use to kind of cut those ties. They can fall in anyone's favor, but yeah, it's a real gamble. Nakamura right now, we see him thinking, reluctant to go into the Berlin, but okay, he's playing solid. He's hoping that other results go his way. And I think, okay, Fabiano doesn't go for this famous draw with d4 there, where he could have ended the game instantly. And Nakamura looking a bit surprised on the camera, Robert. He's like, oh, my opponent didn't force a draw. At least this position will have some life. It's going to be symmetrical. It's still, of course, roughly level, but the game will go on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Hikaru's reactions. Of course, we can't hear him as we're covering the show here. They do make a draw by agreement, so he could have forced it over the board and said they shake hands. But we'll see how this shakes out, because for Fabi, it makes perfect sense. He has secured top 8 placement. He'll fight for Division 1. And for Hikaru, This begs the question, are his tiebreaks good enough? Look where he's slotted in at the moment, in 4th place. But look how many people have 6 points. Some of them are still playing their games.
Yeah, and Nakamura right now has to hope for a bunch of draws between those players on 6 points. He has to hope that they kind of reach the same score as him, not overtake him, and then he has to hope that his tiebreaks kind of fall in his favor. So nervy few minutes ahead for Nakamura as he watches the results come in. Meanwhile, Anish Giri against Nihal Sarin, another battle between two players who have 6 points, who both really need to win. I don't think their tiebreaks will be sufficient to kind of have that playoff for Division 1. And here, Giri, I love his position. 2 bishops for white. The king relatively safe on b1 for now. And he's storming the king side just in case black's king decides to castle there later.
And that's why Nihal keeps the king in the center. And he says, I see you, and I'm going to do the same thing. You're going to storm the king side. I'm going to storm your king side, which is the queen side over here. A4, which may threaten A3 to loosen up control over the C3 square at the right moment. I'm with you, David. I prefer the bishops. I prefer where white's king is for the time being. But Nihal's going to do Nihal things. He's going to slither and bring his pieces forward, and he's just going to create some problems for Giri to solve.
Yeah, that's right. And Nihal's been doing what he's doing very, very quickly. He needs to win with black, most likely, to stand a chance for Division 1. And that entails a lot of risk, especially against someone so solid as Giri. So I kind of understand what he's been doing in the opening. It's very imbalanced with these 2 knights versus 2 bishops. But yeah, we will see who can attack quicker. H5, G6 is pretty much pre-move time, pre-move territory for Giri. And Nihal Sarin needs a solution, needs an answer to that one. So he has paused. I'm expecting A4, as he mentioned there. Robertson. Whoa, Rook F8. That's not a mouse slip. He didn't intend to castle. He would have been castling into mate there. But, okay, he's just trying to defend F7 to potentially evacuate his king on the other side of the board. Really, really ambitious play. Given a question mark, but I quite like it.
Makes perfect sense. Stopping G6 because the F pawn takes and the queen is at the end of the file. So it's a good move. I see the question mark objectively. If we just go a half step back, there was something better. Maybe black should have thrown A3 first, David. So I can understand potentially if there was this A3 inclusion. But Rook F8 does make sense. And maybe white should consider A3 himself. And there's a history between these two players. Nihal Sarin beat Anish in the semifinals of the Global Championship. That was a lot of prize money at stake in that matchup. Nihal won. He made it to the final. He earned second when all was said and done. But you know Anish, he's not going to forget. He's not that forgiving.
Yeah, none of the top players are very forgiving. They do hold grudges, even if they deny it. And that game, that dramatic game where Nihal, I think it was a rook and pawn end game, he kind of tricked Giri to win. Yeah, score to settle for Anish. And he does look focused. He really will want to win this. I've kind of spoken to him myself, and on the Champions Chess Tour this season, he hasn't felt like he's really brought his A game yet. So, okay, can he win this one? G6, another question mark, but again, logical, trying to block things up. Blocked positions favor the knights, and now Giri vacating the C1 square for his rook. I think he's assuming the black king is going to stay central or castle queenside now, and he's preparing for that. I just love the flexibility playing on both sides of the board. All 64 squares in play now. This type of position really rich, but objectively, white in charge.
When you have pieces on both sides of the board, it typically favors the bishops, and only white has those. The knights are fighting for the same squares. These are called superfluous knights. And while the action's heating up over the board, Anish's room, apparently, is really hot. Air Things, one of the sponsors of the Champions Chess Tour, they say that his air quality is poor, and his room, the temperature there, wow, that's really hot. 31 Celsius, 87 Fahrenheit. He needs to get an air conditioner.
Yeah.
Or a fan.
He needs to get an Earthings device. He needs to realize, first of all, that it's unhealthy, these levels that he's kind of playing under. But 31 degrees, Robert, that is not ideal kind of conditions, especially after a long day of chess, when you're tiring, when you're nervy. It's hot on the board, of course. It always will be, but you don't want it hot in your room.
Not at all, but this position just looks so good for him. So it doesn't matter with the temp. Ooh, queen a3. I wasn't even thinking about a queen landing on that square. I thought a black pawn or a white pawn. But he's going after this a4 pawn directly. He's defending b2, bringing his other rook here, or taking on g6 at the right moment. This looks very uncomfortable for Nihal, and Anish can just gobble up this pawn if he wants it right now.
I think he will, and Nihal's plan will be to plant the black king on d7, where actually, without knights on the board, it stands relatively safe. Black's knights they're still kind of superfluous. They still kind of fight for squares, but at least one of them has d5, the other potentially using f5 as a launch pad. And I could imagine Anish getting frustrated if there's no breakthrough. Of course, he's doing great. He's going to win this pawn on a4 most likely, but will he be reluctant to grab? Will he get frustrated if there's no breakthrough next? Still some questions. I like the fact that Nihal's playing so quickly. I think it will give him some practical chances a bit later.
And Anish is that classically trained player. He's got great opening preparation. He doesn't want to open files in front of his own king, but objectively, he can get away with stealing this pawn on a4. It looks dangerous. I wouldn't be totally surprised if he avoids that capture. But while he sits and thinks, maybe we should look at our other 6-point matchups because we have several of them. We have Kramnik against Fedoseev. I'm just going to flash the board and go to a different game because right now it doesn't look too tense. Both sides have even material. Although actually the eval bar, I was surprised because I only saw the board state at first. I think Kramnik is much better here, probably because the knight on c6 isn't great and the queen on h5 is offside, whereas white has harmony between the pieces.
Yeah, you could certainly imagine that black queen just being shut out of the action for the rest of the game. The pawn on e5 for white cuts the board in half. Looking great for Kramnik, but of course, plenty of play left here. And Fedoseev, we've seen it before. He's so tricky. If he gets one chance to counterattack, to unravel, then he will take it. Maybe we go around the horn with the top boards for Robert, just to give an update on who could qualify, who's doing well, who looks in prime position right now.
For sure, because we see the standings up there. Some players have already finished their games, but these two, Yesipenko and Meyer. Meyer in 7th place on the live standings. Yesipenko on the same score group. So if Yesipenko wins, well, he gets up to, I believe 7 points. That would be a tie with Fabiano and ensure a match play for Division 1. David, we have this position where white has a bishop pair. I'm already looking at this pawn that's hanging in the center, but I think Georg wants that f5 square for his knight to go after the white kingside.
Yeah, it looks like a hanging pawn. It might well just be a pure pawn sacrifice, but at least it would make black's job easier. It would give black something to do, give him squares. Instead, queen g4 I like from Yesipenko. Firstly, he's hinting that he might take on d5 now, that his queen will act as the defender of the kingside. And secondly, he's kind of just putting his pieces on good squares. It's that simple. He's ready to just put the queen on g3 and sit if he wants. He can play knight f3 next move, bring that bishop to f4. Feels like white's pieces are pouring towards the kingside. Watch out for h5 being a break later on to leave her open the black king. He's just passing the move back to Maya right now. And for Maya, you've got to be wondering, is that previous defeat against Caruana going to affect him? Now he knows he's kind of probably in Division 1 playoffs with a draw, but a loss would be disastrous for black.
With the draw, he should make it just because he was leading the field for quite a while. You can't fully count on your tie breaks, but they should be good. And here, his position, I don't think it's very good. His time management is, but the position looks favorable for white. Now there's a big question. Do I take with the knight on e4? No. The pawn captures back. This is just a problem for black. f4 might be next. Just throw more pawns up. h5 in a moment soon. King on g8 is feeling a little lonely over here. How does black crash through and create threats of his own?
Yeah, I like c4. Now there's the concept of knight e5 into d3. That would be a beautiful outpost. And I think that would really solve all black's problems in one fell swoop. But of course, this will be prevented. Black just doesn't have the time. And are you going round knight b7 into c5 into d3? It takes so long. It feels like white's going to build up a huge attack against the black king in the meantime. Okay, he just goes for counterplay at all costs. White's doing the right thing. He's at least trying to imbalance the play before white can fully stabilize. But I also fear, objectively, that black is in a bit of trouble.
I love this move b4. The queen is overloaded defending this pawn because the knight stepped in the bishop's path. So h5, you might just capture and win this central pawn. So he's fighting is Georg Meyer. As they tell you, when someone's attacking you, you fight either in the center or distract them on the other flank. And it's exactly what he's doing. Knight b5, queen a5, these type of moves are in the air. And whoa, Yesipenko says, I don't care about this e4 pawn. I'm going for your king.
Yeah, he's going all in now, Yesipenko, and it's the right thing to do. A win for him, I think, is essential. He doesn't have the luxury of these strong tie breaks to fall back on in case of a draw, so I don't think it will be enough for him for Division 1. So he's going for broke, going for gold. And, okay, he's guaranteed some kind of attack. even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. He's trying to open up the light squared bishop potentially, but Robert, the evaluation bar not reacting means that maybe black can just get away with it. Is greed good here?
I don't think I would be able to do that, but considering the alternatives, maybe you have to. If you don't take on h5, white takes and your pawn structure is completely shattered. So g takes h5 is step one. After queen takes h5, now is the big question. Do I throw in a b takes c3? Do I take on e4? Am I getting away with it? What is actually white's follow-up? I don't see something to be afraid of after knight takes e4.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to throw in b takes c3 unless white has an intermezzo or kind of an intermediate move there, just because it looks like you have another target. I don't see it either. Maybe just a calm move like rook e1, trying to force the black knight even further away. But that begs the question, can black just grab everything and hope that there's no breakthrough? g6 looks so tempting for white in all of these positions, but it will open up the black rook as a defendant. Okay, he defends a different way, really creative, across the 5th rank, preventing g6 altogether. And there's still some pressure on white's pawns on e4 and c3. Okay, how to continue?
This is where engines are too objective. Like queen a5 is a good move. It gives a question mark because it wasn't the single best move. Black was 0.3 better, now is 0.5 worse. So, of course, as chess players, we always want to be objective. But that is a very good defensive move from Meyer.
Yeah, exactly. And it has the element of surprise. There's no way Esipenko would have been looking at that move. He would have spent all of his time calculating what happens after black plays knight takes e4. So it's often nice to kind of just throw your opponent off balance slightly. Just stop their plan, foil their plan, and throw the kind of move back to them. And we see that Esipenko is burning a bit of time right now. This one is so finely balanced on a knife edge, all these imbalances kind of in the position at least. And who is going to take it? Who's going to get those spots in Division 1? Who else could we go to with all this at stake right now? Queen h3, he's setting up g6 as a potential threat right now, Robert. So this is clever, despite the red cross it's been given there, the miss of an opportunity potentially. g6 looks like a monster threat.
It's a huge threat. Even after b takes c3, you still play g6. You don't even react on the queen side. The last thing you want to do is let all of black's pieces into your position. So g6, queen takes e6 to follow, because queen h7 mate would have to be prevented with pawn takes g6. So maybe it's time for black. It's a scary move to play, but play g6 himself. I don't see enough white pieces going in to deliver a checkmate.
Again, it makes sense. Stop your opponent's plan, block it up slightly. And if black could ever kind of relocate his bishop round to g7, the black king will never, ever be in trouble. Kind of fianchetto that bishop to protect the king. But, of course, it does take nerves of steel. Does Georg Meyer have ice in his veins? He does. G6. Impressive stuff. And also watch out for black playing king g7, rook h8 a bit later. If he tries to take over the initiative, suddenly white has to guard some pawns. This one...
And
so
while this one continues to heat up, David, I just have to bring us to Giri against Sarin, because Nihal, in this position, he is trying to fight back, but his king is wide open, and it's white's turn here. You can't even take a rook because it's actually white to move.
Wow. So right now, Giri is up 3 pawns, and he's got the move, and he's attacking. But black does have some threats. If black gets a knight into d5, there's all sorts of rook takes b3 ideas. Okay, the moment is now. How does Giri consolidate? How does he continue? I wanted to give bishop b4 check, but actually that just drives the black king to further safety. King g8 is maybe the ideal home. And okay, he retreats. This is nice. Gaining a tempo, kind of a valuable tempo right now. Black's queen doesn't necessarily want to take on d4 because this only opens up diagonals for white's bishop. And bishop c3 there looks super scary. Queen f5. How to continue?
So queen h3 is just trying to trade the queens off is my main priority right now. I understand that black will try to avoid it, but there is no easy way to do so. Rook f3 played instead. And after queen e4, maybe his g6.
Forcing either a queen trade or maybe just the decisive attack there, Robert. That's just genius from Giri. g6 in that position.
There's nothing else for black, because if you move your queen anywhere else, well, not c8, you lose your queen. You lose h7. So this is just a straightforward plan from Nice because he's up 3 whole pawns.
Yeah, and he's bullying Nihal here with the fact that the queen trade is just game over. White has too many pawns. So queen g6 is unthinkable. You might as well fall on your sword here with a move like queen e4 and allow white to try and attack. But Nihal's trying to calculate his way through that, see if there's any remaining hope of a kind of erecting a defense. Looks hopeless. Looks like white is about to break through.
Looks just completely one-sided. Anish's position is one that we liked earlier on. The a4 pawn was loose. It's clear that that pawn went, the c pawn went, the e pawn went, every pawn in the position went, and Anish's shirt is about to go because he's biting through it out of nerves.
Yeah, he's been chewing away at the black position for a long time, but he's finally going to break through. Queen d5 I like because it stops g6 and it keeps an eye on this white rook on f3, so there's no kind of time to get greedy with queen takes h7. But where is the killer blow now? He's zeroed in, no more shirt chewing. What can he snack on instead? Can't take h7 yet, but he goes rook h3. And black doesn't have time to create threats. I love the fact this rook on the third rank just guards b3 as well. He's just got everything covered here, Anish, and it's one-way traffic.
And a very important inclusion is Anish will probably queen h6 check before taking on h7, because the king, if it goes to g8, now we grab that pawn with check. And if the king goes to e8, well, then your king is out in the open. I can even bring my rook back towards the center and try to checkmate your king. It's not going to find any sort of safety. So I really like the setup of white's pieces. Everything is connected. It looks like Anish is well on his way to a victory, and 7 points where he'll tie with Fabiano for make sure that he's fighting for Division 1.
Yeah, I think 7 points is the golden number right now. 7 points is the guarantee where you will get that shot at Division 1. For those on 6.5, it's going to be a nervy wait for those tie breaks. But he's so close now, Anish. I think he's going to get revenge, Robert, for that huge game you mentioned earlier that Nihal kind of took from him. And queen h6, queen takes h7 is, again, almost pre-move territory. It looks over 3 minutes against 1 as well. Nihal is not going to survive this attack.
But what Magnus Carlsen said is revenge isn't really just winning one game. It's beating that opponent who hurt you again and again and again. And this is just the one of many. If you're Anish Giri, that's how you're thinking about this. But if you're Nihal, you're saying, I'm just going to throw all my pieces at my opponent. If the clocks were reversed, David, I think that Nihal would have a chance. But considering that Anish is the one with 3 minutes, he's such a good blitz player, I'm not really worried, especially after bishop c1. That rook protects, the bishop stops knight a3. Everything is defended.
That's so classy, just the calmness required there. It would be so tempting for most mere mortals to give a check there, to look for direct paths, but no, just bishop c1, everything under control. But again, a rook on h3, attacking, defending everything, no sacrifices, white's king, safe enough. And soon it's white's turn to play, knight d6. And I'm expecting that check you mentioned, Robert, queen h6 check. Could maybe take on h7 as well. I don't think black sacrifices work on the b3 square. That'll be game over.
Did you see who's in second place right now? It's Jan Krzysztof Duda. I forgot about him. He suffered some tough results, but he just beat Antipov and ends up with great tie breaks. We'll see if that's how it shakes out when the round concludes, because there's still so many games going that will impact tie breaks. But Duda, he leapfrogs all of those players, including Hikaru, and that could leave Hikaru with that quick draw out of a match play for Division 1.
Yeah, he's been sliding down those standings, Nakamura, as the other results have been trickling in. And he's going to be keeping a nervous eye on this one. Giri is likely to overtake as well and jump up to shared first place, maybe second on tiebreaks. King d8 been played, g6. He's clearing a path. I guess for a check on h4, f takes g6. Feels like there's going to be some checks and a checkmate. No defense here. Nothing to try left. 20 seconds for Nihal Sarin as well, and he allows the white g-pawn to live just to block a diagonal. But you can even slow play it now. He gives a check first. This white queen's going to zigzag her way in, and it's going to be checkmate.
And there's nothing that Nihal can do to stop it. Okay, same checkmate on e7. Anish Giri wins, and he ends up in that tie with Fabiano, 7 out of 9. Hikaru is down there in 8th place. And I see one more game going between Yesepenko and Georg Meyer. Let's go right back there, because this will impact the standings. And we just see an exclamation point played by Meyer. The king runs towards the center, but away from knight checks. Yeah,
preempting those checks. Really classy move there from Meyer. He's basically defending his king alone there. There's no defensive pieces around, and black is a pawn up. So white cannot really go for a queen trade if he wants to win this game. Both players desperate to win now. I think maybe more Esipenko than Maya, but Maya, yeah, I love this last move. Queen to d2, posing a difficult question. Queen f6 looks super tempting, but I think he'll keep chasing that white queen with queen to d4. And he's saying, okay, I need the queens off. And whoa, he doesn't. He continues pushing. And now big attack suddenly for Esipenko. e5, opening up the white bishop. Oof.
The rook needs to stay protecting. The knight protect the rook on d8. He plays knight d4, protecting his rooks. What is happening here?
Yeah, what is happening? Whoa, he gives up his queen, Jogmaya. Did he need to do that? He's given up his queen just for a rook. He's banking everything on this c-pawn. But this is surely going to be stopped. Bishop to e4 is coming. Rook c1 just blocks this pawn. Was that self-destruct mode? Suddenly black's position has collapsed.
That was desperation, and the knight comes to g8. The knight comes to f6. The queen says good night to the black king. That's a forced checkmate.
Wow, the clock playing a huge role there. Jogmaya falls to a second defeat in a row, and Esipenko, that is a really important victory. He jumps up into the tie on 6.5 points, and it's all about the tie breaks now. It's anyone's game. Do we have results coming in? Are these the final standings? Either way, Jogmaya is not going to get a shot at Division 1. Heartbreak for him after such a good event.
Still have more games in this competition because Division 2, Division 3, those spots are up for grabs as well. And look at this eval bar. It's getting more of a workout than the strongest man on earth because white's better, black's better. Who knows what's happening? That looks like a tactic.
Rook takes g6, giving up the white rook, luring the black king onto a light square. And this is the killer blow. A knight fork. King takes f5 was a blunder, I think. But either way, the black queen is falling. And Lei is going to take this game.
Min Lei, one of those players whose rating does not start with 2.7 in classical chess or even 2.6, but somebody that everybody has their eyes on because he's that strong. He beats Vokirov, the Olympiad gold medalist from Uzbekistan, gets a 6 out of 9. So Min Lei with another great showing here. He can compete with the best of them. He unfortunately isn't going to fight for D1, but he'll fight for Division 2. David, still a few games scattered left going. Oh, wow, some interesting endgames.
Yeah, let's soak up as much action as we can. It's a real treat here. And Bishop pair, I normally rave about them, but here it's not about that. It's about the black pawns. And I think they're going to cruise home. Unfortunately for Alireza fans, it looks like Makarian is going to take this win. His king has entered now at the right moment. He'll give a check with the black bishop, or nice pin now on the e-pawn. And black c-pawn will be the one doing the business.
With knight b3 to follow, that should be a new queen. And this is not only important for Division 2 and potentially Division 3 matchups, but David, some people played Makarian. Some people played Alireza. This will impact the tiebreaks.
That's right. Tiebreaks are decided upon your previous opponent's scores. So often those in the top positions will be nervously looking down at games on board 30, 40, thinking, okay, that was my previous opponent. I want him to win. It'll boost my tiebreaks. And well, we've seen huge tournaments in the past decided on that rule. And what is this? This is a wild position. Suddenly there are queens on. How did black's king make it down to c2? How is this level according to the eval bar? It looks like someone's getting checkmated.
Oh, it's black's turn, I guess. But what is black going to do? I mean, it's such a weird position.
Yeah, it looks like this has stemmed from a weird endgame where both sides made new queens. They promoted pawns. And normally the one to deliver the first check is the side that wins once there's queens and rooks on the board. But here, black to move can give a check in two different ways. Rook a7 check, queen a2 check. I don't think either of those really pay off. The white king is going to hide around its knight. And I'm going to say this is not going to end in a draw, or at least not a peaceful draw. Look at the clock time. Sevilla now down around 10 seconds. Rachmanov only at 3 seconds to react.
And I'm forgetting that Rachmanov has white. Like, I didn't know whose turn it was because they're on the opposite sides. And wow, that was a mistake. Rook a7, king goes up to g6, and there must be something against this king.
Yeah, now white is able to start the checks, and the rook comes down. It's going for the lawnmower checkmate. White's king super safe, and okay, it's hanging by a thread. Still defending though. This black knight doing sterling work, and whoa, going for the queen trade. Safety, but not clearly playing for the win. Not for the maximum Rachmanov. Still winning according to the eval bar. Knight e4 check, f6, f7, f8, queen.
It is so important that the pawn is going in this direction rather than going in this direction. If the pawn were going to where black's pieces are, it's going to be a draw. But because that pawn is hard to stop, it's supposed to be a win for white, but this is getting tricky. Some of white's pieces are barely hanging on to each other.
Yeah, really tricky. And remember, if black's knight gives itself up for white's f-pawn, it's a draw. Rook and knight versus rook. Still needs some work there, but it should be quite an elementary draw. And he's found it. He's going to give up his knight for this pawn next move, guaranteed. This one's going to go on another 50 moves, most likely, but it should now objectively be a draw.
This somehow is a draw because the pawn is gone. And this is easier than rook and bishop versus rook. Now that I say that, someone might blunder a piece, but in general, this is a very easy endgame to hold.
Yeah, the defensive idea for black with the lone rook here is to keep pinning that white knight. Eventually, your king might get pushed to one of the edges of the board, but as long as you're ready to check the white king or pin the white knight, white cannot quite coordinate all of his three pieces to form a mating net. But it has been won, some very high-profile games. The most recent example, I remember, Zhu Wenjun managed to win king and knight versus rook. Rook and knight versus rook at the Women's World Cup recently. So it is doable, it is possible. And Sevian, after a couple of tough results, playing for the draw here, should get it.
The problem is the knight, it doesn't move like a bishop. That's as simple as you can put it, is that once the king marches up here, you would like to block a check with your knight, but it's not always easy. So here, the knight will come up. Oh, rook f1 is easy enough. I don't even know what to say, Dave. It's been a long Swiss event. I'm just looking forward to the match play at this point, but I don't know who's actually going to be in the top 8.
Yeah, I think we'll get confirmation of that very shortly. We're still waiting for the final games of the Swiss section to end. But yeah, you're right, Robert. It's been a long day, but still the best part, the most fun part is yet to come. So stick with us, everyone, as we go to the match play. Nothing decided yet. And meanwhile, black is doing everything right. Look at the pin, immobilizing the white knight and dancing away with the black king. Always dancing the opposite direction to the white king, just kind of walking away from the opposition. And we could be here for a while. I'm wondering when the 50 move rule is. And I think this might be the last game, still ongoing. We'll get a result eventually.
Move 132, so I hope it's the last game going. But with increment, some of these games seem to go on forever. Ooh, be careful. I feel like there could be a trick at some point. But so far, perfect play from Sevian.
Perfect play. Yeah, there's always going to be tricks, but he's amassed a lot of time on his clock, actually, Sevian here. He's built his way all the way up to 30 seconds, so even if it gets a bit scary, if he gets pushed to the back rank, he'll have the time to defend. Rachmanov running out of time on the clock and time in terms of the 50 move rule. This will be a draw soon, and then we'll talk about what's at stake in the upcoming matches. But first, perfect technique. Just Sevian, great player in general, great correspondence player, great understanding, and of course he studied this one before. So I'm predicting draw in the next few moves.
Hopefully the 50 move rule is coming up. I think both these players have had a long event, and this is important to make sure that the king cannot approach because the rook hits that knight. And once the knight moves, well, then your king can't cross because the rook takes away the squares. If this were a bishop, the bishop would go to d4 and the king into d3. That's why bishops are preferable in this type of endgame, is because they can sit close to the king and help block checks on ranks and files.
Robert, I'll put you on the spot. Bishops or knights? Pick a favorite.
I'm a bishops guy, but I was just with Vichy in Calcutta, and of course he famously loves the knights. What about you?
Yeah, I'm a bishop guy too, and I think here Rachmanov wishes he had that bishop to try and form a mating net. The knight didn't cut the mustard, and it is a draw. Finally, so we see the standings on our left, and it's so tight at the top. Caruana and Giri have kind of banked their spot in the match for Division 1. Big games for them to come, but for the rest, it will be a nervous wait. I think we're going to confirm those for you very, very shortly. It looked like Nakamura had squeezed in at spot number 8, the golden kind of ticket there to compete. But yeah, so much at stake now. And let's talk about what the players are playing for. We saw those standings. 4 players advanced to Division 1, so there will be 4 matches for that golden ticket. Top 8 players, therefore, will play those matches. 16 players advance to Division 2, 32 go to Division 3, and 20 from these upcoming matches that we'll see will be eliminated. And those 4 players fighting for Division 1, they will be joining Carlsen, Firouzja, Denis Lazovic, and Nepomniachtchi in the AI Cup, starting in just a few days' time. And we will go to a short break in a moment, but coming back, we will see those 2-game matches fighting for these spots in the top divisions. And Robert, it's time for a break while we catch our breath, while we work out the maths involved in the tie breaks. And yeah, lots to look forward to. So don't go anywhere, anyone. Stay with us, and we'll be back with those all exciting matches.
And can't wait to those matches begin. Actually, I just want to point out, David, quickly, that for those of you who've been watching the Swiss, you may be confused. What's next? There is the match play. That's where the break comes in for all the players, and for us, we need to catch our breaths, drink some water, stretch. I saw Fabiano getting a stretch in. I'm a little jealous, but it's 10 minutes and 2 seconds per move as per usual, and it's only 2 games. 1.5 wins the match, of course, and if they are tied, we get Armageddon with bidding, which, David, let's be honest, throughout the Champions Chess Tour, it's everybody's favorite. They want to see ties. They want to see Armageddon. We want to see the moral degradation of flagging.
Firstly, thanks for saving me there, Robert. Of course, the match play format is the most important thing. And like you said, we want Armageddon. We want the flagging. We want the fights to the death. And we want the drama, of course. But ultimately, a lot to play for. And I think we do have confirmation of the top 8 who will be fighting for Division 1. So hopefully patience will be rewarded. And let's see who has made it. Those 8 players that we will see playing in those matches after the break.
And I mean, David, you said, for some people, right, they had a long break. One of them in particular was Fabiano Caruana, that quick draw, and Hikaru Nakamura in the 8th spot. He barely sneaks in. And David, this is the fun part, where the players, they get to choose their opponents coming up. So Fabiano gets first pick. Whoever he picks, Anish gets to choose from the remaining set of opposition on the right-hand side. So David, this is tough. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you're Fabi, who are you picking to face?
If I'm Fabiano, I would be choosing Hikaru for the content. No, I can bank on the fact that Fabiano will not be choosing Hikaru. Of course, coming first, you do get the luxury of choice, but I mean, there's no easy players in this top 8. I think he might choose Fedoseev or Mamedyarov, depending on his mood, depending on what style of opponent he wants. But either way, we will get those pairings. I think the players are going to make those decisions now. We're going to set up those matches. And finally, this time, it will be time for a break. Join us for those all-important matchups just after this.
For 4 years, ChessKit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the Chess Kid National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after a prolonged break to the play-ins for the AI Cup. Hopefully, it was worth the wait, though, because we have breaking news. We have those matchups for all of the divisions, but the fight for Division 1, Robert, that is where the action is going to be happening.
And David, you called it, because the top 4 players from the Swiss, they got to choose their opponents who finished between 5th and 8th place. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the huge names in 8th place, he wasn't selected. He was the last person remaining, so Andreikin got stuck with him. But Fabi, he chose Mamedyarov. Anish selected Fedoseev. Duda was left with MVL or Hikaru. That's just not a choice anyone wants to be left with. He picked Maxime, and that left Dmitry with Hikaru. So what do you make of these matchups? And now that Fabi picked Mamedyarov and Anish picked Fedoseev, do you think that there's more hunger from those two?
Yeah, it definitely feels like if you're the one getting picked, you have a point to prove. Mamedyarov being the first guy to be picked, he's going to be wanting to say to Fabi, look, you picked me, but that's going to backfire. You should have picked one of the others. And I think Fabiano chose that maybe stylistically. He thinks Mamedyarov's going to come at him, and that will give him more chances. Anish choosing Fedoseev is interesting, I guess. If it's a choice between MVL, former Blitz world champion, and Hikaru Nakamura, speed demon, then you pretty much don't have too much of a choice. But that's not going to be easy. Fedoseev, kind of a monster in his own right. And for Andreikin, picking the short straw, kind of being stuck in 4th place and not having a choice against Nakamura, that's going to be psychologically tough. But if anyone can rise to the challenge, he can.
All these players have a legitimate shot because the Swiss is out the window. It doesn't matter where you finished anymore. Now the selections have been made. We know the time control. It's familiar to us. And it's best of 2 game matches. David, there's not much wiggle room to go wrong.
Yeah, no room at all at this point. And let's look at the format for these matches for the knockout stage that we're about to see. And it is still the same time control, 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. So the players don't have to adapt too much yet. But it is head-to-head, and it's a 2-game match. 1.5 points wins the match, a draw and a win there. And as we have been discussing, the top 4 in the Swiss chose their opponent. And depending on the results of these, we will figure out who lands in Division 1. At this point, it's win or bust. Division 2 will be for those losing players that we mentioned a bit earlier. So, yeah, stakes are higher than ever, Robert. It's been building up to this point, and this is the climax of the day. It's been a long kind of build-up, but who has more in the tank? That's the big question right now.
I have to say, we saved the best for last because this 6th and final leg of the Champions Chess Tour has the strongest final 8 of the entire season. We have only one player who's currently rated under 2,700 in classical chess. That's Vladimir Fedoseev. Nobody considers him that. He was up over 2,730 back in the day. He's played in all the biggest events. He's done well in World Rapid Championships and World Blitz Championships. He's the Pro Chess League MVP. I've just named like 8 things, and I could keep on going. So the point is that there were no easy choices in this selection process. Bobby picked Mamedyarov because he didn't know who to pick, but now we're ready. The games are going off, so hopefully we can get to them in a second.
Yeah, we'll get to those games in a moment. I just want to mention there's just honourable mentions there. There's some huge clashes, of course, in Division 2, or 4 Division 2 spots and 4 Division 3 spots, including Hans Niemann against Vladimir Kramnik himself. So if you want to go check out any of those matches, chess.com/events for the viewers. A feast, really, of chess here, but we will be focusing on those matches for Division 1. And I think we have liftoff any moment now. I'm hungry to get into those games. And okay, Caruana against Mamedyarov. I think we'll start there, as Caruana did come out top on the Swiss stage of the event.
And Mamedyarov has about the brightest room I've ever seen. Like normally we see the players in some dark room against the wall, but here's Shakhriyar. It's well lit, and he's going to need to bring his full fight against Fabiano. And we have a Sicilian, but what is Fabi's bishop doing on e2? What is this?
Yeah, it's a really weird move. Usually, if white wants an open Sicilian, you play an early d4. Here, you're staying flexible, but the bishop doesn't make a great impression. Magnus has been experimenting with bishop d3, which looks like an even weirder worse square. So I guess Fabiano, he's just aiming for a transposition into more main lines. But slightly odd. I would have expected Fabiano to use his kind of realms of opening theory there to try and bamboozle Mamedyarov to be a bit more direct. But it feels like Fabi trying to surprise and kind of freestyling at this early stage.
So the bishop on e2 didn't look very promising. He strikes with d4, and he's trying to open up the center. Now we have what looks like a standard Sicilian. If you told me the move order, I would have suspected d4 and move 3. It's okay. It came a bit later. Now both players should be in familiar territory. I wouldn't be pushing this f-pawn. Just one trick to watch out for, everybody. The knight takes, queen takes, bishop c5, and suddenly you lose your queen right in the opening.
Yeah, that would be an easy one to fall into. F4 is part of White's plan, but not yet. And Fabiano, of course, protects his knight first. Yeah, looks like a time-minor variation of the Sicilian. It could transpose into all sorts of different setups. Should we go around the horn and see the early stages of all of these matches for Division 1?
Well, with the staggered start, I think the next game will begin any moment now. This one is first. We just want to give you, the audience, first of all, I haven't talked to the audience all day. I normally ignore you, so 1 second. Which 4 players will make it to Division 1? Let us know. I want to see you type away in chat. Normally, I just pretend you're not there, but I'm acknowledging you. So feel special. David, sorry, where were we?
No, I love it. Shout out to everyone watching this broadcast. And I think no matter who you pick, we're in for a great AI Cup. Division 1 there is going to be stacked with Magnus, Ferrugia, and the rest joining, of course, next week. But in the meantime, huge stakes. And Mamedyarov, okay, he's entered this position. It's still well known, still very theoretical. I've seen positions, kind of battles from years ago with Kasparov taking on the black side of this type of position. And for me, it always looked really scary from the black side. A white queen lining up on g3, white's pawns ready to kind of storm the center with e5 or f5. But black has a lot of resources, extra central pawn. This one very, very dynamic, and move by move, I think black is fine. So who understands this position better will ultimately decide this game. Fabi, I think, needs to make most of the white pieces. Mamedyarov, notoriously dangerous when he has white. I remember one.
Current position, it just looks calm, right? No pawn tension, no pieces besides the knights staring at each other. So it's about who is going to be patient here. And historically, people were hard on Mamedyarov, saying that he wasn't patient, he was impulsive. But he's really improved as a player throughout his years. He was ranked as high as number 2 in the world. I think that all these players, being the versatile champions that they are, they know when to strike and when to kind of relax and wait for the action to come to them.
Yeah, and A3 looks like one of those kind of slow, kind of relaxing moves, just taking the sting out of black's B4 push. But eventually the tension will build up. And you're right, Mamedyarov, I remember kind of doing an interview with him, and he said he's not very good at endgame because he just never gets endgames. But I think he was joking. It's just, of course, he's a great endgame player, world-class endgame player, but he doesn't get the opportunity to show off that side of his game because he's known for those attacks and for direct play. But of course, all these top players can do everything. Fabiano, chief among them. And rook to b8. It feels like white needs a plan. You need to attack that black king. You're kind of committed, especially the way he's set up his rooks. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move like bishop d3. I'm not sure whether we start with knight takes c6 here if we're white, but either way, definitely responsibility on Caruana to actually do something. Black's play maybe a bit more straightforward.
And you mentioned Mamedyarov joking about his lack of endgames. He actually made a series for Chess.com, and it was super instructive. I'm going to be honest, David. I know you've dropped Chessable courses. I don't watch chess stuff if I don't have to. I did watch Mamedyarov's lectures on Chess.com. So shout out to Shakhriyar. He was so humble. He was talking about some of his finest victories, and he was taking the time to break down the tactics. So good on him. We'll see how this game continues because we do have other action. Should we jump on over to Anish against Fedoseev?
Yeah, let's do that. Question mark there from Caruana, but I don't think it's anything too serious. And this game, meanwhile, it looks like a Catalan opening with white having built a center here as well. Maybe a slower kind of pace traditionally, the Catalan, but this one looks like one of the more complicated versions with every pawn, every piece still on the board, and black's knight being kicked away from its ideal post on f6, exclamation mark from Giri there. And oof, knight on h7. That's not recommended usually. Looks like a dream opening from Giri.
Does not inspire confidence to see a knight on h7. White having such great control in the center. There is this annoying issue, and wow, Anish plays h4 to stop any sort of knight jump back into the game. f6 will be difficult to make work because e6 is a target. I don't know, David. I like White's position, but I always feel like I spoil them when I have the White side because of this annoying pin, this loose pawn on c4, and no clear targets in White's side.
Yeah, that's it's definitely a bit of a kind of tense position right now. I'm done exactly the same as you, Robert. I've been kind of put off by the uncomfortable pin here, but I think kind of top players these days they've kind of recognized that White can just keep the tension as long as possible. Black isn't really threatening to do too much. Queen e8 indicates that Fedoseev ideally will want to break with f6, but that will come with drawbacks as well, and therefore Giri kind of doesn't necessarily need to rush it. I was going to say the c5 break for Black is kind of desirable, but White always meets it with knight to b5, and that's incredibly annoying. So this central tension, you don't need to touch it, just develop, just improve pieces, and therefore Giri does bring his bishop out, hoping now maybe for f6, where his bishop will stand really well. And White has great centralization.
I like how you highlighted the position because c5, it's a natural move. We talk about breaking open the position. The knight on d7 would like to gain some forward access, but c5, knight b5 just hurts with a7 being loose, and you never want to take to open up the a file, of course, with the pawn on c5. So f6 is played. The engine doesn't really react. It's going to be a slugfest here. Should we go to the matchup between Andreikin and Nakamura quickly, just because Hikaru is playing? Everyone wants to see that. And yes, vice versa. We also like White's position from Nishikori, but we're going to hop to Hikaru and Andreikin real quick. David, we see some liquidation here. The eval bar really likes White. Are you as impressed?
I would take White here just because of the pawn center, Black's knight on the rim, looking pretty dim right now. But with reduced material or bishops off the board, I don't think it's a big or significant advantage. And also, it is Nakamura, and we know how he can work his magic, kind of put his stamp on any type of position, especially those simplified positions where it looks quite innocuous. So I'm going to say that Black solved most of his opening problems here, Robert. Still a rich middle game ahead, and nothing too direct. I think that kind of suits Andreikin style, but I think Nakamura also pretty happy.
Normally, when Hikaru is playing, we favor him completely, unless he's playing Magnus or a few other people. Andreikin has won, I believe, the second most Title Tuesdays after Hikaru, at least in the last few years. So Andreikin is somebody who can keep the pace going. He's super strong. He's playing the candidates himself, a finalist in a World Cup. So I feel like Hikaru respects Andreikin so much that he's not thinking about this like he would with other players. Oh, let me just get this down to time trouble. Let me just get this to the Armageddon with bidding because I'm a favorite no matter what color I have. Andreikin deserves that high level of respect that's really reserved for just a handful or a couple dozen people on the planet.
Yeah, in terms of pure talent, Andreikin's up there with the best of them. He's part of the kind of golden 1990 crop, that generation with Magnus, with Nepomniachtchi, with Vasil,
With David Howell.
with thanks, Robert. I was waiting for you there. Set you up for that. But yeah, jokes aside, he won the World Under 10 Championship when all of these guys were playing, and kind of he was chief among the kind of the leaders of those of that group. So in terms of talent, he's up there. I guess maybe he didn't ascend to the same levels as they did, but he's been there and thereabouts for years and years. And he nearly never blunders. He's got a very kind of smooth style. He doesn't take too many risks, but that kind of pays off. And I think kind of in terms of his strengths versus Nakamura often outplays his opponents kind of in these end games or when the clock ticks down. That won't be easy against Andreikin. And I like what he's doing. He's just lining up his rooks, doubling on the D file here. He's got kind of no weaknesses here with White. Still roughly balanced, of course, but yeah, I kind of associate Dmitry with these types of positions.
And that move, knight b7, received a question mark. Dimitri's made natural moves. Hikaru goes back to defend his pawn on d6. The issue for Black is you're not moving your pawn to d5 pretty much ever. With White's rooks and pawns staring down, the queen can join on d2, and White can start expanding. So I do prefer White's position. I prefer Hikaru's clock. So let's come back here. We haven't looked at Duda against Bashir Legrave. So why don't we hop over to that game to see how it started? As look at this, David.
Whoa.
I see an extra piece for Black, but I see a pin piece on c6.
Yeah, this looks like the liveliest of the matches for Division 1 so far. And yeah, it looks like White has just sacrificed that piece for the pin, but will it pay off here? Is he going to regain the piece with interest, or is he just going to regain the piece and allow Black a mass of central pawns? This one, I think we've jumped in at the critical moment. Vacher de Graaf here, he's got to decide what to do with this tension along the c-file. It could actually persist for quite a few more moves. I'm wondering whether black can break out with moves like d5 or whether he has to react. Black's queen slightly vulnerable. Knight c5 also on the radar. Lots and lots of choice here. And okay, he does just drop back, forcing white's hand. The piece has been regained, but now pawn on b3 attacked, pawn on c6 loose. It's really heating up.
This could become, what's it over the note boom style? b4, c5, b5. We get one of those where black controls the center, white has the outside passers. This could be a very difficult position to assess. And the reason why that's so important is I look at the clock. Duda is down nearly 2 minutes. Maxime continues to play at such a quick pace. When there are imbalances, when there's dynamic play, usually favors the side that has the lead on the clock. So I'm going to go with Maxime in this position.
Yeah, I'll say Duda for argument's sake, although after this last move, it does feel a bit loose somehow. I'm wondering what the plan is after queen takes b3. I guess rook takes d6, and it's a bit loose for both sides. Queen takes a4. Is that just going to liquidate? Is everything going to get hoovered off the board? Or does Maxime Vacher de Graaf have something a bit more ambitious right now? Queen takes b3 is the critical move. d5, it gets really sharp and tactical here. Yeah, anyone's game. I think if Maxime plays d5, I'm on your side, Robert. I think actually momentum might turn in black's favor, but yeah, right now Duda may be hoping for queen takes b3 and rook takes d6, everything coming off the board.
I'm a fan of d5. Keeping more pieces on the board after e takes d5, queen takes b3, hitting this rook. You want to take back with your pawn. White's king, it's very safe for now, but we could see a future where the dark squares, because of the pawn structure here, can make the king a bit vulnerable, whereas the king on g8 is sitting at home nice and tucked away. So I really like your suggestion of d5. If you're going to lose the pawn, you might as well lose it on some more favorable terms. But Maxime says, I'm just going to see the trades happen and we have equality.
Yeah, it makes sense here. Kind of to play it safe in a match situation, a 2-game match, drawing with the black pieces is normally a healthy result. Maxime's super strong with white, of course, but yeah, maybe there's something more ambitious here. The kind of pin on the d-file against black's knight is counterbalanced by the fact that white's knight is so terrible. And I think Maxime will be able to either unpin himself or force a trade of knights somehow. With rook a8, there we go, as you're highlighting, Robert. And this one should fizzle out, but still a bit of life, while the white king potentially has some worries on the back rank. Duda as well, I never see him play it safe, so I wonder if he's going to find something ambitious to do here.
Looks like a good start for Maxime just because of the limited material. So why don't we hop back to that Caruana game against Mamedyarov? That one was a Sicilian. It wasn't too hot when we left it, but let's see how the action has unfolded. And what do we have here? Black with the advantage according to the evaluation bar, but an f5 strike at any moment can flip this evaluation on its head.
Yeah, are you sure this was a Sicilian? It looks like a French defense suddenly, Robert, and I know your views on the French. But,
Defense.
on the French, yes, the French defense. We're not talking about Maxime. And you're right, f5 is in the air, and in kind of rapid chess, blitz chess, this type of position, maybe slightly easier to play with white, but first a threat against the rook. I would suggest f5 if knight takes d1 didn't come with a tempo hitting the white queen, but yeah, it looks like you need to move. I'm expecting rook de1. I think you might need to protect your queen due to pins along the diagonal. There we go. Rook d2 feels wrong somehow, feels loose after queen b6. But okay, Fabiano, he's down on the clock. Maybe this is a good version of the beloved French defense.
Looks great for black because your bishop's on a4 rather than sitting and staring at your own pawn structure. I think that Fabi needs to try to trade pieces off and hope that he can make a draw. I'm worried about his position because the French defense, as much fun as I make of it, it has a very solid foundation. Look at this pawn chain. I like to say a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. And whoa, rook to queen c5, and suddenly the eval bar says it's -2.5.
Oh, maybe there's just no way, kind of no good way here, no productive way to deal with this attack on the white knight. It's only attacked kind of for now, but maybe he was banking on knight f5, maybe missing that d4 is an idea. He's played knight f5, but d4 is a double attack, hitting the white queen, hitting the white knight.
Does he hope to take on d4? Because there's no bishop h7 check at the end.
Whoa, he's
okay.
given up his knight. He's going for a perpetual check. He's wrecked the black kingside pawn structure, but Mamedyarov just blocks this white bishop's diagonal and stops any checks. It's currently a whole piece just for one pawn, and white's attack doesn't look that scary.
Not at all. Let's quickly bring up an analysis board because there was a critical tactical detail, and that's what Mamedyarov relied on to win some material here. At d4, you'd want to take on d4 with your knight because after rook takes d4, bishop h7 check, you get this rook, you're all happy. But the problem is that the king and the d4 square are in forking distance. So when all is said and done, black is not just one, but two minor pieces ahead after knight takes queen. That is a pretty nasty sequence. Bobby not playing this accurately. And David, as we get back to the live board, e takes f6. It still looks a bit scary for black, but you only have one pawn for your lost knight.
Yeah, and how do you build the attack? I guess if you're Fabiano here, you want to take this pawn on h6 with the white queen. You have some checkmate threats there, but I'm looking at the black rook on b4, rejoining the defense, rook b7 at some point, for example, and you guard everything on the 7th rank. Okay, he's trying desperately to trade bishops. This makes sense as well. And I guess he's going to meet queen takes h6 with just rook to f7, calmly defending everything. No more checkmate threats. White's rook's unable to participate in the attack. And if the bishops come off, it will start to become a question of material. Mamedyarov ahead.
He has a knight for 2 pawns, so at least the material isn't that bad for Fabiano. The trickiest part here is when you're on the attack, do you go all in? Or now that you're only down essentially 1 point worth of material value, can you go after this loose d4 pawn? Can you try to attack this e pawn? I don't think you can play this slowly, but how do you play this quickly? I don't really see so many options besides perhaps a rook a1 threatening a back-rank mate.
Yeah, rook a1 was the first move that came to my mind. Bishop takes d3 would not be advisable there, but he does play rook e1. I guess rook a1 would have been met by a move like queen f8. Black has ideas of trading queens off, but rook e1, okay, not maybe as decisive. We'll see a bishop trade, but then still, how to defend e6? It's not over yet. The initiative will continue for a few more moves. Mamedyarov needs to be accurate. Normally he's on the other side of this, right, Robert? Normally it's Mamedyarov kind of speculating, sacrificing some pieces. And can he do the other side of it this time? Can he defend?
Big question. That move rookie got a question mark, but it seemed like a decent try. I want to go over to the Hikaru game against Andreikin because for the many Hikaru fans out there, he is in a worse position against Dmitry. Look at these rooks on the 7th rank. And if Hikaru can save this, huge credit to him. You know what it kind of reminds me of? His last round game against Ding Liren from the Ding was having all the fun. Hikaru was in the defensive. At some point, even the best players in the world, they often crack when they don't have activity of their own.
Yeah, and I love this move from Andreikin, just bypassing black's pawns, not worried about the fact black is quite advanced there, just keeping pawns on the board, keeping material. And you're right, that position, that game against Ding, that fateful game, also was almost symmetrical. It looked like quite innocuous, but suddenly just threat after threat appeared and Nakamura was unable to defend. And that could be the case here. White has ideas like g5 in the air, and suddenly black's defenses are creaking. I'm not even sure what to suggest. Maybe f3, throw a pawn away, relying on some kind of tricks to try and simplify there. But already it's hanging by a thread for Nakamura.
Oh. And he plays g6 because that way, when you take twice on g5, rook doesn't take a pawn on g7, so the knight is safe there. But he got a question mark. So maybe Dmitry continues to go forward with his pieces, threatening knight e7 check. Black has no space whatsoever.
Yeah, black is really stuck here. The black rook is stuck defending the black knight, which is stuck blocking the 7th rank. The other black rook may be stuck defending pawns, but Andreikin, can he just slow play this? Can he kind of just sit on the position and wait for Nakamura to crack? Or, like you say, Robert, I love your knight c6 move, kind of jumping around with the knights. a4, I was going to say, very kind of Andreikin-y type of move. Just he's going to push that pawn to a5 and just sit. That black a6 pawn will be fixed as a weakness. And black is almost frozen completely. I barely see a legal move here that doesn't lose material from Nakamura.
Deeply unpleasant is this position. I mean, knight e5, rook g7 checks. So he plays f3. You mentioned that as an idea. He wants, after pawn takes, knight takes, to go rook takes f3. So he might actually see this that should give white very good winning chances up a pawn, but in limited material in endgame, still hope for Hikaru.
Yeah, I think he maybe could have gone for this with the black pawn back on g7, because then white's a pawn would have been slightly vulnerable to some attacks. I think very small details here, but suddenly trading everything off, rook takes f3, followed by a knight e5 check. It just goes into a rook and pawn endgame where white has extra material. Maybe he was banking on some rook e4 or rook f4 ideas as well, going for some loose pawns, but I don't think that's going to work out. I think white actually has a couple of tactical ways potentially of dealing with that. Rook e4, maybe g5, for example. And if h takes g5, rook takes f7.
That's beautiful.
Tactics in the air.
That is a really nice sequence because there's a fork on g5. So rook f4 played, and after king g3, does he want rook to e4? But this knight can always slide back to h2 at the very worst if you're in some danger here. Oh, there are also knight e5 tactics. Oh my gosh, let's show this. Let's bring in an analysis board. I think after king g3, rook e4, is there knight e5 here? Or let's go rook c8 first just to pin the knight.
Yeah.
Then knight e5.
Killer. Beautiful move, Robert, there. Just overworking the black rooks, defending everything and attacking f7 and just crashing through.
Wait, look, it's happening.
Oh my gosh.
King g3, rook e4. Dimitri can win if he finds this two-move tactical shot.
He's just leaned back. He looks excited, Dimitri. He's played rook c8 check. I think we're going to see it on the board. Nakamura realizes as well he's got no other move. King g7 has to be played, but he's losing. Knight e5 is just geometrically perfect. And it's on the board.
Oh, and look at Dimitri. He's mean mugging for the cams here and for the fans. This is a pin. If you take what looks like a free knight, king takes f4. You know how sometimes I feel like Chess.com is a little harsh? Give that move some exclamation points. That is such a sweet move in the center.
That deserves 3 exclamation points right now, knight e5. And, okay, black is forced to retreat. And, okay, what is the final blow here? It looks overwhelming. That 7th rank pin. Can white just slow play it with a move like f4? Maybe not. Rook takes f4. Oof, what is the final touch? g5, tempting as well. Still some work to be done. Black is holding together for now. Okay, he trades everything off and he gives a check. Oh, this is the professional way of doing it, Robert.
He's going to bring his rook back to c. This is why the pawn on g7 is so different. That you could just play king to g8, and when the rook comes to c6, you're hitting pawns in both directions. And now, even though material, the difference remains the same, it's an extra pawn for white. It's really 2 extra pawns on the king side and 1 extra pawn for black on the queen side, and that makes all the difference. Is theoretically winning endgame.
Yeah, Nakamura tries this last trick. He plays h5. Problem is, if you push forward, you don't really want to take this pawn because then you disconnect your pawns. Then you have several pawn islands rather than connected pass pawns. But f3, really nice move. g5 would have been met by rook g4 check. G takes h5. Probably still winning, but this one ensures white's pawns will march down the board together.
Wow. And we did already have one decisive result. Shakir Mamadjarov won with black against Fabiano Caruana. The other 2 games were drawn, so Fedoseev with an important hold. This is now theoretically winning territory, and if I trust any endgame player, Dmitry Andreikin, he is one of the top on the list.
For sure. I've seen him win this since he was 8 years old, this type of position, and here I think you can just simply move the white king out of the way, start pushing your f-pawn. The f and g pawns together will clinch this. Nakamura, not much to try. He has to try rook a1, go behind somehow with the black rook. But white's king will always be sheltered by its own pawns. This is textbook endgame technique. f4 now, or king f5. There we go. And white's king and rook combining will end this game.
And Andreikin gets a win. You see him. He's pretty happy with that first game win against Hikaru Nakamura. He didn't choose his opponent, but he chose to play some pretty boss chess. He wins game 1. So, David, I think the Nakamura fans out there, they're going to be a bit nervous about Hikaru's chances.
Yeah, more than a bit nervous. He's on the brink of being knocked down to Division 2, which for most people would be a great result, but for Nakamura, of course, would be disappointing. He did run up against an inspired Dmitry Andreikin. Nakamura will have the white pieces next, so he's definitely not out of it. He's famous for those clutch victories. But yeah, dramatic first games there for both Caruana losing and Nakamura losing. That was not an easy one to predict.
Bobby losing with the white pieces. when has that ever happened? It's very rare for Fabi to lose like that. But Mamedyarov, he was selected first, and he took offense to that. That's like when you're on the recess deck, and someone's like, "All right, I want that person the other team. Get them over there," and they're going to thrive in that scenario. So Mamedyarov, beast with both colors, and for Fabi, he needs to win with black.
Yeah, the good news for Fabiano is that Mamedyarov does not know how to play for a draw. He doesn't play it safe. Of course, he's going to play his normal brand of chess and go for it, but uphill struggle for both Fabiano and Nakamura as they aim to bounce back. And we're straight back into the action. It's been non-stop all day, and we get more. It is, okay, slower system. White playing G3 against the King's Indian. Fabiano has to take risks, of course, but Mamedyarov plays a famously kind of solid setup here for White. And it will be up to Fabiano, who's kind of, I mean, you know him better than me here, Robert, but I don't think a habitual King's Indian player. He doesn't play these types of positions too often, but taking risks.
He started playing them in recent years, and he chooses his moments when he feels like he needs to win, or he's playing an opponent that may not be expecting it. I haven't specifically talked to him about his preparation recently, but just from what I've noticed in his play. And Mamedyarov is doing that thing that all players hate, playing it safely. No risks, no ability for black to suddenly muddy the waters. We do have double pawns voluntarily from Chuck. That's, I guess, a bit of good news for Fabi.
Yeah, a bit of good news. It's not good news that he's retreating his bishop, but that bishop was about to get hit anyway with this move, pawn to e4. So he's kind of killing two birds with one stone there, defending on b7 as well. On the bright side, long term, there's something small to pro back here. White's doubled c-pawns. So if black can somehow get his pieces developed, somehow get active, maybe head into an endgame where those pawns are vulnerable, then long-term chances. But first he has to survive an incoming attack. White's pawns storming forward.
You made me laugh because all of the somehows, you're like, yeah, I know what needs to happen. It's just so far away. c5, b6, bishop a6, knight c6. You're just not in time. And Mamedyarov pushes forward with e5. This is really good form from Shakhriyar because when players only need a draw, let's just go back a half move, they'll make quieter decisions. But, let me just put my bishop on e3 and play a safe and sound system. He is just playing the board for what it is. Black is lacking in development, so why not push forward? This bishop has gone from c8 to f5 to c8 to g4, whereas these pieces for black lacking in development, lacking in space, good position for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, I think a coward like me would have played bishop e3 even if I need a win. But Mamedyarov pressing forward, going for it now, and looks like he might be rewarded. There's an awkward threat now to deal with for Fabiano. E takes d6 followed by c5, just super simple, keeping pressure on black's queenside here, and no time to develop. He's not giving Fabiano a moment to pause here, a moment's break. This is impressive stuff from Mamedyarov.
The good news for Fabi, he's already made it to the live finals in Toronto. So even if he's thrown down in Division 2, let's not forget, he started the season in Division 2. He won Division 2, made it to Division 1, and then was a mainstay there throughout the legs. So for Fabi, it's looking bad for him. Let's go check on some of the other games. Anish and Fedoseev are into their second game. So why don't we see how Vladimir does with the white pieces? David, what do you make of this start with Anish playing very quickly?
Yeah, it looks like a theoretical position. Queen's Gambit declined this position stemmed from, and black is very solid here. Black does have this one target, the isolated queen's pawn. It's a bit weak, but right now black is so active with the queen on f6, the bishop on b6, that I think Anish won't be too worried about his chances. Also, the option of playing d4 at any given moment. I'm not sure whether you rush it now or whether you get castled first, but black has the dynamic capabilities here of balancing out his small structural defects. So I think Anish has just solved his opening problems. To me, this opening looks like Vladimir not taking too many risks at this early stage. I think they've both got maybe half an eye on Armageddon potentially, but yeah, it's not clear who the favorite would be there. So early days in this one.
You beat me to it because I was going to ask you who you thought the favorite was, and both these players so strong. I think Fedoseev, he is somebody who you just don't want to face in any format online. He's really just that strong, but he doesn't even have a little something in this position. I feel like if anything, if white is not careful, black could be better here. And if Anish wants, as you said, d4, trade everything off, you could probably make a draw. Pretty straightforward way for black.
Yeah, I like his last move, castling, just tempting white, saying, okay, you have a bunch of moves here. Queen takes d5, not advisable because b2 is hanging. And what else? Bishop moves might walk into d4, and it might come with even more power now that black is castled. If you don't put your bishop on e2, you have to deal with the idea of bishop g4, potentially. And okay, bishop d3, very ambitious from Fedoseev, you've got to say. And now the question is bishop g4 or d4 or kind of an improving move first. I like Yuri's position.
I like your bishop g4 suggestion. The only thing you have to consider is there some kind of like knight g5 because you're setting up a trick, and Giri wants no part of it. He's trading bishops. He wants a solid game. So I like the start of this one for Anish. Very solid. Why don't we head to Hikaru, because their second game, but the third game that we'll see is getting started. Hikaru has the white pieces, and wait a second, why have they spent so much time for their first move?
What is happening here? Hikaru down in time? Okay, it looks like he moved. Maybe he didn't realize the game had started. It took him a while to move, and now Dmitry is repaying the favor by not moving himself. Mind games, Robert? Or is this just kind of good etiquette from Dmitry? Nakamura, how did b3 happen? He's not even at the at the chair, at the desk. Had he pre-moved
the magic of Hikaru Houdini over here. I don't know what's going on, but maybe Hikaru's streaming, so it's on a bit of a delay. We'll find out, but that was bizarre. The time management was strange. How moves were happening was strange. When we look at this setup, David, the problem with being Hikaru and playing so much is your opponents have a lot of material to study before they play you. So in that break between the Swiss and the matches here, I feel like Andreykin had the time to look up Hikaru's openings, and he has a good start to this one if he plays in the center.
Yeah, I think anyone who watches Hikaru's streams, I count myself among them, they know that he loves starting blitz games, rapid games, high-stakes games with knight f3 and b3 very early on. And Andreykin, even if he didn't have time to go and check out this opening in the break, he's played Hikaru enough online to know that this is one of his kind of tendencies, one of his favorite ways to approach a game. And it is big risks, as you say, Robert, that Hikaru is taking. He's not playing objectively correct chess in the opening. He's just trying to get a position, a new, fresh position, and hoping that the fact that every piece will remain on the board will maybe confuse Andreykin a bit later. But yeah, black has the central space here. It's basically a 1d4 opening with colors reversed, and I would be picking black here all day long. I think Andreykin, against anyone else in the world, would be feeling super confident, but it is Hikaru, and it is tense.
I just want to point out that we're getting some more information that Andreykin, why he spent so much time on his first move, is that it looks like Hikaru had some issue and he didn't make his move, so Andreykin just wanted to even up the clock. That is a very sportsmanlike gesture from Dmitry. He won't be as kind over the board as we saw in the first game. He is not willing to be peaceful in his matches, and this engine says that it's already 1.5 better for black, a pawn and a half better. David, should we throw that eval out the window?
For now, Robert, but I do objectively agree. I feel like white just has no play on the dart squares ever. Black will play the move pawn to a5 right now. I think 1.5 is very high, but yeah, this is one of those not to try at home. Anyone, don't waste time in the opening playing e3, then e4. Don't block it up and give your opponent more space. But Hikaru's doing what he needs to. He's imbalancing it, taking things out of known waters. And yeah, I think for now, for the next few moves, let's ignore the evaluation bar for our own sanity.
For sure. I'll do just that. Let's go to the matchup between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Krzysztof Duda, just because I'm wondering if we'll have another chance. I'm looking at this board. It reminds me of the Yuri game against Fedoseev. There was an isolated pawn. There's no longer an isolated pawn. Many pieces are traded. But this knight on d6, Dave, that's what's bothering me. It doesn't look like full equality. And as soon as I say that, the EVA bar shoots up.
Oof. Knight e8. You mentioned it. That was the problem piece for black. Normally, knights on d6 are quite nicely placed. They're very flexible. They have a lot of influence. But black's piece is all slightly loose. And it is symmetrical pawn structure. So if everything disappears, it will likely end in a draw. But White has the luxury of a move. First, you could imbalance things. You could play knight takes e7, and we've seen it multiple times today. The bishop pair, we all know how biased you and I are, Robert, about the bishop pair. But also this knight on e8, it was a problem piece on d6, but it's going to continue to kind of get in the way of black's development. It's never going to find a nice square. I think I would take that bishop, on e7 and just start developing with white at tempo.
I think you're on point here. Take on e7, bishop d2, which already has a really big threat of bishop to b4, and it's the knight, it's the rook. They're just not cooperating very well, and I think that black's in huge trouble. It's not just the eval bar, which of course gives us a huge hint that white is doing well, but after bishop d2, which MVL has now just played, do you only stop this move by playing a5, which is such a weakening move?
I think you have to. Bishop b4 is not necessarily an attack against the black queen. It's just the fact that the black rook on f8 is trapped and no way to untrap it in time. I mean, bishop d2, I was looking at other bishop moves, but this is even stronger. Really classy move, and this could be devastating already. You mentioned that this might fizzle out towards equality, but is black even going to survive? a5, and what does white do next? I'm looking at knight d4, I'm looking at knight g5 ideas. White has so many tempting continuations after the threat of bishop b4 is stopped.
Rook c1, if you want to play it quietly. Just so many good ideas here. I guess you do have to be a little bit quick for white. You don't want to allow this knight to once again leave from e8 and the rook to slide to d8, things like that. But Maxime, he knows that this is his moment. Black probably should play a5, but that leaves the rook tied down to that pawn. It's super unpleasant to play this from Duda's perspective.
Yeah, and Duda, the Petrov has been one of his main defenses for years, and it's one of the most solid openings. But I've got to go and check out how Vasiligraf got an advantage this quickly. Such an open, kind of dynamic position. It just looks beautiful for white, and that's reflected in the clock times as well. I think a big favourite now to clinch a spot in Division 1 for the first time this season, Vasiligraf.
And we have a draw between Anish Giri and Vladimir Fedoseev, so that match will go to Armageddon. They will have to bid for their times, but that will be played after these games conclude. Should we go back to Fabi's game? Because he needs to win with the black pieces. It didn't look good earlier, and as we pull up the game in a moment here, looks like some chances.
Yeah, it's imbalanced enough. We see the evaluation bar preferring white. White is, after all, a pawn up, but it's not the healthiest pawn structure. Double C pawns, double G pawns. It's all about whether the black knight ever gets active. Right now, the knight is a bit stuck. White's bishop may be superior, but I agree with you, Robert. There's definitely at least the kind of outlines of some counterplay for Fabi if he gets his queen and knight into the game. Maybe the problem right now is just the fact that the white queen ties everything down. Ties down the black queen to the black rook on b8. b6 is a bit awkward. What to do as Fabiano?
I want to play rook a8, queen takes b6, queen takes g5, and try to go from there. Maybe pieces are getting traded too quickly. At some point, this bishop can come to d7 to get rid of this knight, and I'm starting to feel like black just doesn't have enough pieces remaining.
Yeah, I think that could be a key move, bishop d7. As mentioned, if black's knight ever lands on e4, if ever gets out of passivity, then game on. But bishop d7 looks like it trades things off, and the weakness of the d6 pawn alone means that black really shouldn't have many winning chances if the bishop and knight imbalance disappears. I think in terms of the match situation, bishop d7 is an automatic. It's a must.
Whoa!
Ooh, queen c6. Asking for rook takes a2.
What is his follow-up to rook takes a2?
Does he want something with rook b8 and bishop d7? But it feels like there's going to be an attack against the white king.
Oh, queen e7 to e1 with a counter checkmate.
Rook takes a2. Does he want rook e1 attacking just to stop your queen e7 idea? But then black is just coming out. Yeah,
queen d8, or as you said, just knight f6, give up that pawn and go for more. Suddenly, Fabiano, whose position wasn't looking good, one blunder. I mean, it's inaccuracy that deserves the double question mark. It gives Fabiano all the fun in the position. And what's he thinking about? Because if rook takes a2 isn't it, there are no other moves for black that look like you could win from that position.
Yeah, I think he was just double checking there, calculating a bit, Fabiano, but you're right, he had to. Whether it's good or not is irrelevant right now. He needs to win this game at all costs. Rook takes a2, the only active move. Otherwise, white a pawn might have come back to bite black later, and I think we'll find out the truth. Mamajarov, I mean, he played queen c6 so quickly, especially when there are safe alternatives. It feels a bit irresponsible there, but okay, his idea was rook e1 after all, and now queen to d8 played instantly from Fabiano. Really nice move. Bishop to d7 doesn't really work out, just knight to f6, and or maybe there's more, bishop d7. But yeah, I think this was his plan all along.
And I'm looking at Mamajarov's face. He still doesn't look that upset. So he's still calculating here. Bishop d7, knight f6. Can white really take this pawn on d6? You're walking into a pin. It doesn't look like it should pan out very nicely. You don't want to put your pieces in that kind of order. I think Fabi just has the upper hand all of a sudden.
Yeah, suddenly it's level material, but white's doubled c pawns don't make a great impression. Black has the h pawn, which kind of is nothing to kind of neglect here. h5. If black gets a pawn to h4 later on, it's going to crack open the white king side. White will severely miss the presence of a pawn, an h pawn of his own. And yeah, it's that queen and knight combo if they come to life. Actually, any endgame now as well. Now that white's a pawn has disappeared, any endgame might suit black. Fabiano in the driver's seat. He could be striking back. We could see Armageddon here.
Unreal. And I just saw Mamajarov a little while ago. He shook his head. He missed something. And I don't know exactly what that something is, but now that we're here, it's obvious this is not the position he wanted. And knight f6. Ooh, wait. The Eva bar went back. Still slightly better for black. Can we bring up an analysis board real quick? There was something overlooked here from both players. So knight f6 is what I thought. What you thought. Oh my gosh, queen f6.
Wow, just giving up a knight with check, just not caring at all and going for a counterattack. Suddenly no defense. White's queen just, I mean, she's off in Siberia somewhere, not able to defend.
That's
F4
incredible. The bishop was in the queen's path, and so bishop d7 actually hurts white's position because you can't get back into the defense. I don't blame either player for missing it. I really thought that this variation would be what was it. And king g7, apparently king g8 was better. Who's putting their king on the back rank? Definitely not me. But rook takes f7 and bishop e6. That's a threat now.
That's a threat and a half, Robert. That just would be game over. If the black king tries to defend its queen there, then bishop f7 at the end would clinch the game. So how does it even continue here? Fabiano, queen e6 maybe a threat as well. Rook takes f7. Yeah, I think that might be the difference. King g8, king g7. And do you know what? I think Mamajarov, the moment he paused before he played bishop d7, I think he realized that queen f6 was available. Just I think this was all his calculation. He planned this position from afar when he played queen c6 all those moves ago. But he'd missed queen f6, and he's lucky that Fabiano did too. Suddenly white in the driver's seat again.
The rook went back to a7. The queen comes to e6. You cannot afford to give the f7 pawn, which means that queen f8 looks to my eyes to be the only move. And then I think white is in time to play d6. Oh, this is even nicer. Queen the knight.
Nice, just full control. Black is paralyzed. The black queen can't move. The black knight king can't move. Next move d6. Your idea there, Robert, and the white pawn is going to march forward. Suddenly Mamajarov back in his comfort zone, and Fabiano must-win situation. I think this is almost hopeless now.
I wonder if Fabiano, being in a terrible position most of this game, at least earlier on, he didn't believe that he suddenly would have a tactic. Oh, and he played h5. He's trying to win, but he'd rather lose this game than make a draw. That's a match loss. Oh, David, that's so gross. But the knight is pinned, so you simply win the black queen.
Game over if Mamajarov finds rook e8 right now. He doesn't. He plays king g2. Oh, he could have ended it on the spot. The black queen was trapped.
But black can't move.
Yeah. How does the evaluation bar say level here? It looks still completely winning for white. Rook e8 remains a threat. Mamajarov calmly taking a sip, and rook e8 again would end it after rook b7. I'm not sure what black could have done to defend there. It looked so tough with 1 minute on the clock. But both players have a blind spot right now to that move, rook e8. Will Mamajarov just push? d6 looks sensible as well.
It looks very difficult to go wrong for Mamajarov because of this eternal pin on the knight over here. And maybe Bobby had to save his queen, but moving queen to d8 allowed queen e6, and that would have been a draw. Queen back, queen back. Black has no moves here. King h2? And
This looks so nervy, putting the king in touching distance of a black knight. It's not a bad move, but it does miss that win again with rook e8.
well, they say when you have a win, look for better, and he's a draw also wins the match. So, he's giving a consolation half point to his friend Fabiano. Queen d8 played, queen e6 only move. That's easy to find. And how do you stop this attack?
To go back.
You
Will
throw
he
a
try
knight
it?
g4. Ooh. So he allowed the
Okay.
knight out.
White king has to move, king g2, and then he blocks, then he protects, f7. Suddenly, white's queen, not ideally placed. She can no longer pin the black knight. Suddenly, game on. Suddenly, I think Mamedyarov might start getting nervous here. I think the fact that he doesn't realize he missed a win will potentially help him, though.
The good news for Mamedyarov is that Fabi can't find an active plan of his own just yet. This f7 pawn being such a target, you move your queen away somewhere, the queen goes right back to e6, forcing the black queen to f8. So we're back here. We've been in this position before. Rook e8 now is... Oh, we're here again.
Will Mamedyarov continue just kind of repeating king h2, king g2, secure the match with a draw, or is he going to spot that the black queen is trapped? There we go again. He misses it, but at this point, we can't blame him. He's got everything under control. It's going to be the same position, just with the black rook on a7 rather than b7, and that doesn't make a relevant difference. So white's still in the driver's seat here with just the draw required.
I just don't see an idea here for Bobby. He's gone back. Is queen e5 finally a 3-time repetition, or still not yet?
I think not yet, because the black rook was on b7 last time, but if queen d8, I think we will be guaranteed a repetition in the next couple of moves. So he has to try something other than queen d8, but we've been here before, Robert, multiple times.
Oh, queen into h8. He's trying to win. He's going in it at all costs. I think it's a good decision. I have to be honest that you might as well lose the game. A draw loses you the match. So just try to win.
Exactly. He's going to play for practical chances. He's hoping for something to do with h4, some counterplay there, but Mamedyarov eventually, finally does step forward his d pawn, and that pawn is close to promotion. Okay, rook b2, this counterplay, but it's checkmate. And Fabiano will be in Division 2 next time. Mamedyarov takes the win.
Wow, what a performance there from Mamedyarov, winning game 1 with black. It was shaky in game 2, but he got the job done. Let's go over to Hikaru against Andreykin, because that game will decide which of these two moves on to Division 1. Hikaru in a must-win position. What is this rook doing on h6 and b6? I have to say, David, I like white's chances.
Yeah, it feels like Nakamura has turned things in his favor. Huge threat right now. 2 huge threats of knight to d7 and knight to g4. Multiple forks. Feels like Andreykin went all in on some attack, some kind of some idealistic threats against the white king, but they've just backfired. And now the idea is after knight takes e5, fe5, queen takes e5, the f7 pawn hangs. White's rooks will break through, and maybe decisively. Suddenly it's Andreykin on the back foot defending, and Nakamura, I think he might strike back, Robert. I think it's just his type of position as well, where he can set threats, set traps, and black, it's not easy to react.
Dimitri would prefer just a slightly worse position where he can defend from a positional standpoint. Now it's getting tactical with knight d7 on the docket, and I want to give a shout out to Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He also moves on to Division 1. He takes down Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda will be in Division 2. So rook takes b3 and the Eva bar all the way up.
Knight g4, fork, double attack. And he finds it, Nakamura. He's about to win material.
Wait,
I think.
Wait. Did you see that? The Eva bar went down after Hikaru took the exchange.
Maybe f5 first would have kicked back the black knight from g6. There were no good squares. And then you can take the material in a better situation. You can go f6. Everything is kind of working in white's favor here. But, okay, materialistic. Will that come back to haunt him, Nakamura?
That is such a good call, because now after f5, this knight has the e5 square, which was not available with a knight on g4. And what black really wants to do is after f5, knight on f6, this pawn goes all the way in. The other knight comes to g6, and there's a cocoon around the black king. You know what's funny about this position? Obviously, white is an exchange up and better, but it feels very Dimitri. It's more positional in nature giving him some long-term chances.
Yeah, definitely. If he can stabilize a black knight on an outpost, on any outpost at this point, he might start fancying his chances to make a comeback. But it is Hikaru, and we know how brutal he can be if he's given another chance. Rook h3 looks awfully threatening, but black's queen not quite trapped yet because of knight h4. Or is he? Oh, feels like it's hanging by a thread still for Dmitry tactically, dynamically right now. But I like rook c3. He's hoping for moves like f5 because of rook c1, just kind of putting the fear of ghosts into Nakamura's head here. And in practical terms, yeah, still some chances, not out of it.
And Hikaru brings the rook back. The eval bar approves of it. I would have played rook h3 to force the knight to h4, but as you point out, there's no f5 to follow, so black's knights can team up together to protect one another. And queen h4 from Dmitry. How does white win this game? It looks really good. Checkmate would be very nice. Dmitry's not going to allow that.
Yeah, I think white should be trying to win this game with a direct attack, kind of dynamically. As you mentioned earlier, strategically, despite the material deficit, black is doing quite well. Okay, he was threatening lining up for f5 there, and again lining up for f5, that opportunity he missed earlier. Black's knight now denied access to e5, having to retreat, but it feels like this is a kind of bad sign. Attacking the bishop, but once the bishop moves, f5, e5, it's all going to come. It's going to be a pawn storm. Whoa, bishop e8. Nice move there.
Yeah, he's hiding behind enemy lines, and he is aiming at g7. After f5, he's aiming at c7 as well, still protecting this a4 pawn. All of white's pawns are protected. And what is black's move here? It's not easy to play a single little move and not like for the engine.
Yeah, f5 is both natural and strong here. f7 is a huge target, and c7 as well. You mentioned, Robert, black's just falling apart here, and it was a hard position. I don't think Dmitry had anything better. Objectively, so hard to defend, let alone with 10 seconds on the clock. And no queen trade. Nakamura blocks, and he will break through now. Just f takes g6, and f7 is the target.
You might even take on f7 first, just to be fancy here, as that would allow f takes g6 double check, and the black king will not survive. So winning on demand, it seems, is Hikaru Nakamura. That means we will get two different Armageddon tiebreaks, Giri Fedoseev and Nakamura on Draken.
Yeah, and at this point, they're both too close to call. Giri and Fedoseev, nothing between them, whereas in this clash, both players just kind of beating each other up in their games. It feels like just really impressive play. Both sides, whenever they've had white. Nakamura, how will he put the finishing touches on? I want to play a move like rook f8 just for aesthetic reasons, even though it's probably not very good.
Oh!
Whoa! Queen e5, even better. Take the queen, please take the queen.
Oh, that's so sick. Look at that checkmate. The knight is pinned. That is just gorgeous. What a finishing touch.
Nakamura in form, and look how determined he is. Just not even a smile. I mean, beautiful queen sacrifices to checkmate and win the game, but he barely even flinched there, Nakamura. He's so determined to win this one and qualify for Division 1.
And he is going to have an Armageddon. Mamedyarov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they do not need that. They move on to the top division for the AI Cup. And Giri Fedoseev, Draken Nakamura. David, we will have two Armageddons. The fans, it's overtime. It's free chess for all.
It's free chess. It's a bonus round for all of us. It's been a long day, but a fun day. And the players, they will go again. And if you want to see Nakamura in that clash against Draken to see whether he can progress to Division 1. If you want to see Giri fight it out, then join us again in a few minutes. It's going to be a bidding Armageddon. It's going to be fast and furious. No more increment. Join us in a few minutes.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the play-in for the AI Cup. We have two Armageddons to look forward to, and the climax of the day, Robert. It's my favorite part of any event, Armageddon chess.
Everybody loves Armageddon. The players have to bid for their time. And we have two matches going that way. Anish Giri against Fedoseev and Hikaru Nakamura against Andreikin. The fans can be happy.
Yeah, Anish Giri and Vladimir Fedoseev, they had two very close draws. Not much to choose between them so far. It's unclear who starts that match as the favourite. While Dmitry Andreikin, after winning the first game against Hikaru Nakamura, failed to hold on, and Nakamura took the win, took it to Armageddon, momentum on his side, and all of his fans on his side, of course, as well. Meanwhile, congratulations to Shakhriar Mamedyarov for beating Caruana. He will play in Division 1 next time, as will Bashir Legrave, who defeated Duda. Lots of decisive games, and the players keeping a really, really high level, despite this being their 11th game of the day, if I can count correctly. Not sure I can at this point, but Game 12 incoming, the Armageddon in those two clashes.
And Game 12 is the only one that matters, and it has a different format from the rest. The players, they bid for their time, for the right to choose the color. The lower bid wins and starts with that time. So let's say David bid 10 minutes, I bid 9 minutes, I'll get 9 minutes. David will get 10 minutes, and then the player with the lower bid, that's me in this case, I get to move on with a draw. So David, we're being told what the bids have been. There's no time added per move, no increment. That means you can win on the clock.
That's right, and it's a case of how low can you go, how much time can you give away as a handicap to your opponent in return for draw odds for the black pieces, which the players tend to favour. I'm being told we do have those bids. One of them is very, very close, and we therefore have the colours. We know the matchups for this final Armageddon. Let's reveal them now. It's Fedoseev bidding 7 minutes 35. Giri bidding 7 minutes 28. Just 7 seconds in that bid. Giri wins and has chosen the black pieces. So he'll start the game in 7 minutes 28, Robert. That's not much time at all.
No, it is not. And Hikaru has even less time because he bid 6:59 to Andrekin's 8:25. Giri, Nakamura, they get the black pieces. But David, there's no increment. So you can flag your opponent, and you know who's pretty good at that? Dmitry Andreikin.
That's right. Andreikin, he's one player in the world who can keep up potentially with Hikaru in terms of the clock. And I think, meanwhile, though, we will be starting with the game Fedoseev against Giri, where it is Giri who will start with a 2.5 minute deficit, 7 minutes 28 against 10 minutes. And Giri may be less known for his mouse speed. He will need a good start to the game. He takes black, but has draw odds, remember. So Fedoseev, all out, needs to win. He needs to do something he hasn't done today and beat Giri. And we will come to Andreikin against Hikaru Nakamura, where the time deficit is even more dramatic in just a few minutes.
I have to say, great bidding by Giri and Fedoseev. Just 7 seconds between the two. They knew they wanted to hit that 7.5 minute sweet spot, but Giri gets the black pieces. He goes on with a draw. And as we see, the first move will be made. Giri's clock will go down to 7:28, unless something's happening right now. But they can just remove the time from Anish Giri's clock. And what is he thinking about?
Yeah, I think maybe he's just waiting for the clock to adjust, but he did lose some valuable time there. Maybe just picking his opening. He's gone for a transposition into the Slav defense. Of course, Fedoseev's going to try and build it up slowly here, just to try and put some pressure on Giri on the clock later in the game. But this is still a well-known position, very topical. It seems like everyone's playing this version of the Slav defense lately at the top level. White will get the bishop pair. White will snap off that bishop on g6 with his knight very shortly. But black, rock-solid pawn formation and a lot of flexibility.
The problem with playing Anish Giri is even if you have a lead in the clock, he knows his openings extremely well. And after the swap on d5, this h2 pawn will be loose for the long term, but the b7 pawn is currently under attack, so do not grab that h2 pawn. You will lose the game. He's at castle's kingside. So, David, I have to say, in a must-win territory for Fedoseev, an h4, h5 pawn storm, that's something that I would be looking at.
Yeah, this is a great scenario. I think a big success for Fedoseev, not necessarily in terms of the position, the kind of objective evaluation, just the richness, the kind of long-term prospects, as well as the short-term dynamism here. Bishop pair, this kind of imbalanced pawn structure as well. I think Giri rushing here, of course, through the opening stages because he needs to, but he'll be less comfortable for sure than his opponent. Black will try and break with e5 or c5 while the white king is on f2, but here we go. You called it, Robert. Pawn storm has begun.
It looks very straightforward for white, and if you have to play knight to f6, you don't really have much space for your own pieces, and white can push all of these pawns. I don't have to choose one of them. I can go with all of them, and it's going to be difficult for black to deal with the ensuing pawn storm. He plays knight f6. Of course, that's a good starting move. But David, is black going to be in time to strike in the center to open up some squares for his own pieces?
I think he has to be in time. Giri has to make that work. He has to try some pawn pushes because Fedoseev is not going to let him breathe for one moment. And the only way to fight an attack on the wing is to strike back in the center. And black's knight is about to be dislodged. He needs to at least create something before that happens. I'm expecting e5 or, b5. For me, that's mysterious. That doesn't necessarily help any counterplay. What is the overarching plan there? You're just giving white even more time. Now c5, if anything, is harder to achieve. This is really crazy stuff. Unless Giri has studied this type of pawn structure, studied the pawn breaks needed beforehand, he's still down almost 3 minutes and with a difficult position. g5, h5, all incoming for white.
Maybe he does want to give up the b5 pawn to open up a file. into White's position, but that's a risky choice. He's in some time trouble himself, and well, he's on the clock and down 3 minutes. This is very tough for Black. All of a sudden, White's play looks obvious, and here he makes the computer-approved move.
Yeah, Rook B8 makes a lot of sense. He's lining up for that C5 break we've been asking for a long time now. I mean, the other thing that worries me is it's not really a Giri-esque type of position. Normally he wants, he's classically trained, as you mentioned earlier. He wants that solid foundation. He wants kind of something to build from. And here he's pretty much got to whip up some counterplay from nothing as Black. So it's going to get very, very kind of wild shortly. I'm expecting here Fedoseev to just continue motoring forward H5 just to be consistent. But Giri up against it at these early stages.
Well, let's go over to the Hikaru game against Andreykin, which has just started, and yet pieces have been hoovered off, as you would say. Americans would say vacuumed. But Andreykin, he's not playing for much of an advantage in the opening stage. We did see him win that first game in a similar position, but the knight is on c6 rather than on a5, which it went to in that position. Do you think the strategy is to win on the clock?
It might well be, or maybe it's just reflected in the fact that he did kind of have that earlier victory that you mentioned, Robert, and often just feeling confident, feeling happy, having some kind of good experiences in certain openings just brings you back. And against Hikaru, it's hard to find an opening advantage anywhere with White, so why not get a playable position? I quite like the choice, although, as you mentioned, not too much material left. And whoa, the 4-pawn attack. He's now going for it, Dmitry Andreykin, in his winning attempts. I like it.
I like it for White, because Black's only strike that I see is with d5, but after rook f to e1, you're not playing d5 with knight g5 about to happen to you. So I think that Dmitry is just in time to keep the position closed, which should help him on the clock. Who he's facing, no matter the type of position, but the 2-minute lead, you don't want to see that shrink, because Hikaru will be better in a bullet scramble.
Yeah, it's now under 2-minute difference between them on the clock. And remember, Hikaru started this game with 6 minutes 59, so pretty much a 3-minute deficit. He's already eaten up that. He's already been making up ground, and he's coming around now with his knight. Knight to e7, that knight's going to land on f5, and Dmitry has to decide how to improve his pieces, how to clarify the pawn structure. White's king not entirely safe, and that's not a scenario you want with the clock ticking.
No, knight f5, such a natural square for it. And I think that Dmitry just has to play quick moves. Even if they're not creating threats, you need to keep a lead on the clock. Otherwise, Hikaru will have better position. He plays d5 here. If pawn takes d5, I think he'll throw in rook to e1 first, just to go after this knight. And there will be some tactics on the diagonal against this black king, so Hikaru does need to be careful.
Yeah, that's a really nice way to at least force the opponent to think here, d5. I was going to say, kind of in terms of pawn structure, it makes some sense. You're breaking this kind of construction. Black has this very solid formation. You're creating potentially a very strong battery with this d pawn, but it's double-edged. You're giving yourself an isolated pawn in the process. But if, as you mentioned, rook e1 and some tactics, then Nakamura will have to think twice before capturing. And okay, he's really gone into the tank here. Suddenly the 2-minute difference has been re-established, and eventually bites the bullet. He does take rook e1. We're expecting quickly played by Andreykin, and tactics in the air.
Especially with this king in a line of fire, there could be a tactic against it. I think Hikaru's trying to figure out which rook to bring to e8. Normally we bring our rooks in the center, but the rook does have a semi-open line to work with, so he brings the d8 rook over, noting that after c takes d5, the d file will be closed, and then the knight is free to jump forward. I don't see an issue here for Hikaru. I think over the board, he's doing very well, and on the clock, he's hanging with Dmitry.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, and if it does become a race, then it's just going to be 50-50 later. I think Nakamura at this point would embrace that. Now I'm expecting knight f5, part of the plan all along, just consistent, and I don't think he's going to be shy of trading off rooks, trading off queens. That will just guide him towards the draw, which would help him progress and qualify for Division 1. Suddenly the white king, I would be slightly nervous here if I were Andreykin. He's really burning time on the clock too.
He's going to regret pushing d5. He opened up some lines for black's pieces. If you could put a pawn here and a white pawn here, and put this pawn back on d4, white has more control over the board. Just a longer file to work with, and black staring into an own pawn. That was a mistake. I think from a strategic standpoint of getting your opponent time trouble, that was an error. And I do want to bring us back to the Giri Fedoseev game because that one, a lot has changed. And Anish, you better be careful right now as there's a queen, a rook, and whoa, what is bishop takes e3? He wants queen takes c5 at the end.
But queen to d4 is a double attack. I think Giri's missed this one. Checkmate threatened on h8, and the black knight simply dropping off the board. How do you even guard against checkmate? You have to play e5, right? And that's just material in the bank. Fedoseev, you saw him lean back, the kind of boss pose there. I think Giri suddenly realizing that his gamble backfired. Knight takes e3, this whole sacrifice that we jumped in on, has backfired.
Yeah, just to go back here, he didn't have to take on e3, queen e5, and black is the side for choice. The king is not that unsafe on g8, but he goes for a sacrifice, hoping the king was going to take because queen takes c5 check. No, queen d4, intermediate move. And David, this should be a win for white, even if this were classical chess. But white is up 3+ minutes in a blitz game. I don't know how Anish can possibly defend here.
No, and I'm surprised that Fedoseev is thinking, I mean, maybe he's contemplating queen h4 here, still going for checkmate, but I think the simple approach would be just take this knight, queen takes e3, your material up, the endgame clearly should be winning with best play. You've got enough pawns left with white. I think Giri, he's really got to bank on some nerves here, blunder potentially, knight g4, throwing a spanner in the work, hoping for queen takes c5 with a check, but Fedoseev simply retreats, really can't play.
And if knight e3, then king e2, getting away from knight checks. Wow, that was a brave decision from Fedoseev. He could have taken a piece, gone into an endgame with a bishop for just 2 pawns. Instead, we're here. And after king f8, he's going to play queen takes g4, and you're not in time to take c5.
Ooh, yeah, rook h8 check would be devastating there. So king g7 instead. Now queen takes g4 is less appealing, but he takes with the pawn instead. And the question is whether there's a checkmating attack here. Otherwise, black might get some counterplay against the white king. The material, of course, relevant, but it's all about the checks here, all about the respective attacks.
Check, king up. Pawn check, king e7, no more check. I think this was a mistake from Fedoseev because the Eba bar, it's well in his favor. He's in the driver's seat, should be winning. But now his king is wide open, and he can't just go to flag Anish because he has to watch out for perpetual checks and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think strategically as well, just trading queens off the board, you still had a winning endgame. And with queens off, you can play quick, easy, simple moves. You can flag your opponent there. Here, you cannot play simply on the clock. And suddenly the margin for error has really, really narrowed. I'm not sure what the winning move is. I'm not sure whether you can get away with a move like bishop b3 at some point, just kind of calmly defending your bishop, or rook h2 or something kind of slow. But either way, Fedoseev has to be really accurate now to maintain his advantage. Giri maybe getting a bit more optimistic now.
Oof. Oh, and all of the advantages gone. What
is
queen
c4 check? Maybe he's just giving another check, and where's the white king hiding? Queen f4 or queen d4 or queen somewhere is coming next, and white's king still has nowhere to hide. It's got no clothes, no protection here.
What a mistake from Fedoseev. He could have traded the queens off the board, and then he could have just flagged Anish and just moved his rook and bishop around and tried to. This was an uncharacteristic mistake from Fedoseev. He wanted to go for the knockout, David, but unfortunately, he's going to knock himself down in Division 2.
That's the thing. You need to be 100% sure if you go for checkmate. Trading queens off often favors the side with the weaker king, and actually it turns out white's king is weaker here. And the key tactic is that king g2 would have been met by rook takes c2 there, and a double attack. So I think maybe that was one of the details that Fedoseev had missed. And suddenly this would have been a huge turnaround. Queen e4 would have forked, won back the material with interest. So in the current game position, he's still struggling to block the checks. Maybe even just queen takes g4 if black is feeling hungry here for pawns. White's king is not going to be safe anytime soon.
Oh, Anish needs to get a move on it. He's a minute 33 seconds. He's quite a decent bullet player. We saw him in the Bullet Chess Championship where he lost both of his matches, so not his best performance. He can step it up. He will get a rook to the c1 with check if the bishop ever moves. He's got good chances to hold. But why don't we quickly go back to the Hikaru game, because we need to keep our eyes on both of these matchups. Hikaru Nakamura only needs a draw with the black pieces. And David, I saw king on f3, which is why I wanted to come here. It's not as simple with the time evening up. White should be slightly better here because this pawn on c7.
Yeah, if you think about the queens coming off, rook games might favor white because of that huge target that you're highlighting on c7. White will simply put a rook on c1. If you imagine the queens and the rooks coming off, white is also winning a lot of king and pawn games because white has the protected passed pawn on f5. In terms of pawn structure, white is in control here. This really brings back shades of a clash in the Champions Chess Tour between Nakamura and Wesley So, where they had a queen endgame. There were all sorts of transpositions of going into king and pawn endgames, and in terms of better pawn structure, it's all Andreikin here. Nakamura needs to solve his problems tactically, potentially. But it's not easy. How does he find the way?
And I'm quickly going to go back to Giri and Fedoseev because this one, it looks like it will last for a while. I just see the bishop is gone from Fedoseev's position. The rook took on c2 because if the white rook ever takes back, queen d1 check picks up the rook. And you see Anish, he's down under a minute. He is objectively doing completely fine, but he might lose on time.
Yeah, what was he thinking about there? I would have just gone back to g8, and the road to a draw was pretty straightforward, but I think he's found a way. Rook takes c2, the only way to kind of keep the game going, but queen d1 ends it. It looks like a Petro check and a draw.
Well, what is Fedoseev do? He forced the draw. And Anish Giri gets through. He can hardly believe it. But for Fedoseev, you just have to make any moves. And Anish Giri is in Division 1. He is so relieved. But David, I can't get over that moment.
Yeah. Did he just forget there, Fedoseev, that there's no increment anymore? You might as well play on it. It's a hopeless queen game. You've got to admit that. But you can play on forever and ever. And 48 seconds is not a lot with no increment. This position, for example. Exactly.
Oh, my goodness. I think Giri would have had it under control. But Fedoseev, he'll be kicking himself for playing with the queen and the rook instead of just trading off the queens. And Giri moves on. But let's move to this endgame. And I say endgame, that's good news for Dmitry Andreikin. David, we are down to the wire here. And Hikaru Nakamura is in huge trouble, both on the board and I would say on the clock too. It's much more difficult to play black.
Yeah, easy plan for white. Push the pawn to f6. If the black rook disappears off the 5th rank, the white king no longer cut off. King f5, king g6 would be a killer. So black's rook is pretty much frozen. And here with white, you can take this pawn, but allowing rook e5 check, I don't think that's necessarily what you want. h3 here just keeps everything nice and locked up. And white has the better rook, white has the better king, and the passed pawn on f5. All of those combined. Ooh, Nakamura playing with fire. King d5 is on the radar here. There we go. The white king's marching in.
And if you play rook e2 to keep the king out, do I take this pawn or do I take this pawn? I think I would take a7. The d6 pawn's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you can snack on that d6 pawn anytime you want. The white king wants to head over to the e-file, so black's rook is stuck. It's just a kind of classic example, active versus passive in a rook endgame. And remember, Dmitry already beat Nakamura in one rook endgame. Actually, very similar pawn structure with 2 pawns marching down the board. Could lightning strike twice? Nakamura on the brink here. How to defend? I don't see anything.
It looks just like black is frozen and white can do anything that he wants. f6 or b4. And if f6 threatens rook g7 check, takes this second pawn over on the king side. David, do you spot any ideas for black? What is the drawing way?
I think you just have to hope that white gets hasty with king takes d6, allowing some rook e4 counterplay at some point. I don't see the drawing way. White can, you mentioned f6 at some point, rush in b4, just keep things nice and simple there. Okay, he does take. Has Andreikin timed this well? I guess rook takes g4 is always met by king e6 and should still be winning there with white. But, okay, he's going direct. Maybe there is no drawing way, Robert. Black's rook's still frozen.
And in a way, the g-pawn helps white because after rook takes g4, king e6, the king will run to the g6 square to help push this pawn to the other side. It looks like Hikaru's on his last legs, but we're getting a time scramble. And Hikaru's king is out. Can he survive this?
His king is out, but white can protect both pawns with his rook. And Nakamura expressing his frustration there. I think he was not happy with what has just happened. And okay, b4, the pawn is coming. It's a race, but white surely should be ahead in this race. King e6, really nice actually. There's a discovered check potentially on the 6th rank. Rook takes g4, will allow, is it king to e7? And f7, f8 is coming next. A check can be blocked by the white rook. This looks over.
and king e7 was the only winning move. And f7 does not win. I don't think you can rush this because king goes to g7, and you're stuck. The rook and the king team up on the f pawn. I think you have to free your b pawn to do the heavy lifting to go and promote on the other side.
Yeah, maybe I wrote this off too soon. Rook f4 is a really clever defense. f7, king g7, as you say, just holding up the pawn. Suddenly, Dmitry has to calculate a pawn race. B pawn running against g pawn, and there's always going to be doubt in the back of his mind. Look at the clock. Valuable seconds ticking away.
And Dmitry does play rook e6. The pawn on b4 is untouchable because f7 is checked, and then f8. So here comes the b pawn and the g pawn. After both sides promote, David, there's going to be a check on c5. So maybe white doesn't actually allow black to promote. And king h7.
King h7, losing a valuable move in the race. This is really surprising. I guess he didn't want to walk into any rook g3 ideas later on. But, whoa, a draw b7. Is that a blunder? No, rook takes b7 comes with check.
And Dmitry completely missed this.
Now, he has to take this pawn with check. White's about to promote, but can he just push g2?
He does.
Wow, there's going to be no checks for white. No, he can make a new queen, but it's not enough.
Can you make a new knight? Is that tricky? Because after king g8, knight g6, no, that's going to lose you the game. That would be a funny thing to see appear. It's just now black is holding.
Yeah, there would have been rook f7 check at the end there. And now look, 2 queens on the board, but black's king miraculously surviving. Rooks disappear, but this is not enough. Look at the clocks. That will decide it. Dmitry smiling on the clock. He knows he has not enough time here. 11 seconds. And black's king can jump out of the checks. It's going to be a draw. Dmitry,
Unreal.
So close, but Nakamura, amazing defense. He's so resourceful, and by the skin of his teeth, he has clinched it.
And Dmitry, look at him. He just laughs because what else can he do? How do you beat Hikaru in a plus a million position at that moment in time? Instead of playing b7, if he brought his rook back to e3, chase down the pawn with checks to this king, you pick up g2, you have 2 passers, they're runaways that can't be stopped. But David, he rushed the b pawn. He tried to win with that. He missed rook to b4.
Yeah, rook to b4 is maybe kind of a straightforward move, but it's maybe the continuation with that queen promotion, the kind of mutual promotion and no more checks. It's so kind of rare to see that formation. And Hikaru, wow, he really, really had to use every single trick in the book to stay alive in this game. And yeah, for Dmitry, heartbreak. It was so close in the end.
It was, but we know that Hikaru Nakamura moves on, as did Anish Giri. The players with the black pieces only need a draw. They were able to secure those half points. They joined Mamedyarov and Vashir Lagrave, who did it in regulation. They beat Caruana and Duda respectively. So, David, we now know our 8 Division 1 participants for the AI Cup.
Yeah, we know the players now, and I mean, what a day it's been. Congratulations to those 4 you mentioned. I mean, Anish Giri pulling it out the bag, that turnaround. The Armageddons both could have gone different ways. Nakamura relying on a blunder from Andreikin, but just the kind of alertness to set up that trap, the way he kind of jumped on the opportunity to draw, just incredible. These are why the top players are so strong, so hard to beat. Even when you do everything perfectly, you need to knock them down again and again. And like you say, Robert, we have 8 players now in the AI Cup, and these 4 great warriors will be fighting alongside the likes of Magnus Carlsen. But commiserations to the others. We should mention the others will be in Division 2 next time. Still a lot to play for there. Tour points could be essential. So this is just the prelude to what's going to be a dramatic end to the season.
Yeah, Division 2 will be very strong because we know Fabiano Caruana, Dmitry Andreikin, Fedoseev, Duda will join others in that competition. But you have to feel for Fedoseev and Andreikin. They played so well, were able to obtain winning positions. But unless your opponent clicks resign, the game goes on. And for Fedoseev, the problem was he was trying to checkmate his opponent where one didn't exist and his own king was in danger. And then for Andreikin, he was just one move too slow in that endgame trying to push his pawn. And Hikaru, he's always resourceful. But David, I can't believe it, even though I've seen it this many times. Hikaru somehow survives every single lost position, it feels.
Yeah, it's practice makes perfect. He's been there before. He's done it all before, and those clutch moments, he always seems to bring out his best. And that does leave us, Robert, as you mentioned, with 8 players confirmed now for the AI Cup, the final final standard leg of the Champions Chess Tour 2023, as we approach those finals in December. And Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, Denis Lazovic, and Jan Nepomniachtchi did confirm their places last month, but now it is Anish Giri confirmed as joining them, as are Shakira Mamedyarov, Maxim Vachiligorov, Hikaru Nakamura as well. What a field we're left with. That is just, I mean, you couldn't pick it better yourself. This is just a dream for any chess fan.
David, let's point something out here. Number 1 is Magnus. Number 8 is Hikaru. 1 plays 8 in the opening round. In the first round of the AI Cup, we are going to see Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, which ensures that at least one of them will have to make their way through the losers bracket. So that is awesome for the fans to see.
Yeah, that is incredible. What a matchup. And I mean, you couldn't script it better. We've got to say, Robert, you couldn't kind of dream of a more perfect lineup for the AI Cup. But what a long day of chess it's been. Robert, so many highlights. I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you to pick 1 or 2 from this marathon day of chess.
1 or 2, I don't know even where to begin. We saw so many games today. I have to say, I saw that FM, Raja Garg, who beat Kramnik. That was a long time ago. It was literally the first round. But you have to give credit when FM takes down a former world champion. Exciting to see that. And then the ending there with both Anish and Hikaru making it through barely by fortune, more so than anything good on their own end. Their opponents just couldn't make it happen. So, Dave, I'm going to throw it right back to you. I picked some moments. You got any favorites?
You stole mine. I think it's just going to be all of those turnarounds. I loved that Kramnik game a bit earlier as well, where he managed to checkmate Vladislav Artemiev. It's been such a long day, so many games. Those Armageddons, of course, to settle it. But congratulations to all those players in Division 1, 2, and 3 for the AI Cup. And Robert, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, but that brings us to the end of the day. The AI Cup, remember, starts 25th September, next Monday, on Chess.com. It's going to be dramatic. We've got so many big names, so many household names. And thank you, Robert, for commentating with me. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us throughout all of these hours of chess. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you again soon.